vibrant, our villages must remain living communities and our heritage must remain authentic. If tourism diminishes these asserts, it ultimately weakens itself. If tourism projects and enhances these asserts, it creates lasting prosperity, sustainability. Therefore, it is not an obstacle to growth, it is the foundation of long-term growth. As we speak about sustainability, it is important to recognize that responsibility does not belong to governments alone, nor does it only to the tourism industry. It belongs to every one of us, and increasingly it must belong to every visitor. The concept of responsible tourism is becoming one of the defining ideas of our time. Visitors today must become partners in preservation, partners in cleanliness, partners in conservation, partners in cultural respect. Responsible tourism begins with simple principles: respect local customs, protect natural resources, support local communities, travel mindfully, leave every destination better than what you found it. Just as we educate citizens about environmental responsibility, we must also educate tourists about responsible travel, because sustainability is ultimately a shared responsibility. Tourism today is also one of the most competitive sectors in the global economy. Every destination competes for visitors, every destination competes for investment, every destination competes for attention. Natural beauty alone is no longer sufficient. Visitors expect quality infrastructure, seamless connectivity, safe convenience, and value for money. Destinations must therefore remain dynamic and constantly responsive to changing expectations. Connectivity plays a particularly important role in this transformation. Airports are not merely transport facilities, they are gateways to destinations. They shape first impressions, they influence travel decisions. The presence of two international airports, improving road and rail connectivity, and growing maritime and cruise tourism opportunities have significantly strengthened Goa's accessibility. Connectivity creates confidence, and confidence drives tourism. At the same time, competitiveness requires us to continuously enhance visitor experience, strengthen service standards, and ensure that Goa remains welcoming. Accessible and affordable tourism flourishes where visitors feel valued, and that brings me to perhaps the most important element of tourism. No destination succeeds because of infrastructure alone. No destination succeeds because of marketing alone. The most memorable part of any journey is often the human interaction. A welcoming hotel employee, a knowledgeable guide, a helpful taxi driver, a local resident sharing a story, a small act of kindness. These experiences remain in memory long after the journey has ended. The ancient Indian ideal of Atithi Devo Bhava remains as relevant today as ever. Hospitality is not merely a service, it is a value, and it is one of Goa's greatest strengths. The warmth and openness of the Goan people have contributed enormously to the state's reputation as one of India's most welcoming destinations. As we move forward, preserving this culture of hospitality will be as important as building infrastructure or promoting attractions. As India advances towards the vision of a developed nation by 2047, tourism will play an increasingly important role in generating livelihoods, supporting local enterprises, preserving heritage, and strengthening cultural confidence. Goa is uniquely positioned to contribute to this national vision. It possesses extraordinary natural beauty, it possesses cultural richness, it possesses global recognition, it possesses scientific and educational institutions of national importance. And increasingly, it possesses a clear vision for sustainable and diversified tourism. The Goa that is emerging today is not merely a beach destination. It is a destination of heritage and culture, a destination of nature and biodiversity, a destination of science and innovation, a destination of wellness and learning, a destination for families, students, pilgrims, adventurers, and explorers. In short, it is becoming a destination for every season and every aspiration, a truly complete Indian destination. I congratulate the India Today group for creating a platform that celebrates excellence across this important sector. I also congratulate all the awardees whose achievements continue to strengthen India's tourism ecosystem. May Goa continue to demonstrate how growth and sustainability can advance together. May it continue to welcome the world with warmth and confidence, and may it continue to showcase the very best of India's diversity, creativity, and hospitality. Thanking you. Jai Hind.
Let's give the Governor a very, very warm round of applause for that. Governor Sahib, if I may say so, you're not only the best ambassador Goa has had in terms of the values you've propounded and the qualities that it has, but I think you've also laid a blueprint for other states to follow. Some of the points you made, I thought were very, very important. And the way you talked of going beyond just shorelines, beyond just a single product, to have multiple offerings for tourism. One state shouldn't just showcase one thing, but a whole variety of experiences. The fact that you emphasized on cleanliness, very, very important for all tourist centers to follow. And I think you very importantly pointed out the need for sustainability, that the tourist is just not coming to exploit, he must also be a partner in that sustenance of that and treat it with respect. And I think you ended very well by 2 points. One was that this is a competitive sector. Let's not forget that every state, every country is competing, and you have to be better than them to get what it is. You just cannot have riches and not showcase them properly. That, I think, was very important. You also talked of accessibility, affordability, and very, very important, you concluded with saying the human interaction. We quite forget that the taxi driver, the hotel manager, the one in the beach, anyone there makes that experience even twice as important when you go look back at any of the holidays. So you would agree to take a couple of questions. If you don't mind, we'll tax you a little bit more on this. And the reason why I'm saying that is Governor Raju was Union Civil Aviation Minister, apart from holding several portfolios in Andhra Pradesh. And one of the things he did at that time when he was Civil Aviation Minister was to energize the whole UDAN program, which was to get regional connectivity and affordable airlines across the country. So you had also mentioned, and I think this is a very, very important thing, is how do you convert what you say? All states have wish lists. How would you convert that to a work list? That is the word you used. May I request you to throw some light on that, sir?
Well, I'm not a Mr. Know-all. I also have wish lists. Like today I was being photographed. So I was wondering at the age of 75, do I look younger? I'd like to look younger.
We all do, sir.
So, how young we feel.
Right.
So like that, every one of us have wish lists. Some wish lists are not you cannot do anything, like I can never become younger. So
right.
I have to accept that fact. But then, when we have a wish list, we have to do an analysis of that wish list. Not that none of you know about it. It's an open secret. All of you would have done this. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are our opportunities? What are our threats? All these things have to be analyzed. When you analyze it, you will come across solutions. And if you are not going to be pig-headed enough to think that this is the only solution, and other ideas can also improve on these ideas, then I think slow and steadily, it's a persistent thing. Like I can give you one example. Every political party in India has talked about regional connectivity.
Right.
Why did it work out under Modi ji's leadership at that particular point of time? At that particular point of time, we had colleagues like Jaitley ji. We had colleagues like who are still there. Probably they are
right.
still Modi ji's colleagues. I'm probably not in his cabinet.
Right.
But like Gadkari ji. So they were of tremendous help. Now, the thing is, a wish list has not only economic angles to it. Like I'll give you a distant thing as far as, because Tamil Nadu has come there, I thought of it. Now, Chennai is a known airport, an international airport. Puducherry, which is again a very scenic
right.
coastal destination, just across Tamil Nadu. They had an inactive airport for an extremely long time. And every politician you met, every bureaucrat you met, they always wanted a connectivity from the Meenambakam airport in Madras, Chennai, and to Puducherry. While you had a lovely highway which could
right.
take you from the airport to Puducherry in 2.5 hours. But their problem was a lot of French people used to come there and they wanted a connectivity to Puducherry. So they were UDAN was able to help them to get connectivity via Hyderabad and via what you call it, Bangalore.
Right.
So the French people decided to use those destinations while they did not prefer to use
Tamil Nadu.
Chennai. Because those who have access to air also have access to motor transport.
Right.
So this is the type of planning that is required. If we sit with only one thing,
Right.
things are not going to work out. Like we are having a problem now again in aviation. I would say that a lot of people want Delhi-Agra connectivity.
That's true.
Now, Delhi-Agra, if you see, look at that route and try to analyze it, you have Gatiman Express, you have
That's right.
everything.
Which
now.
can go in an hour and a half, yes.
Hour and a half you can be from destination to destination. It is not attractive to air travelers who have to report 1.5 hours before.
Right.
And in a place like Delhi, where it rains and I used to use the metro because in Delhi I could go to the airport from 17 minutes from
Yes.
using the metro. Otherwise, if it was a good day and traffic was less, it was 45 minutes.
That's true.
And if it drizzled, it could be anywhere between an hour, hour and a half.
Right.
So there are problems. So how do we get solutions to the problems that we have identified? So people wanting to go to Agra, getting into the trains. The tourist does not want to spend time seeing the Delhi airport or the Agra airport. They would prefer to see the destinations, whether it's heritage, whether it's other experiences that the area offers. So I guess that has to be one thing in mind, kept in mind. Like this, there will be so many examples that you can always access from your own experience. Try to discuss these things and find solutions.
I think that is a very important point, sir. And I think you also mentioned the other thing, which is the final question. I know you are really pushed for time, which is the fact that many departments tend to work in cocoons, in isolation of each other. What would you advise, because you've had experience both at the state and central levels on this, what would you advise the tourism sector to do at this moment?
You see, the infrastructure contributes to everything.
Right.
So, how do you harness the infrastructure will be probably one of those exercises. And tourism heavily depends on whether it's rail, transport, road, air. Of course, adventure tourism has another also angle
That's
to
true.
it. So there's no hard and fast rules here. What are the types of experiences that we can reach out which will catch the imagination? Now a person my age so imagination has to be caught, will think of other things. A person who's probably younger, a lot of you have black hair. So,
Need not necessarily mean that we are younger,
so
sir.
some of us are little deficient in hair itself, so that's a different matter. But we will be looking at life and our expectancies keep changing.
Right.
So how do we cater to all different age groups? Today I came across a very interesting thing. An American song, folk song. Two old people, husband and wife, 60 years of marriage, holding hands and walking.
Right.
And everybody they were encountering how romantic these people are, and all that type of thing. And then they asked them. So they said, we depend on one another. His sight is a little low. My muscles are low. So we hold each other's hands, supporting each other, whether we go shopping, whatever we do. While probably a person who's younger and an unmarried person who will be holding a hand will be more on the romantic angle of it. So they still hold hands, and if husbands and wives hold hands, because they are interdependent with one another. So their needs keep changing as you grow, as you evolve. Probably love and respect also grows. So these are things that are natural.
Right.
So I guess we have to allow the natural angles to go and go with the flow. Water flows.
Right behind us. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit of water.
Nothing really holds water.
Right.
It flows.
Right.
So life also will flow.
Very beautifully put, sir. And I like what you said, which is that cater to all ages, don't be stuck with any particular thing, each one have their needs, interdependencies. And that last point you made when you spoke, so the gateway to destinations or airports, how you connect, how you do things will be a great thing. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the governor a very, very warm round of applause for his...
Thank you so much, Honorable Governor. I would now request Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please come and offer a token of our humble appreciation to the Honorable Governor, Mr. Raju. For the national song and the national anthem.
Shri महान अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Thank you so much once again, Honorable Governor, for taking your valuable time and gracing us with your presence. Break just for the event guys to just change the stage setup. We have wonderful presentations lined up from different state bodies, giving you a window into their geography, their culture, their heritage. So I request all of you to please stay back and listen to these esteemed speakers who have come from all across India. For the day is a presentation by Maharashtra's for a title Maharashtra's Tourism Growth Trajectory. It's my home state, so it's a great honor to welcome Mr. Chandrasekhar Jaiswal, General Manager, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra.
Thank you so much. Namaskar from Maharashtra Tourism. So on behalf of Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, and my Honorable Minister, Mr. Sambhuraj Desai, the State Minister, Mr. Indralanik Naik, our Additional Chief Secretary, Mr. Sanjay Khandare, the Managing Director of Maharashtra Tourism, Mr. Nilesh Gatne, and the Director of Tourism, Mr. Mangesh Joshi, I'm here to represent my state of Maharashtra. And I'm really, indeed, very much full of gratitude, because I have met people from India today whom I had thought of role model once upon a time, and they are still my role model. And we studied when we go for government exams, So we studied from various books and magazines, as my joint director, Mr. Santosh Jadhav, knows it very well. So we studied from a lot of books, and Reader's Digest was my favorite. I have a collection from 1962 when my father gave me some of them. And then we also had India Today as a reference magazine for us, our examination. And so we have here Mr. Arun Puri. So, you call him AP sir. So I'll call him Padma Bhushan Arun Puri. And maybe you call Mr. Raj Chengappa as RC sir? Okay, Raj sir. So you have Raj sir and Arun Puri sir. They are role models for us also. Thank you very much. Now, the first at the onset, let me tell you very clearly, Maharashtra is never a dull moment. It's a charming place. Everything is happening. It's the middle of the night, anytime, all over Maharashtra, something is happening. And if you look into Viksit Maharashtra, where is the presentation? Where do we have a presentation? Where is the video? Mr. Siddesh? Okay, there was a video.
It's the land of Marathas and so many tales.
Jai Bhavani, Jai Shivaji.
A warrior so brave he'll forever be hailed.
The rocks and the waves still fight to this day. Find peace here, you'll find a new way.
Where mountains are moved by the tiniest of streams.
You all hidden behind the scenes.
Give into the spirit that fills the air.
Discover secrets of the journey we share.
Let yourself flow with the turn of each tide.
Salty winds, you sweeten your ride.
Led on ahead by the wind in your hair.
Stories are written without any care. So much to see in the little time you get.
This land of Maharashtra is the land of big tales.
Dancing, romancing, action, emotion, story and drama, music and magic.
Maharashtra,
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 Maharashtra, it's the
Thank you very much. This is something very interesting. Can I have the presentation, please, in place? Oh, thank you very much. And this is, I don't want to go because we have very less time, 16 minutes now. So we already consumed a lot more and a lot of glorification and things like that. Now, this is the first ranked state as far as foreign tourists are concerned. This is our plan for Viksit Maharashtra. So this is a very interesting slide which our Director of Tourism has made it. And this is how we are looking into it. This is very self-explanatory. And I can explain you one very simple thing. So we have 16.13 crore visitors last year in Maharashtra. And now we are going to make it to 35 crore visitors in a year. So like Maharashtra's population is approximately around 12 crores. So this is how we have the number of tourists as far as domestic is concerned. And the duration of the stay is slated to increase. So why we have this, the rise of discovery tourism. Now if you look into a small paradigm shift, in Maharashtra, we have been promoting conventional products of tourism from long time. And you know that Maharashtra is home to some of the best, in fact, the most superlative things in our country. The biggest repository of tourism is in Maharashtra. Whether it is contemporary, whether it's ancient, whether it's World Heritage Sites, I'll come to it as soon as possible. But what we are doing is, we are going into immersion tourism, and that is what it's all about. And this paradigm shift is hidden Maharashtra. You know, people have known, the whole of the country knows what Maharashtra is famous for. But we are taking you to places which are very hidden. And that's why if you go into any city now, a global city like Tokyo or London or New York, don't get surprised that there is a brand which is on, and that is called as "You Will Find India Here." And this is campaign which has been on for almost 3 months, and it has gained a big momentum altogether. Now, in terms of, as I told you, in terms of superlatives, let me tell you, I don't want to go to the caves and all this and all that. So again, the same story, but I come to one very important thing. You might have heard of geoglyphs. So the biggest number of geoglyphs are in Maharashtra, more than 1,500 of them spread out on 70 sites in the Konkan region in the western coast, on the western coast of Maharashtra. Then we have the step wells. You might have not heard of, this is hidden Maharashtra. So step wells, so we have 2,000 mapped medieval step wells in the state of Maharashtra. Forget, you know, I need not mention, but let me do that again. So we have forts, which are almost like 380 of them, 390 of them. So we have very unique forts. We have land forts, we have hill forts, we have mountain forts, we have coastal forts, and we have sea forts. And if you look into the caves, right, the cave architecture of India started with Maharashtra, basically. So if you look into the cave, and if you read the book by James Burgess and John Ferguson, right, The Cave Temples of India, you will find that Maharashtra is home to more than 980 caves. Out of these 980 caves, right, some almost 850 are Buddhist, the remaining were Hindu and Jain caves. And the cave architecture, the epitome of cave architecture is none other than Kailasha. Then we come to the tiger reserves. Nowhere in the nation you have 5 tiger reserves within 150 kilometers to each other. We have those in Vidarbha. And since time is very limited, we'll skip this too. And then I come to one area, this is hill station, very famous among you all. Need not spend much time on this. And then you have the Buddhist circuit. I mean, this is, you should be knowing about this, that when Emperor Ashoka's son and daughter, they went from Nalasopara, which is very close to Mumbai, to Sri Lanka with the Bodhi tree to Anuradhapura, and that is how it started. We have some of the most ancient stupas here. The Vidarbha, eastern Maharashtra is full of Buddhists. We have a place called as Mansar. Hidden Maharashtra I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anything else more than hidden Maharashtra. You should go to Mansar. The biggest, best archaeological, Buddhist archaeological ruins of our country exist in Mansar, in Pauni. All these are places which are connected with the Buddhism. And so further, you know this very well. And like I told you before some time, I mean, you know, there are a lot of claims about this, but no one comes very close to Maharashtra as far as World Heritage Sites are concerned. We are home to the largest number of World Heritage Sites in India. We have 7 World Heritage Sites at 17 locations. So that doesn't make it 17 World Heritage Sites. It means 7 World Heritage Sites. Starting from the first one in India, Ajanta, second one in India, Ellora, of course, Taj Mahal and Red Fort was also together in 1983, to the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj terminus, to Elephanta, to the Western Ghats, right, to the Art Gothic Deco ensemble of Mumbai, and the Maratha military landscapes of India. This is the crown, you know. So you should visit all these 11 forts. One is in Jinji in Tamil Nadu. I will not take this, I mean, you know, I'll not go for this, but let's go for this, okay, that's all right. And I have included these 2 things, very lesser known. One is the Gandhi Trail, and the second one is the Swatantra Veer Savarkar Trail, right? The other, you know it very well. You'll be surprised to know, again a hidden factor, the biggest Gandhi visitor center of our country exists in Jalgaon. And you can be a Gandhi for a day there. And then we can come to Bhagur and Swatantra Veer Savarkar, right? This is our hero. So you will find everything there as far as Bhagur is concerned. We are making a wonderful interpretive museum soon. And then this is the wildlife circuit, and then we have this tours. I do not mention much more about it. We have still 9 minutes left, and this is very interesting. Now, do you know something about this? I'm all hidden, huh? All hidden, nothing else, ma'am. So the thing is, you talk about beaches. Goa is our host today. Thank you, Goa, very much. We are very close by. The officer here, Siddesh Chavan, belongs to a place which is 20 kilometers from North Goa, and we have our beaches starting 20 kilometers from North Goa airport. All right? And you find our beaches. You'll be surprised to know we have got 110 beaches. Out of those, 40 are very well known. 50 to 60 are lesser known, but they're beautiful patches. And I don't get terminology for this, but I can tell you, Maharashtra has the golden sands, the silver sands, the grey sands, and the black sands. Experience Ireland in Maharashtra. And you go into north and you'll find this all. And this is all researched. We haven't come from Google, or it doesn't come from anything. Right? This is how our beach line is. So almost more than out of 848 kilometers of coastline, 220 kilometers of beach line. That is how it is. They're unexplored. At one corner you will go and suddenly find a small beach, and that is how they are. You'll be surprised to know we have 5 blue flag certified beaches at one go last month, and we are still in the process of declaring them. And this is absolutely a big credit for Maharashtra. And these beaches have never been known by people. They are hidden. Then we have our Jyotirlinga circuit. And you know it very well. We say that we have 5. The country says we have 3. So we are okay with everything. And that's all right. And this is something very important. Jyotirlinga is done. And let's go to the niche tourism. What has happened? Can I go back, please? This is Jyotirlinga. This is Ashtavinayak. Oh, have we missed on Siddesh? Okay, no problem. Now this is a helical step well in Vellore. Vellore is in Hingoli district of Maharashtra. If you get time to get into the mainland Maharashtra and the interiors of Maharashtra, please make it to this place. This is the only, step well which is helical in shape, right? It's absolutely fantastic. And person by the name of Rohan Kale, who was also in Man Ki Baat, who was mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister in Man Ki Baat, is the person who has mapped this 2,000 wells. He went on a bike for 6 years and did this wonderful work of mapping this medieval step wells. And this step well is a breed apart one. And then we have our Jewel. You know our Jewel very well. Deccan Odyssey, the most sustainable, the most successful, the most luxurious, the most palatial train of India. It's coming, its lifetime is coming to an end in 2028, but we have another train getting ready. And then we have this, you know it very well, we are home to the largest number of agri-tourism units in the country. This is something interesting now, where I would like to say that the bed and breakfast scheme was launched by Maharashtra Tourism in the year 1996. Today we boast of having more than 2,000 bed and breakfast. Please don't get confused with homestays. The bed and breakfast is a little different than the homestays, but we have also come up with a homestay policy, which I'm going to tell you in a few minutes. In Mahabrahman, we certify unique aspects, unique experiences. You'll be very happy to know that we have certified people who know about battles. So there was somebody, we had an email from England saying that my ancestors lost their lives in a battle in Jalna district of Maharashtra. He said, we never knew about this. So then we came to know there was a battle of Asai in the year 1803. We took this people. This was immersive tourism. They wanted to go to this place. And the district collector of Jalna has preserved this place. It is called as the battlefield of Asai in the Jalna district of Maharashtra. Such things, very unique experiences. We have got more than 85 of them now. Aquatic tourism, we have again become a leader in that. And then let me tell you, this is very unique, the Heritage Walk. The 25,000 TH, right, tourists for the BMC Heritage Walk came last week, and we had this. Now this was all promotional part, and let me come to a very important thing on 18th May 2026. A very big thing happened in the state of Maharashtra, and that was we were gifted by the Indian Navy a decommissioned ship, warship, called as INS Guldar. It's called as ex-INS Guldar. We scuttled this INS Guldar off the coast of Sindhudurg near Nirti, 12 nautical miles in the sea, to create an artificial coral reef. And soon we'll be having submarines, right, to take people down there. You can also scuba, and that is how it is going to be. And this is under the Ministry of Tourism SASKI scheme. The second one is Ram Kal Path. Now this is, sorry, I didn't turn, this is INS Guldar. So this is from, thanks to the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. And then we have this Ram Kal Path, which is, we are doing it as a prelude to the, what do you call it, the Kumbh Mela, which is happening starting from this year, will go on for almost 1 year, 1 year, 3 months. And I come to the final one. We are also the only state now to have complied by starting that MICE Convention Bureau for a city, that is Mumbai Convention Bureau, the Maharashtra Convention Bureau. And this is how we have our policy. Our policy focuses on environment. Like I told you on Paradigm, this is a 2024 policy, and it has at its center the environment, responsible tourism, and we are the MTDC of Government of Maharashtra Tourism Department is the only organization to have a responsible travel program. The Directorate of Tourism is the only organization now to have a travel for life program at all its places. We are focusing on women travelers. We have a policy called as I, which actually meant mother, which actually means mother in Marathi, also means Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav initiative. All right. So this is how we started, and we are wonderful. We have 3 resorts which are completely women-led. We have 13 experiences which are completely women-led, and 1 in Nagpur, 1 in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and 1 in Kharghar in Mumbai. We have all this restaurants. So our context is very simple. Our 2024 policy of the Government of Maharashtra's Tourism Department concentrates on empowering people, or empowering tourism businesses, on empowering small businesses, small entrepreneurs in tourism. And we have been doing it very nicely. And I was just told before a few days that the homestays policy of the Directorate of Tourism has become very popular. This is a new homestay policy. Almost more than 1,000 applications have been received. Our incentives, all right, we have been given more than 210 applications have been received. And the other part I'll let you know in the later part of the presentation. We have a little less time. So this is how we are doing it. We are going to do all this, and this is okay. And I come to the final area which I need to talk to you about is the destination marketing. I spoke to you that we have, as I speak to you, we have a very big campaign which is on right now all over the world. When I say all over the world, it means all over the world. And it means all the Western Hemisphere and the Eastern Hemisphere, everywhere. So, you know, don't get surprised that if your friend says, "Yaar, Maharashtra ka to cab ghum rahi hai yahan pe London mein," right? So don't get surprised with that. Right? New York में यार टाइम स्क्वायर में कुछ चल रहा है. This is going on for last 3-4 months. मुझे बहुत WhatsApp messages आ रहे हैं आजकल. ठीक है? So this is what we are doing. We are doing everywhere, and it's called as You Will Find India Here. This is the hidden aspect of Maharashtra. We have 54 seconds, and 54 seconds means a big time, and that is, now this is one of the biggest. This is held by the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, as the best MOU ever made between 2 tourism departments. One is the government of Wakayama Prefecture in Japan, and the second is Maharashtra Tourism, right? And this is the best MOU, doing very well since last 10 years, and this is the way ahead. And I wanted to talk to you about the way ahead, and we have only 25 seconds for that. So come experience Maharashtra, my dear friends. Come invest in Maharashtra. Long live Maharashtra tourism, right? Long live our country, India. long live India today, and Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. But before that, I have still 30 seconds to tell you this is what we are doing. And in this, I would like to tell you the last one. We are creating PPP models. But do you know what kind of PPP models? We are not living at the mercy, our properties at the mercy of the entrepreneurs. The entrepreneurs are getting educated. They're coming in huge numbers. We are devising a PPP policy for 172 properties in different phases. And we are doing something iconic. This is called as SLA, Service Level Agreements. When we do service level agreements, right, it ensures that we know we do the best. And this is all the other things. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. We were short of time, but we tried to do and place things in the best possible way. Thank you, everybody.
As someone who's from the state, I myself didn't know many gems that exist. So please come back on stage. I would request Suparna Kumar, CEO of India Today magazine, to please come and offer a token of our appreciation to Mr. Jaiswal. Suparna. Our next session is Synergies of Tourism and Wildlife, the Madhya Pradesh Experience. I would request the moderator, Jumana Shah, the Senior Associate Editor of India Today magazine, to please come and introduce L. Krishnamurthy, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and CEO of the MP Eco-Tourism Development Board.
Thank you, Suhani, and a very good morning, everyone. If we are talking about tourism, wildlife tourism is the heart of India. If there is something that India is unique about, it is definitely the diversity of wildlife. And within India, who takes the crown of wildlife? Of course, it is Madhya Pradesh, the beating heart of India as far as tigers, leopards, and now even the prize cheetahs are concerned. Of course, my home state Gujarat comes close, but we are still a long shot from Madhya Pradesh. We have here Mr. Krishnamurthy. He does not have an enviable job. In fact, he has a very, very difficult job striking the balance between wildlife, as the wildlife conservation story expands and the numbers increase, so do human and wildlife conflicts. They are doing a fabulous job, and he is here to tell us about how tourism can be synergized with wildlife conservation, and it can be all done sustainably. Please come on stage, Mr. Krishnamurthy, and give him a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Slide mover. Namaskar to all, and at the outset I thank India Today Group for inviting me here to share our state out of India. I am from Madhya Pradesh, and I am here to share the experiences of wildlife management and ecotourism activities in our state. So with this I will start my presentation. I am going to talk about brief about the introduction of our state and what conservation measures which we are taking to preserve the rich wildlife and biodiversity heritage of our state, and the ecotourism practices, and end I think with the challenges and the synergies which we have to do, so that I will cover. I think let me start my presentation, please. Yeah. So Madhya Pradesh is actually always a pioneer in wildlife conservation. Decades of good work by all the officers, then the frontline staff and the communities. We are a leader in wildlife conservation in our country. So we have efficient PA network. We have 9 tiger reserves. The maximum tiger reserves in the country is in Madhya Pradesh, and we have 11 national parks, then 26 sanctuaries, then 1 conservation reserve. We also have roughly 30% of our geographical area under forest cover. So we are proudly known as the tiger state of Madhya Pradesh. We have 785 tigers as per All India Tiger Estimation 22, and we are also cheetah state, and we are also Gadial state, and we are also vulture state, we are also leopard state. So maximum wildlife in central India, and I think many of you here and many people in the world and in the country, their wish list is Madhya Pradesh to see the wildlife. So we have the best managed parks in the country. So these is the 9 9 tiger reserves which we have. You all know about this thing. I will not spend much time here. This is how our tiger numbers have increased over the years with respect to All India tiger numbers and our state number. This has not happened overnight. As I told, this is because of the decade of good conservation work, starting from protection, then habitat management, then streamlining our management practices, then the community involvement and the support from the public representatives, government and the district administration, and more so from the communities. That's how the population has increased over the years. So I am going to share some the salient features of the few tiger reserves of our state. The Kanha Tiger Reserve, as you all know, it's a globally recognized park, one of the beautiful park and well-managed park in the country. This is the only place where you can see the swamp deer, odd-ground Barasingha. The subspecies is found only in this park, and it's one of the beautiful park, and everybody is in wish list. Kanha is there. Then next is the Bandhavgarh. You know the Bandhavgarh, it's the highest tiger density in our state, and this is the place where we have good population of tigers, and we have reintroduced gaur. I want to say one thing here is that wildlife tourism grows with the sightings of wildlife and also the wilderness experience which people get. So that's why the MP is sought after for wildlife tourism in the country. So the Pench Tiger Reserve, then again this Tiger Reserve is one of the beautiful park, and it's centrally located. It has good connectivity between Kanha, then Maharashtra Pench and the Satpura Tiger Reserve. Again, this is the park which is inspired the Jungle Book stories. Then we have Satpura Tiger Reserve. Again, this is one of the diversity rich park, and it's in fact a genetic corridor between Western Ghats and the Himalayas. There are a lot of species which are common between these two landscapes, Western Ghats and also Himalayas. Then we have Panna Tiger Reserve. You all know Panna Tiger Reserve was in 2009. There was no tiger locally. It was extinct, and because of good conservation practices, we have successfully revived this area, and we reintroduced tigers. And currently, we have tigers, more than 70 tigers in this tiger reserve. In the landscape, around 90 tigers. So this is another successful global model where many of the Southeast Asian countries and many tiger range countries, they visit here to study the best management practices of tiger reintroduction. Then we have Sanjay Dubri Tiger Reserve, it's adjoining Chhattisgarh state. Again, it's a beautiful salt forest, and it is the upcoming park. I urge everyone to take out time and to see this park also. It's one of the most beautiful park. Then we have Virangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve. This is the largest tiger reserve in Madhya Pradesh, and this is again, we call it the savanna of central India. It's the place for ungulates, and it's a place also in future we are going to reintroduce cheetah in this landscape, and we have a very good tiger population now. Again, the tigers were introduced here, and the population is growing. Then we have Ratapani Tiger Reserve. It's near Bhopal. It's near Bhopal city, and this is the place where you have World Heritage Site Bhimpetaka. Then you have prisoners of war, World Heritage, not World Heritage, it's a heritage place. Then we also have very good wildlife sightings in this area. This is another important and upcoming park. Then we have a Mother Tiger Reserve. This is the youngest tiger reserve of our state. This is the 9th tiger reserve. So again, we have Sakia Lake, World Heritage. This is the Ramsar site, and also we have some forts. Then it's a good place for wildlife also. Then Kuno National Park, I have to mention here. This is the park where we have conservation reintroduction of cheetah has been done. You all know now. This is the park. It's a beautiful park. It's around 785 square kilometer area, and with the buffer area, it's almost 1,700 square kilometer. This is very important landscape in the northern Madhya Pradesh area for cheetah conservation. And we have done a lot of good wildlife conservation initiatives in the entire country. So the first one I will take tiger recovery program. As I told Madhya Pradesh, we are the tiger state, and we have shown to the world and to the country that how where we lost the tigers in Panna, we successfully reintroduced, and now we have a sustainable population there. And we also did reintroduction in Virangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve, the Sanjay Tiger Reserve. The tiger numbers are increasing there. Behind this, there is a lot of hard work has been done. It's not just introducing tiger means you're not picking the tiger and releasing there. Before that, a lot of groundwork has to be done, starting from the village relocation, voluntary village relocation, then habitat management, then strengthening the protection mechanisms, then also involving the communities in conservation and ecotourism activities. Then Cheetah project is the most famous project. This project was, this is the first ever intercontinental reintroduction of cheetahs from Africa to India. So as you all know, Honorable Prime Minister of India inaugurated this project in 22. So now we got 29 cheetahs from 3 different African countries, Botswana, Namibia and South Africa. Currently we have 52 cheetahs in India. So that's another successful program which we are doing it here. And I have a small video. If I get time, I will show you a video about the Madhya Pradesh wildlife and all. Then we are not only talking about tigers and cheetahs and the mega herbivores or the mega species. We are talking about the species which are in the also like ghadials. Then we are also talking about vultures. So our state and our Honorable Chief Minister is always inspiring us to take up the new conservation initiative in our state, apart from tiger conservation and other cheetah conservation. This is the vulture conservation. Madhya Pradesh is also vulture state. We have more than around 15,000 vultures are in Madhya Pradesh. So again, it's an indicator of the ecosystem and indicator of our forest habitats. So we have also have a vulture breeding center. We have successfully released a few of them in the wild. So this is another important thing. What we have done is the wildlife tourism grows with wildlife also. So not only conservation measures, as a part of conservation measures, we have done a mass translocation. This I want to show you a small video, 3-minute video in the end. That will be interesting for the people. So we have successfully translocated cheetal from one tiger reserve to other tiger. It means that from high density tiger reserve to the low density tiger reserve or protected area. Almost, you can't believe, almost 8,000 cheetal we have translocated from Pench, Kana, Bandhavgarh to different protected areas of Madhya Pradesh. And we have successfully reintroduced gaur, which was locally extinct in Bandhavgarh and Sanjay Tiger Reserve. 150 gaurs were reintroduced there, and successfully we have created the populations there. In the same way, Barasinga, the swamp deer, odd-ground Barasinga, you have only one small population in the entire world, that's in Kana Tiger Reserve. We have successfully created the second population in Satpura Tiger Reserve. Now we have more than almost 300 Barasingas in Satpura Tiger Reserve. And we also introduced in Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve. So another important experiment which we have done is the capturing black bucks using helicopters. We invited South Africans, we collaborated with Conservation Solutions South Africa, and the last season we have translocated 847 Barasinga from agriculture fields of Western Madhya Pradesh, from Sajapur district into the protected areas like Kuno, Gandhisagar Wildlife Sanctuary, then Virangana Durgavati Tiger Reserve. And of late, this year we have reintroduced the wild buffaloes from Kaziranga to Kana. This is again the longest translocation ever happened in our country as far as our records says. So this is more than 213 kilometer distance which was covered in 3 days time with zero casualty, which successfully done with the help of Assam Forest Department, Kaziranga team and with Kana team. So this is another important milestone which we have done to preserve wildlife and to facilitate the movement of wildlife is that Pench Kana, in the Pench Kana corridor, in the Pench Tiger Reserve, we have created underpasses and overpasses of green highway, which is very excellently helping in dispersal of wild population from Pench to Kana Tiger Reserve. So this is another important activity which we have done. So in the end, I want to say just this: there is a saying. So in the end, we will conserve only what we love, and we love only what we understand, and we will understand what we are taught. So we only understand, we will appreciate when we see the animals. We only appreciate when you have the love for the animals and all. So this is the ecotourism practices which we are doing. We are doing ecotourism in the tiger reserves, the core areas and the buffer areas. I will talk about later. Then we do tourism in the wildlife sanctuaries and national parks. Madhya Pradesh is blessed with national parks and sanctuaries. Then we have notified some of the forest areas as a wildlife experience and recreational areas, and some of the natural forests and water bodies and rivers. So again, our theme of our ecotourism is a community-driven ecotourism. It's almost all managed by community. That's the hallmark of Madhya Pradesh ecotourism practices. So we have a dedicated online portal, so anybody can go and can book the tickets for any tiger reserve across the India or in the globe. Then we have experiences like jeep safaris. Madhya Pradesh is famous for jeep safaris. You visit any Kana, Bandhavgarh, Pench, Panna. All parks are excellent parks. Then there are walks in the buffer areas. Then there is a boating in many water bodies like in Satpura, then in Pench and other parks. Then we have some very good heritage sites inside the park. These are there, and also Madhya Pradesh we are promoting tourism in the buffer areas. As I told, there is a tourism, there is a carrying capacity, there are some regulations. So you have to diversify your tourism activities. You cannot focus only tourism in the core areas or the national park areas. So we are promoting tourism outside the core areas also. So these are all the experiences which you get in the forest areas. We have tourism facilities, nice tourism facilities who visit our parks. Then we have all the dedicated entry gates, then the counters, then the washroom facilities. Then capacity building is another important thing, which it's the experience the tourist when they come here has to have a good experience inside the forest areas to ensure that we do a lot of capacity building training not only to our staff, to the drivers, to the guides and to the local community members and also to the staff. That is very important. We are doing these trainings. So this is what here I just wanted to say. This is the tourism gate receipt which we get through the ecotourism activities in Madhya Pradesh. It's roughly now around 90 crore receipt which we are getting. The most importantly, what we get is only the entry fee which we get. The rest all the ecotourism money which goes to the local communities, be it a driver, the vehicle owner, then the guides, then all the tourism industry. That money is not taken into account. And another important thing what we have is that they have already involved almost 11,000 local guides and 1,200 and 1,200 guides and drivers. The important part is out of 90 crore income which we get, 33% we give it back to the eco development committees. So that's the community driven ecotourism. So they use that money for their development and all. So roughly, and the rest of the money which plowed back for conservation activities. Entire amount as per the government order, it plows back to our conservation activities and given back to the communities. That's the important aspect of Madhya Pradesh tourism model. So the ecotourism regulations, yes, ecotourism has to be regulated. I want to say ecotourism and tourism, there is a lot of the difference. There is always confusion also between tourism and ecotourism. In ecotourism, there has to be respect to the local communities. It should be sustainable, and the income and the benefits which you are getting should plow back to the communities. So this is, and there is a carrying capacity. As per NTCA, you cannot allow more vehicles. The 20% of our core area is only permitted for tourism. There also the vehicle movement, the vehicle numbers, the routes, everything is fixed. Otherwise, you will not have the wilderness experience when we go to the tiger reserve. This is completely different from mass tourism areas. Mass tourism is complete and this wildlife tourism is a different one. So we have to respect the rules, regulations and all. So we have registered all the guides and drivers so to ensure the smooth wilderness experience when the tourists go inside the park. Then we have a safari monitoring systems, Bahira app, which monitors the vehicle movement inside the park area. Then the continuous training, that's one of the important things which we have to do. Then there are many committees which they monitor the tourism rules and regulations in the park. So the challenges, as I told, there is always a confusion between mass tourism and ecotourism. So here, in ecotourism, actually it leverages towards the conservation, biodiversity, and the local communities. And there has to be respect to the nature and respect to the local communities, their culture, and the income should be plowed back to the communities. And this is not a place, wildlife places are not a competing destinations. Like mass tourism sites, people compete with one state to other state, one destination to other state. Here, it is the carrying capacity. It is the wilderness is the center stage of our ecotourism practices. So that is important. It's not a competing destination. Then our tourism activities, it has got impact on the circadian rhythm and also the habituation problem for the wildlife and all. So we have to regulate all these things. And sustainable infrastructure is another important thing which we have to do. Then the garbage disposal. When you go to the forest, because these places they don't have much facilities to treat and dispose the waste. So our policy is zero garbage inside the tiger reserve. So any visitor who are going inside, he has to take back the garbage and put it in the respective resort or hotel or in the homestay. So then it will be sent to the processing centers. So that's another important thing. Then the corridor connectivity is one important aspect which we have to see in the ecotourism aspect. Infrastructure, yes, infrastructure is one thing which put a lot of pressure on our natural resources, be it a road or hotel or resorts and all. But again here the fundamental principle is that sustainability. Everything has to be sustainable, then only the wildlife experiences will be good in the future. So our strategy is that always in wildlife conservation, in the wildlife tourism, the wildlife conservation is our main objective and the tourism is the byproduct, but it's very, very important also, and it's a community driven. As I told, it's employment generation to the local communities. Support for the community is very, very important. Then it also gives additional resources for investing in our conservation activities through the whatever receipt which we get from ecotourism. And this is also gender equity. We promote a lot of women drivers, women guides and the women in tourism industry in the wildlife areas. So it's a low impact activity which has to be done. So in the end, I will conclude saying that Madhya Pradesh is a state where the conservation is protecting wildlife and responsible tourism creates wildlife, and the communities provide a foundation for long-term sustainable ecotourism practices. The future wildlife conservation lies not only in protecting the forest but also ensuring the actually benefits to the local communities, and ecotourism needs to be posted as a consumptive gain to the local communities. And it's a great nature-based solution for the local communities. So with this, I thank India Today for giving me this opportunity. And Madhya Pradesh is one of the best states to see wildlife. I invite all of you to Madhya Pradesh and explore and experience wildlife in our state, in all the tiger reserves and all our national park sanctuaries and other forest areas. Thank you.
Can we please play this 3-minute video?
Mass translocation of ungulates and other animals will be do. So this has been done by our veterinary team and the forest department, well-trained staff with local communities. You can see nowhere we touch the animals except the capturing gore and we put it in the vehicle. So we have successfully doing in Madhya Pradesh with almost zero casualty. That is our hallmark of our translocation. Thank you.
Mr. Krishnamurthy, I'll request you to please stay back on stage. I'll invite Senior Associate Editor of India Today magazine, Jumana Shah, to please offer a token of our appreciation. You can see that behind the man in the suit is the man in the field who is doing incredible work for the translocation of animals. Commendable job, sir. Commendable job. Our next session for the evening is a keynote address on the untapped potential of Telangana. The speaker is the Honorable Minister for Prohibition and Excise, Tourism and Culture and Archaeology, all the way from Hyderabad. We have Mr. Jupalli Krishna Rao. Please, sir. I would first request you to please play the video for Telangana, and then we'll have the Honorable Minister on stage. I please welcome Mr. Rao to now deliver the presentation. Mr. Rao.
Distinguished guests on the dais, leadership team of the India Today group, fellow ministers from sister states, industry captains, investors, and friends from the media. Namaskaram Andarki, a very good afternoon to you all. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today at the prestigious India Today Tourism Summit in this beautiful coastal paradise of Goa. On behalf of the people and the government of Telangana, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the India Today for giving me this opportunity. When you speak of Hyderabad, we speak of the heart of the Deccan, geographically positioned at the center of the Deccan Plateau, and our capital has historically served as the ultimate crossroads for the trade, culture, and empire shifting between North and South India. Today, this historic crossroads has transformed into an economic powerhouse. Hyderabad is India's fourth largest city by GDP and is proudly ranking among the top 10 fastest growing metropolitan economies globally. Yet, our true wealth lies in our unique social fabric, our Ganga Jamuna Tehzeeb Jaise. For over 5 centuries, Hyderabad has stood as a living model of pluralism where Hindu, Muslim, and diverse traditions enjoy harmonious coexistence. Step into our streets and you will hear Telugu, Urdu, and several languages of our India and Deccani thriving together. Walk past our public spaces and our multilingual signage honors this shared heritage, whether it is the ecstatic energy of Bonalu and Batkama or the spiritual devotion of Eid and Diwali. Every festival is celebrated with equal fervor across our communities, and nowhere is this cultural synthesis more deliciously evident than our culture. We invite the world to savor our world famous Hyderabadi biryani. Most of you might have tasted. Served alongside traditional soul-satisfying Telugu vegetarian delicacies. Telangana's history is not written in textbooks alone. It is etched into our landscape. We possess a dynasty for every single era of Indian history. The ancient foundations laid by the Shatavahanas, the first major Deccan empire, leaving behind the earliest known coins of Kotilingala. The early medieval era driven by the Ikshvakas, magnificent patrons of art and Buddhism. The medieval golden age, orchestrated by the legendary Kakatiyas, who were master engineers. They blessed us with the Warangal fort, over 2,000 irrigation tanks, and the breathtaking Ramappa temple and Telangana's UNESCO World Heritage Site, celebrated worldwide for its exquisite sculptural artistry and its unique, scientifically brilliant floating bricks. The Sultanate era, ruled by the Qutub Shahis, the Sultans of Golconda, whose minds birthed the legendary Hope Diamond and the Kohinoor. You might have heard Kohinoor. They built the iconic Charminar, Makkah Masjid, and the Qutub Shahi tombs with global architectural echoes that draw direct parallelisms to Isfahan, Iran. Iran culture is there. The princely era defined by the Asaf Jahis, that is the Nizams, who were at their peak the richest individuals in the world, leaving behind the opulent Chowmahalla and Falaknuma palaces and the Salar Jung Museum, one of India's 3 national museums, with over 100 notified forts, including Golconda, Warangal, Medak and Bonagir, and more than 3,000 protected monuments and archaeological sites. Telangana is a living, breathing, open-air museum. Many are unaware that Telangana is one of the few global regions where Buddhism flourished during the lifetime of Gautama Buddha himself. In the 6th to 5th century BC, today we offer a first mover advantage for spiritual tourism circuits that rival the traditional Buddhist trails of Bihar. We host remarkably preserved ancient Mahastupas and monuments and monasteries at Nelakondapalli, Dulikatta and Kotilingala. Most notably, Panigiri stands as one of India's most crucial Buddhist complexes, boasting artifacts from the 1st to 3rd century CE and is currently on the UNESCO tentative list. To honor this legacy, we have created Buddhavanam at Nagarjuna Sagar, Nalgonda district, spread across a massive 274 acres. It is India's largest Buddhist heritage theme park. It serves as a comprehensive one-stop destination for understanding Buddhism's global journey, featuring life-size replicas of iconic Buddhist monuments from across Asia. The serene Buddha Vihara Meditation Center, a massive Dhamma Chakra prayer wheel, a world-class museum, and beautifully landscaped gardens planted with the sacred Bodhi trees. Telangana is a sacred crucible where diverse faiths meet. At Kolanupaka, we house one of the oldest Jain pilgrimage centers in South India, preserving a magnificent 2000-year-old idol of Lord Mahavira alongside scattered Digambara and Svetambara rock-cut caves. We host Kanaha Shantivanam near Hyderabad, spanning over 1400 acres. It is the world headquarters of heartfulness meditation and features the world's largest meditation hall, capable of accommodating over 1 lakh meditators at a single time. Sacred temples and churches. Our living spiritual heritage is anchored by grand, powerful powerhouses of faith, from the newly resplendent, architecturally magnificent Yadadri Sri Lakshminarasimha Swami Temple to the historic Bhadrachalam Sri Sitarama Swami Temple, the 1,000-pillar temple in Warangal, the ancient Alampur Jogulamba, that is one of the Shakti Pitams, and the majestic historic Medak Citadel. We often tell people Telangana has everything except the sea. And we are blessed with India's largest rivers by length, the mighty Krishna and Godavari rivers. Our landscapers are dotted with pristine water bodies like Himayat Sagar, Usman Sagar, and Pakal Lake, backed by an ancient structural network of over 46,000 irrigation tanks across the state. And Somasila in Nagar Karnool highlights Telangana's pristine backwater beauty, spreading over 150 kilometer stretch of backwaters, and green Nallamala Hills. It offers an enchanting panorama of endless blue waters, making it a prime destination for ecotourism, river cruises, and luxury lakefront cottages. The serene retreat is enriched by nearby heritage sites, including the historic Kolhapur Fort and the magnificent temples of Uma Maheshwaram and Madana Gopala Swami and Jataprol temples. For ecotourism and tourists and adventure seekers, our Nallamala forest ranges offers over 24% lush forest cover. We are home to two massive tiger reserves, that is the Amrabad Tiger Reserve and Kawal Tiger Reserves, spanning approximately 4,100 square kilometers, where tiger populations are steadily growing. With over 350 documented bird species, our wilderness is ripe for trekking, kayaking, and wildlife safaris and birding. Simultaneously, our rural heartlands beat with the rhythm of our tribal communities, the Gonds, the Banjaras, and Koyas. Visitors can immerse themselves in their vibrant oral traditions. The striking Gusadi and Perini Sitanandam dance forms and our exquisite GI tagged handicrafts like Pochampalli, Ikat weaving, Nirmal wood paintings, and Pemberti brassware and Cherial scroll paintings. Furthermore, we are the cinematic capital of India. The legendary Ramoji Film City, spread over 2,000 plus acres, is the world's largest integrated film studio complex, attracting over 1.5 million tourists annually and hosting global productions. We are also experienced the largest botanical garden having 1,500 years old trees collected from various countries. And my friends, as we sit here today in this beautiful coastal paradise, I am reminded of that iconic Bollywood dialogue from Dil Chahta Hai. हम लोगों को हर साल एक ना एक बार गोवा जरूर आना चाहिए. So it means most of you are from Goa. So definitely it impresses. While I completely agree with this sentiment as the Tourism Minister of Telangana, I am here to tell you that for the rest of the 364 days of the year, your destination has to be Telangana. Because what we offer is a ground floor opportunity that no investor or traveler can afford to miss. Despite this, Telangana currently receives only about 3% of India's total domestic tourist arrivals. The gap does not discourage us. Rather, it represents a monumental ground floor opportunity for visionary investments. To the hospitality leaders in this room, consider this fact driven by a spectacular surge in corporate, MICE, and spiritual travel. Hyderabad has consistently commanded the highest room occupancy rates in India, hovering at a phenomenal 75% to 80% during peak quarters and outperforming traditional hospitality hubs. What does this tell you? It proves that demand is far outstripping our current infrastructure. There is still a tremendous amount of room to build premium luxury and boutique hotels across the city and state to house the massive influx of global business and leisure travelers. To bridge this gap, we are proud to present the new Telangana tourism policy, explicitly engineered for speed, transparency, and high returns. We are rolling out unparalleled financial incentives also, like capital subsidies, interest subsidies, and stamp duty 100% exemption, like state GST share reimbursement for a specified durations. On the land and infrastructure front, we provide priority allotment of government land to concessional rates for anchor projects alongside plug-and-play infrastructure, ensuring top-tier road and water and power connectivity right to your project's doorstep. Most importantly, our ease of doing business is legendary through our time-bound single-window clearance system. TS IPAS bureaucratic delays are completely eliminated. Today, from this prestigious platform, I extend a formal invitation to global stakeholders, to global hospitality chains. We have prime heritage properties available for branding and management, premium greenfield sites, and a massive demand-supply gap for pilgrim accommodation near our major temple towns. Come build with us. To tour operators, we have packaged ready-made circuits waiting for your itineraries. The Buddhist Trail, the Wellness and Spiritual Circuit, the Kakatiya Heritage Circuit, and the Deccan Sultanate Circuit, and the Wildlife Safari Circuit. To entertainment conglomerates, partner with us to create mega theme parks, amusement zones, and experiential cultural precincts. And we have the history of 2,500 years of it. We have the heritage UNESCO recognized and archaeologically unmatched. We have the spiritual infrastructure from ancient Buddhist stupas to the world's largest meditation hall. We have the policy built for your security and profit. Add to this our abundant land banks, an ideal climate, and a near total immunity to natural calamities, excellent international connectivity, and India's most promising MICE potential. To every investor, hotelier, and storyteller and curious traveler in this room and across the globe, the government of Telangana rolls out the real carpet. We are ready to lead India's next great tourism leap. And as a tourism minister, my experience is I'm there for the last 2 years. The population is almost 140 crore, 1.4 billion. When you see the footfalls of the tourism places across the country, several places, still we are the lowest. So in spite of doing whatever the developmental activities, whatever the investments, unless and until we set the minds of the people, why I'm telling, life is only one. I don't believe in rebirth. I don't believe in rebirth. So if we can, like in Western countries, what we are observing, every week they work only for 5 days, they spend 2 days on tour. They spend. Whereas in our country, even across India, still we are lagging behind in what you call, in attracting the foreign tourists, even the national tourists, even the rural tourism. So let us try to inculcate the habit, especially the media barons only can do it. So let us inculcate the habit of setting the minds of the people, let them spend, irrespective of their stature, irrespective of their finances. Let them spend, if not 2 days in a week, at least 2 days in a month. So that itself is more than enough for developing our tourism without waiting from across the world. So this is my humble request with especially the media that India Today. And so I thank you all for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Vanada. Thank you very much. So once again, Telangana Zarur Aana. Zarur Aana Aate Rehna. Thank you very much.
I think we've all heard. After a few days in Goa, we all are going to fly off to Hyderabad, sir, as you requested, and explore all the other destinations in Telangana. I would request Suparna Sharma, the COO, to please come of India Today magazine and offer a token of appreciation to Mr. Rao. Set up the stage for the next session of the India Today Tourism Survey and Awards 2026. I think it's a session all of us have been waiting for. We have none other than the Tourism Minister of Goa, Rohan Khanteji. He's also the Minister for Information Technology, Electronics and Communications and Printing and Stationery. I please welcome Mr. Khanteji. A warm welcome. Sir, first thing I want to, yes, it's working. I want to tell you that this is not the hot seat. This is the Susegard seat. It's going to be laid back, and I want you to talk freely because it's a wonderful, wonderful state, and we're really grateful that you're hosting this event here. But I think first things first, sir, I think Goa is the easiest place to sell, according to me. You've got such beautiful beaches, you've got greenery. I landed at Mopa Airport and I was like, wow, this is a view that you want to see once you come. But I'm pretty sure your job is not that easy. So could you tell me what are some of your major objectives as the Minister of Tourism for Goa? It's a destination that everybody comes to, it's the first on everyone's mind, but you still have work.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon to all, one and all. Swanish just said that we are Susegad, but Susegad is not laid back. Susegad is contented.
Contented?
We are Goans are very contented people. So it's something that keeps us apart. We believe in Atiti Deva Bhava. Tourism is a very strong potential and we treat tourists like God. And as things move, as every state aspires, with our Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Vikasit Bharat, keeping trade, technology and tourism very close to his heart and making them move in the whole theme of Vikasit Bharat, it is that every state today has started competing, cooperating and also collaborating in terms of the true sense of federalism that the nation goes through. So today when we talk about tourism, yes, first and foremost it's a pride that tourism constitutes to almost about 17% to the GDP as far as economy is concerned and takes care of almost close to 40-45% of the economic or the employment scenario. So when we look at the overall global trends, we call ourselves a preferred destination. But most of the time the recall is for the sun, sand and sea. Like when you came from Mopa, the first thing that must have hit you is when can I touch the sea?
I love the greenery.
We need to make it a more of a global Indian destination. With the changing thoughts of the tourist, we need to change. So the biggest challenge is how do we make it global? How do we make it a destination for everybody? And in the last couple of years, the whole thought of one is regenerative tourism. We are the first state in the country to talk about regenerative tourism. Every state or everybody talks about sustainability. And I think sustainability only minimizes the negative impacts. We are talking about regenerative tourism that takes care of the environment. We are talking about the society, we are talking about the culture, we are talking about the economy. So we are talking about 4 pillars built around the whole thought of regenerative tourism. And when we start talking that, it's not only sitting and talking about it, we have walked the talk. So right from the sun, sand and sea destination, today we talk about as we take that as a preferred destination for sun, sand and sea, today we talk about Goa beyond beaches.
Yeah. So that's going to be my next question. We had the Honorable Governor here in the beginning and he in his speech made this thing that Goa needs to go beyond shorelines. And he spoke about how, you know, there's biodiversity, there's heritage, there's spirituality, there's wellness, there's adventure. I think my question is that are these aspects something that you really want to highlight? Because beaches we already know, but there's so much more in Goa, isn't it?
Well, we have already walked the talk. So in 2022, when this government came in under the leadership of Dr. Pramod Sawant, we started moving ahead and talked about Goa beyond beaches. Talking about Goa beyond beaches, today we are talking about our hinterland, our lovely villages. We are talking about adventure, we are talking about wellness, we are talking about culinary, we are talking about heritage, we are talking about tradition. We are talking about so many new verticals that have never known, although they were there in the state of Goa. So when you want to come and stay, like my friend Mr. Rao just spoke about, 1 day in Goa and 364 days in Telangana. We say the man who comes here for 1 day in Goa makes that place his second home or wants to come back to Goa for different aspects, and that we need to allow them to explore. And this is exactly the verticals which we have built around. And it's not only building these verticals. We are today talking about the Ayurveda and the wellness policy. We are talking about the caravan policy. We are talking about the homestay policy which is talking about women empowerment, stitching the whole rural tourism belt. So every aspect of it in the last couple of years, we have ensured that the tourist who comes here, average domestic tourist spends about 3 nights or 4 nights in the state. International tourist spends about 9 nights. So we thought of increasing this whole thought and making another 2 days of his stay in Goa, whether international or domestic. So getting this whole thought in new verticals, adding sports as a destination, it's Goa, sports tourism. Today we are talking about software, that the digital nomads in the community space of creativities are finding Goa is the second place where they can come and be there. And very importantly, which we had missed out a lot, we are known for temples and churches, but very importantly, we started talking on spiritual tourism. Not in the way the Chennai and the other model is, but in our own way of talking about Ekadasha Tirtha. Today we are talking about 11 temples which have a history of more than 100 to 1000 years in Goa, not known to anybody. Talking about these circuits which allows you to come to these Swayambhu temples and have an experiential form of tourism, immerse yourself and ensure that Goa is not only known for sun, sand and sea, and I repeat, Goa beyond beaches.
Yeah, I've heard of this temple called Shanti Durga temple, which is supposed Shanta Durga, which is supposed to be wonderful in terms of how it's lit up, and I'm pretty sure that must be on your trail too.
I think you asked for something, she'll definitely bless you with it.
I hope so. I think a little bit of a toughie now. One common grouse that all tourists have when they come to Goa is like, यहाँ पर app-based है ही नहीं कोई travel transport. यहाँ पर आके we have to figure out, right? And I think there is some work that you're doing on that front as well, which is addressing the fact that it is a major destination. It may not have the major app-based travel services, but is there something that the Goa government is focusing to make it convenient? Because public transport is as equal to convenience for tourists, isn't it?
Every tourism destination has its own challenges, whether domestic or international. We have to understand the destination to experience it. Goa started in the 60s as a tourism destination with a hippie culture. From the 60s we evolved to what we are today. And in that whole bargain, the local fishermen, who were our traditional fishermen, slowly started exploring themselves into water sports. There were people who got into taxi business, and that's how the tourism business evolved. Goa Tourism Development Corporation, a subsidiary of our department, started investing in guest houses and smaller properties of their own. Slowly the culture of hotels started coming, investments started coming. In the last 60 years, we have transited a lot from what we were to what we are. So when we talk about tourism as an economy, we have to have a balance. One is get going with what is as a transformation in terms of digital aspects. Second is have a level and balance between, if we are not able to give it inclusive, touch the last person in the society who is a Goan running his bread and butter from these type of businesses, I think then we are going somewhere wrong. So the government came with two apps. One is the Goa Miles and one is the Goa Taxi. And very clearly the government is very clear that we are looking at digital platforms, we are transiting, but there needs a time. So what happens, a small place makes more news. So a place like Goa already buzzing on tourism, any small social media influencer or somebody talking about it makes bigger news. But as we accept these challenges, we are ready to transform and transit, because we know that such type of technology gives more accessibility, more transparency, more proper regulated fare, and that's what the tourist expects today, because transport becomes the main concern for any tourist coming in. But we also complement it with rent a bike, rent a car. So the transportation system on its own is there. And it's not that the taxis are fleecing. There are a couple of guys, I do agree, in the system. So if you have a basket of apples, and if one apple is rotten, you don't call all the apples rotten. Similarly, you may have one or two guys who are maybe troublemakers. That doesn't make the whole system as a troublemaking system. We have understood the issue. We have taken it as a challenge, and I'm pretty sure in days to come, you will find a transformation.
That's great to hear. I think you know now the two names of the apps. And it's great, like a state takes the initiative to innovate, right? If there is a void, then you fill it on your own. I think the State Tourism Department is also involving private players in the tourism sector. How are you rolling out the PPP model? Can you shed some light on that?
We strongly believe that PPP is the thing which we need to move with public-private partnerships. Government should not be in business is a strong thing that we feel. The government needs to carry the vision. They need to carry the policies. They need to talk about how we can get our vision right through partnerships and ensure that that trust factor is there in that partner who is going to come in. So when we look at partnerships, today we are talking about investing in many spaces as far as Goa is concerned. The hotel room inventory in the A and B category, that I say the 5-star and the 4-star, is continuously evolving. We realize that the demand supply is required to be met up, and that's why more investments are coming in. We are talking about MICE, we are talking about weddings, we are talking about making this a concert economy. So there are so many investments that we need to look at. So we need somebody as a partner to come with investments, come with innovation, talk about scalability, and ensure that he is able to have a balance with the government and complement the government's ideas to make it proper. So it's more of public vision that we carry. So we talk about private entities coming and investing in it and ensuring that the last advantage of both this public-private partnership is the local community. So it's a win-win-win which we need to create.
I am someone who lives in Bombay, so coming to Goa is like routine. And I know there are pockets and pockets of places which Indians have not discovered, but international travelers have. There is a lot of tourists that you get from Israel, from Russia, we know. I still want to know, there is still much that can be accomplished to get international tourism. Have you introduced any kind of initiatives, any kind of policies to make it more convenient for international travelers to come to Goa?
I strongly believe that the 2 airports in Goa, with good connectivity of the rail, waterways, roadways, Goa can become a very strong global gateway for international destinations. And that's how the country has to look at Goa today, as a very strong global entry for the international tourist. As we start looking at things ahead, we know that international connectivity is a challenge because of limitation of airlines. And that's how we need to see how best we can put ourselves or pitch ourselves. So attending the international travel marts, going and participating in road shows, other than the UK and Russia as a legacy market that we carry, today we have been able to stitch much more business with Poland, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, parts of Russia which were not known. They were the hidden gems of this economically very high but not been able to understand places. We have gone there, done road shows, invited them here. And that's how we have started stitching the new journey through scheduled flights or charter operations. There are concerns when we compete ourselves with international destinations. Goa is a small state, but it is talked about competing with international destinations. So I like it one way when they say why you shouldn't go to Goa, but go to Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Thailand. So I said somewhere the pitch of Goa is a threat to even international destinations.
That's true.
So we need to make it more stronger. How can we do it? So one is increase and enhance the connectivity through talking to airlines, talking to people and the center. And that's what we have taken up very strongly and we stand by it. With the Union Minister for Tourism also wanting the same thing. I think he's there in the evening today. Connectivity plays a big space out for us when we know about markets which are going to be spending. We have a very strong global recall. But that recall has to transit into arrivals into spending, and spending into ensuring it reaches the last local community that we have in the state of Goa. So when we teach these particular aspects, certain things like e-visa, talking about digital gateways which have been opening up, a lot of things have started. A lot of demand of visa on arrival is there. And I have a pitch that where we have good accessibility of markets internationally, which we can connect directly, either an international destination or a charter destination where we know we can connect. Such type of things need to be sorted along with the center. We have taken it up with the center and I think pretty sure we will walk the talk with them and ensure that this type of things are sorted in the near future. That will make Goa the main global gateway for international tourism.
That's amazing. I'm a culture vulture. When I go to a place, I want to experience what's culturally happening in the place, and Goa is an epicenter of it. You have the IFFI Festival in November, which is the primary international film festival. You have Serendipity Arts Festival that happens, which brings in people from all corners of performing visual arts. Goa Carnival is there. And there are many other festivals. Is an conscious effort also being made? And there's no better place to celebrate Christmas, by the way, than in Goa, because December is just beautiful in Goa. So is there a conscious effort being made to promote Goa as a cultural destination as well?
As I just said before, regenerative tourism talks about the aspects where culture plays a role. So cultural tourism, where we talk about our festivals and also talk about our spirituality, has already been enhanced to what we were known before. You have not been coming to Goa for at least only one day, but you've been coming more often is what I can see from this. So coming back to that topic of festivals, All of us know about Carnival. We know about Shigmo. Then you have been coming for festivals like Serendipity. You have been coming for IFI. But in the last couple of years, we have stitched much more linked to our traditions and culture. The heritage is there. So we are today talking about a festival which is called as São João, Chikal Kalo. São João is a celebration of Saint John the Baptist. It's a celebration by the Catholic community. Chikal Kalo is a mud festival. So we are talking about connecting our soul, our faith with the mud, and that's a different way of celebrations. Linked to the Devaki Krishna temple, one of its kind in the country. So throughout the year, whether it's a spirit of Goa talking about what we are, talking about festivals like Chikal Kalo, São João, in addition to Carnival and Shigmo and Serendipity, we want Goa to be a year-round festival destination. So any month, this month you are here in June and July, you are going to have, you can look at what is São João and what is Chikal Kalo. That way, every month as you come in, we need to have you a different experiential form of tourism that you need to feel, that you can evolve and see Goa how it has been in the last couple of years, from what it was and what it is.
Great. We have only less than 4 minutes left, and I think all of us want to know what Mr. Rohan Conte does when he's in Goa. Apart from working, I think, sir, what's your favorite restaurant in Goa?
I'd say Goa is a very importantly proved to be a culinary capital of the country. You have different cuisines. So it's not correct for me to spell out a singular restaurant. But I would say if you are in Goa, do not miss out the fish curry rice. Do not miss out the chicken kafriel. Do not miss out the fish reshad. Do not miss out so many things that are there in the palate. But especially where it is a restaurant which is having a local menu and people where locals are going. And very important, the street food.
Oh, street food.
If you are in Goa, do not miss out the omelette rasa pav. That's a mix of, I can see some people already putting
How many have here had omelette rasa pav?
So that's a mix of omelette with some, wow, that's great. With a little blend of chicken shaguti and a bread.
My mouth is watering, sir. How do I do this session now? Favorite beach? I know you want to go beyond the shores, but tell us a beach that perhaps not everybody here would have.
104 kilometers of coastline. Serenity, calm, tranquility. Tranquility, it's in the south. If you want to be with the people, it's the north. The choice is yours.
That's the tourism minister speaking. He's not going to mention one beach. What's your idea of a holiday? Where do you like to holiday in Goa, sir?
In Goa?
In Goa, and because there are people from other states as well, you can also tell us where else would you like to go?
We are in the monsoon, so it's the Ghats, it's the Western Ghats. You go around the border, the rural, the villages. It's amazing. Serenity, tranquility. You can just immerse yourself and be around to yourself. You can have a lot of thought process happening around you. And that's how we look at Goa differently in the monsoons. And if it's the destination otherwise, I think being at home is the best holiday I can have.
You're not going to mention another state.
That's one place I'm never there. So you go out in the morning, come back late night. So that's a holiday for me.
Fair point, fair point. Also, I think one last thing, because we are so familiar with Goa now, thanks to you in these 20 minutes. Is there a hidden gem of Goa that you'd like to tell people about? That, you know, maybe it's something that's ignored, something that's sidelined, a hidden gem, which is still untouched, undiscovered.
Most of the hidden gems are already discovered by social media influencers now. People come and maybe they know Goa for the party life. So the hidden gem, on a lighter note, I would say, is the silence.
The tranquility, yeah.
Most of the people who have come to Goa have partied hard, have not explored this part of Goa. So next time, this is the space we should come and explore. It's amazing. Whether it's on the shore or whether it's in the rural part of Goa, you will find it amazing. The silence cannot be comparable to anyone and any place.
That's so true, because that's what we all need. We come to go for a holiday not just to let our hair down, but also to soak in some me time and get some tranquility. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister Rohan Conte ji, I'm pretty sure all of you have enjoyed this session. We've got a lot of recommendations, and if I could ask for a day more in Goa, I would definitely check out all of these. visits and recommendations that you've made.
Most
Thank
welcome.
you so
We'll be
much.
happy to host you.
Thank you. I would now request Mr. Rachengappa, the Group Editorial Director of India Today Publishing, to please come and offer a token of appreciation to the Minister. The stage is set for our next session. Hidden India, how emerging destinations are fueling domestic tourism growth. Our panelists, our esteemed speakers for the session are Dipankar Mohapatra, Director of Odisha Tourism, Pramod G. Krishnan, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests Wildlife from Kerala, Vivek Acharya, IFS Managing Director, Chhattisgarh Tourism Board, Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and Mr. Chandrasekhar Jaiswal, General Manager of the Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra. To commence this session, I will request Anilesh Mahajan, the Senior Deputy Editor of India Today magazine, to take it forward.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anilesh Mahajan. I'll be moderating this session, and with you, we will be trying to discover the hidden gems from Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Kerala, and obviously Maharashtra. So may I request Mr. Jaiswal, please come forward. You know, it is always wonderful to look at the data, and when I started working to build this panel up, I saw that 3 billion Indians made a trip, domestic trip last year. But when I started, distilling it down, so I saw that 647 million of them went only to Uttar Pradesh, and we know the reasons behind that. So the distribution is very uneven. And country is also going through a lot of changes. Now Prime Minister himself is saying that Indians should travel more domestically. And obviously, newer areas needs to come forward. And many of them are in your territories, where you would be not only unlocking those potential, but also will be crucial in building the infrastructure. May I come to Mr. Mahapatra first. Mr. Mahapatra, Odisha, we always knew for Jagannath Puri's temple, Konark temple, and the Chilka Lake, the wonderful one. And we also saw that, when Naxalism was defeated, Odisha was one of the pioneer states which defeated the Naxalism and opened up a lot of gems. And secondly, we also saw that there's a very wonderful Buddhist circuit which you guys are developing. So help us in understanding that how Odisha is unlocking its potential and building the policy along with. And we have already seen that in January you amended your tourism policy to seek more private investments. Can you help us in understanding how you are unlocking the hidden gems there?
So good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon all the esteemed guests here. So let me first start with what used to our Odisha's tagline, that was the best kept secret of the country. Come and visit Odisha, that used to our tagline. Now we are in a process to unravel that tagline. We have changed it. That is that we have made it now think India, think Odisha. Whenever somebody comes to lands up in this country, for any outsider, or whenever he think of this country, he should come to my state, that is Odisha. Because Odisha has a lot of things to show to the tourists, to the visitors, beyond the golden triangle of Puri, Cuttack and Konark. So beyond that, we have a number of few destinations. Odisha is a beautiful state of this country. It has a vast shoreline, 574 kilometers. We have 2 blue flag beaches. We have beautiful Eastern Ghats of India. That's the oldest rock in the peninsular India. The highest point is, of course, Devmali, 1600 meter above mean sea level. We have Mahendragiri, also 1564 meters above mean sea level. And we have beautiful beaches besides Puri as such. We have 10 more beaches along the coast from the northern part of Odisha till southern, like from Talsari Udaipur beach, that is the longest beach. Then comes Gopalpur sea beach. There we can, in Talsari Udaipur in Balashore, adjacent to West Bengal, you can see various red crabs are there. Various other things are there. If any tourist come to that beach, he can see that. Then in Gopalpur also, we have this Olive Ridley, besides Gopalpur sea beach, the Gahir Matha, the confluence of Rushukulia with our sea, Bengal, there you can find Olive Ridley. So coming to the nature, because Odisha is famous for its nature, culture and heritage. So nature-wise also we have 2 national parks. The Simlipal National Park type, famous for its melanistic tiger. Then Bhitarkanika, that is also a national park that is famous for crocodile sanctuary. And we have the Satkosia Reserve, Satkosia, the deepest gorge in Mahanadi. There, that is also one of the hidden talent tourist destination of Odisha that we are also trying to explore. And of course, as you shared about the Buddhist circuit, what we are doing. So Odisha is famous, known as the land of Guru Padmasambhava.
Mr. Mahapatra, I'll come back to you on the Buddhist circuit because, there's a paucity of time also. Okay. So maybe, Mr. Acharya, you and Odisha has a similarity that you both were Naxal infested. And Chhattisgarh was the place where, Home Minister went and declared that India is now Naxal free. And I've also gone through, the presentation which your government had made to the central government, that how you want to unlock the tourist potential in the Bastar area. And perhaps this is the hidden gem of, India. How are you playing a role in, unlocking not only the potential but also the mental image of the Naxal invested areas? How are you, unlocking the infrastructure as well as the policies behind it?
First of all, let me congratulate India Today for organizing this wonderful conclave here. Talking about Bastar in particular, our Honorable Home Minister has declared on 31st of March that Chhattisgarh is now free of the LWE. We are very proud to tell to the whole nation that we have now opened up for tourism, and some of the most beautiful places lie in Bastar because 50% of the state is under forest. So we are the lungs of the country. Bastar's Chitrakoot Fall is called as the Niagara Falls of India. Dudmaras is the only village last year which was selected by the United Nations WTO World Tourism Organization as the only rural tribal village in the country. Besides that, we have a lot of beautiful places in Chhattisgarh. If you talk about culturally, Mata Kaushalya belonged to Chhattisgarh. Shringi Rishi, who performed the Putreshti Yagya, and Lord Rama was born. So that ashram still exists in Chhattisgarh, and that is the starting point of river Mahanadi as well. Satyamev Jayate, which is written in the India's emblem, comes from Manduk Upanishad, from the opening lines of Manduk Upanishad. It was written in Chhattisgarh in a place called Madku Dweep, which still exists in Chhattisgarh. Lord Rama has spent 10 years of his exile in the Dandakaranya 1, which is in Chhattisgarh. Kalidas has written Meghdoot, we all know, but it was written in Chhattisgarh. So these are some of the most beautiful hidden gems that the fellow countrymen should come and see. Tourism has got an industry status in our state, and we are providing a lot of subsidies for investment. We are opening up our green fields. We are also leasing out our tourism properties, our brown fields. So there's a lot of scope for investment in Chhattisgarh as well. And it is one of the states where, people have not invested much. So first come, first serve. So, whoever moves first will have a golden egg.
So, Mr. Acharya, you have missed the opportunity to tell us that, how now the Naxal image is gone and how you are building it up and, unlocking it. But maybe, next time I'll come back and specifically ask you that how you are, using this opportunity to further take things, up. So now we are coming towards two gentlemen who have issue of plenty. Kerala and Maharashtra, they have too many tourists to handle. And now the challenge for them is to diversify and send many of the tourists to the other destinations. Mr. Krishnan, we were talking about that how the wildlife potential of Kerala is being unlocked in Kerala and how your establishment is playing part. So villages have been declared where the wildlife is not only conserved but also tourists have been encouraged. So I want to understand from you that how you want to market those destinations, and secondly, there has to be a balance that human intervention to the forest needs to be checked and balanced. So how are you dealing with that situation?
Well, thank you. Thank you for this invitation, and I'm representing Kerala Forest Department per se. And the question is also more or less focused. Okay, well, our tryst with tourism in Kerala, broadly it can be divided into two phases. It all started in 1960s, just as the sun, sand, surf tourism, when a plane full of tourists came to Kollam, and then it all started. But during the last 30 years, the second phase started, wherein a lot of emphasis is given to the communities. So, for example, especially about 30% of Kerala's geography is under forest cover. Okay, and the forest people interface is quite violent, I would say, socially volatile areas, and one of the strategies which we designed was to involve these local people in tourism operations so that their livelihood requirements are addressed. See, right now there are about 80 destinations in and around the forest areas of Kerala wherein wildlife tourism or nature-based tourism is happening. I can cite one example wherein, say in the famous Periyar Tiger Reserve, in the year 2000, one of the biggest problem has been the poachers who were actually used to poach a lot of tigers. So our strategy has been traditionally to run after them and put them behind the bus, but that didn't work always, and ultimately we had another process through taking tourism as a tool. We converted these poachers into protectors. And we opened up a few most vulnerable areas of the Tiger Reserve for tourists, and these poachers turned protectors. They were asked to accompany the tourists, and it became a win-win solution we got new destinations opened up for a visitor. It is a satisfying thing. the people, they got actually a decent livelihood, and for the government, for the state, or for the forest department, the protection, overall enforcement machinery got strengthened. So this approach actually, we have been actually, what you call diversifying across the state, and as a result, right now we have 80 such destinations and over about 300 to 400 such various products. It's employing about 30% of our what you call tribal communities in the state. So this is perhaps one of the key aspects of Kerala's tourism is these people's involvement in conservation.
Thank you. Mr. Jaiswal, Maharashtra is known for, its Maratha forts. And now we have already seen that recently UNESCO also gave, the heritage tag to 12 of them. But our question always remains is that it's wonderful to see those Maratha forts, but what about the other communities? There are tribals in certain areas. Tourists would be moving to see these Maratha forts, especially in Palghar and those areas. But there are tribal communities. So how are you trying to link both of these communities, and how are you trying to take the tourists who are visiting these areas to also visit many of those places?
Thank you very much. Palghar has got a very big boost. The Vadhavan port is coming there, right? Honorable Prime Minister has announced it already. Our Honorable Chief Minister is working on it. Palghar is home to a lot of tribals. In fact, the most indigenous knowledge of tribes, right, in Maharashtra belongs to that area, and one part, the cap of Maharashtra, which is Toranmal, very close to Statue of Unity. So what we are, let me come this way, because I'll take another 1.5 or 2 minutes, not more than that. That in wildlife, for example, we have Tipeshwar, which is in Yavatmal district of Maharashtra on the block. A lot of people from Telangana, everybody from Telangana, Hyderabad is getting, the whole of Hyderabad is flocking there. Then we have in a very a breed apart again is Ramtek. One should make it to Ramtek, archaeologically rich, right? It's connected with the same as Acharya Sir says about Meghdut and everything, and Kalidas. We also have the Kalidas Central University of Sanskrit over there. And then you come to Mumbai as such a city. The lesser known hidden places, unknown, unseen places, Mahakali caves, one of the most, it's also called as Kondivate caves, in Andheri. A very beautiful group of caves. And the lesser known caves which we have, like for example, Pitalkhora, near Ellora. Now this is the place where the British took, in fact, severed off the statues and the sculptures and adorned the National Museum of India, where we have in Delhi. So these are such places. In Palghar, we have a wonderful thing which is going on, and in Nasik district for tribals, your question. So that is called as Intangible Cultural Heritage, a project on ICH. And on that, we have just spent a lot of money on that. And we have got all these people together, got the indigenous knowledge at one place, and we started community museums. Very beautiful community museums, very, very basic, right? Just made up of thatched roofs and all that. And they're doing wonders. People have started going to these places where people make their things and artifacts and also share their indigenous knowledge. Of course, our tribal department is working on a very big scale. Same is with Nashik. There's a place called as Surgana. I would like to invite you all for this. Whenever you are free, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mahapatra, if you can now talk about the Buddhist circuit, but my question to you is that we know that Odisha is very rich with the Buddhist culture, but all the focus goes to Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, those centers there. How are you bringing the focus back? And secondly, how are you connecting, if a foreign tourist comes, he visits both Gaya or Sarnath or other places, how do you bring them towards Odisha, or how are you positioning it? Because I know many of the places still have a connectivity issue. So how are you resolving that thing?
Sure. So as I was just discussing about the Buddhist circuit that we are of course promoting in a big way. Just speaking about Ratnagiri, Udayagiri, Lalitgiri, the golden diamond circle. So this is the actually place that's not very far off from Bhubaneswar as such. It's 1.5 hours journey from Bhubaneswar, and these are all 5th century architecture structures. Those were built during the Gupta era. So, very beautiful structure, and that is the place. Odisha is also known for Guru Padma Sambhava, the Vajrayana Buddhism. And we also have for Buddhist circuit development for as a tourist attraction. We have Jirang Monastery, the second largest Tibetan settlement in this country. So we can connect these two places. Also we have in Bhubaneswar the Dhauli Shanti Stupa. So these are the three places we are trying to connect. If anybody who is interested in Buddhist tourism, if he comes down to our state, he can at least visit these three places. And Ratnagiri, Udayagiri, Lalitgiri as such is not far off. It's well connected, though the area within that periphery, that area, till you go to Ratnagiri, Udayagiri, road is very good, wide, 4-lane road. But inside that, Works Department is taking up a lot of work in developing that road. Of course, we are also trying to get the train to Sarnath, to Ratnagiri area, so that Mahaparina Express that comes to Sarnath, Bodh Gaya, people from that place also can come down to Ratnagiri, Udayagiri, Lalitgiri. Also every year to promote that Buddhist interest, promote that Buddhist tourism circuit, we are holding this Guru Padma Sambhav festival every year. So last year that festival is normally held during the period of December, January. That is the peak tourist season. And last year almost 1500 tourists from across the country, also from outside the country also they had visited. And we also at Lalitgiri, we have the tooth relic of Buddha. It's believed, it's not been proven, but that's been preserved by ASI. Last year we bought that out, had puja for the people who had visited that place. This time also we are planning to have that puja worship kind of thing at Lalitgiri itself. That will definitely, we hope, with the if railways take our request in a right proper perspective and the train comes there, and also we are able to, if we are able to promote it beyond Odisha, then definitely we hope people will come to this place. And of course, so far as you are just asking about what policy changes that we have brought in, this Odisha Tourism Amendment Policy that we have brought, that is one of the best in this country now. And this gives almost 35% of incentive for the investors who can put up hotels and come up with any hotel infrastructure in the state. So these are the few steps we have been taking to promote the hidden destinations of Odisha.
So Vivekji, you talked about Meghdutam, and straight away, the reclaim also came from Maharashtra, that Ramtek is with us. You may claim that Meghdutam was written in Chhattisgarh, but when tourists, wants to tell Kalidasa and his work, and how do you ensure that you start working with Maharashtra, so that if tourist comes to Ramtek, he also should come to Chhattisgarh and visit the places? Or if I'll ask him also the reverse question, Mr. Jaiswal, that if somebody is going to Chhattisgarh and he should also come to Ramtek, how are you ensuring? This is just a case in study we are taking. I asked Mr. Mahapatra also that, Bodh Gaya, Sarnath and other places, they take the limelight. But if you have to have, a mental space of the tourists, you also have to build it up and also work with the other states. How do you do it?
Chhattisgarh is one state which is being bordered by 7 other states. Maharashtra is one of them. We have started our marketing strategy in such a way that we are now organizing our road shows, where we are taking our stakeholders, our tour operators, and making them meet the tour operators and the hospitality sector people from the adjoining states. Only 10 days ago, we had our road show in Odisha, and our next road show is planned in Maharashtra. So this is how we are making a common circuits. So a person who is coming till the border of Chhattisgarh has to come into Chhattisgarh. So that will happen when the stakeholders of both the states sit together and plan their marketing strategy in such a way that they have a cooperative attitude towards each other. And this is how, see, tourism is all about selling stories, So you create stories, you sell stories, and people who come and see and feel, about the stories being given to them by the guides. So this is how we are trying to create, we are since landlocked from all the sides. We don't have the liberty of, talking about the beaches. Yes, we definitely have some very big lakes which look like beaches, and we promote them also like a mini Goa type of a thing or mini Mauritius type of a thing. So we are selling stories like that, and at the same time we are developing a cooperative attitude with the adjoining states. So we have been in touch with Mr. Jaiswal, with Deepak ji, Dipankar Mohapatra ji. So we are working together, all the adjoining states, to develop tourism as a single package rather than being a state-specific package. And coming back to the the missed opportunity that I had about Bastar, I'll just take a minute about Bastar. Specifically talking about Bastar, I want to give a perspective about Bastar. Bastar is a place, which is now divided into 7 districts. It was one of the biggest district of the country, even bigger than the state of Kerala. And now it is divided into 7 districts. So as a whole, we talk of these 7 districts as Bastar. After, the LWE problem has been sorted away, we are now trying to build tourism-specific infrastructure in these places so that tourists can go. Number 2, we are now doing capacity building. We are training the tribal youths as Paratan Mitras. And these Paratan Mitras will be the future guides for the tourists in these areas, and this is how the rural economy will grow. And we are also focusing on the tribal villages there.
Acharya ji, I wanted you to talk about, the plan of making this glass bridge, which, we haven't seen, in India. I have seen that in China, but never I have witnessed it. So we are very excited to know that, Chhattisgarh is now thinking out of the box, glass bridge, canopy, adventure tourism, and especially in those areas which were infested. So talk about that.
We are also, in addition to what you said, we are looking for these glass bridges. We are also planning cruise tourisms. See, since we have a lot of water bodies there, so we are looking forward for the adventure tourism. So for every age class, we are dividing the tourists into age class. There is a spiritual tourism for a bit elderly people. Then the present generation, the real generation is more into adventure type of things. So we are focusing on a lot of adventure activities, especially the water sports. So there is a lot of learning to be made from Goa as well. And we have our tourism focused on Bastar as well. So this is how we are focusing on developing the whole tourism sector of Chhattisgarh in such a way that we have a good footfall. And let me tell you, last year we were visited by people from 59 countries, which was unimaginable just a couple of years back.
Yeah, that requires a lot of clap. Thank you. Mr. Pramod Krishnan, gentlemen sitting around you, they are trying to unlock tribal and their forests to the tourists. You have spent almost your career into forests. So from your insights, can you guide them that what not to be done?
That's a good question. Actually, sometimes, I feel that we are facing sometimes second generation issues in tourism. Definitely, that has to be addressed. So for example, I will cite one example. We employed a large number of tribal youth as guides. And that has become the significant tourism income generation possibility. Okay? So a couple of years ago when we visited them back, their women, especially the young women, they were complaining that these boys are not ready to marry from our own community. Then we asked why. They said that actually these boys are seeing every day very fancy looking women. So these are the cultural, because tourism, as you said, any time, just a contamination happens both sides. So we have to, we can't prevent it, but at the same time, we have to address that particular issue right from the beginning, which we didn't do. I took only 1 minute. See, one of the biggest challenges in Kerala is actually what you call reinventing or reimagining the already built-in tourism infrastructure as well as the institutions. So that is in a big way we are doing. One example is, see, the hidden gem, as you asked. It need not be even geographically located. One of the biggest, I went visited Botswana several years ago. 30% of the GDP is coming from tourism. Out of that total 30%, another 30% within that is coming from the sale of curios. So we hardly have any what you call selling curios selling market in our country. You go to Bali, you go to Africa. So we have been now telling that actually every village in the state could have its own what you call particular region specific curios, thousands, hundreds of thousands curios, catering to different needs. That could open up the cultural diversity of the state as well as that should be, in my opinion, that should be treated as a new destination, the curios.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you. Thanks for your insights. So with this, we had a lot of insights that one state has a Chota Shimla, one state has a Chota Goa, and we are in Goa, and these insights I'm sure, will help each other to grow bigger. Thank you. Thanks, gentlemen, for sparing your time and insights. Thank you.
I request all our esteemed speakers to please stay on stage. Can I please have Mr. Raj Chengappa, the Group Editorial Director of India Today Publishing, to come and offer a token of appreciation to all our speakers. Our next session will be a presentation on reviving festive tourism, the Chhattisgarh model. To present, may I please welcome on stage Dr. S. Bharatidasan, the Secretary, Department of Tourism, Chhattisgarh. A warm round of applause, please, for Mr.
Very good afternoon to the august gathering, distinguished delegates and honorable guests from across the country. First of all, I would like to congratulate and thank the India Today group for organizing such a relevant topic at this time when Honorable PM has appealed to the citizens that Deco India, or at this juncture, it's very relevant. When we think of tourism, we often imagine monuments, traveling to abroad, beaches, or seeing the wildlife, or a simple getaway. However, some of the most powerful tourism experiences come from living traditions that continue to shape communities even today. Chhattisgarh offers an unique model where festivals are not merely events, they are expressions of identity, culture, faith, governance, and community participation. Today, I'll briefly showcase how Chhattisgarh is leveraging its rich cultural heritage to revive and strengthen festive tourism. Chhattisgarh, India's 26th state, is one of the country's most culturally vibrant regions. Nearly 32% of the population belongs to tribal communities, representing 42 recognized tribes. The state officially celebrates 89 festivals and it's home to Bastar Dashera, the world's longest festival lasting an extraordinary 75 days. This rich cultural diversity forms the foundation of Chhattisgarh's festive tourism potential. What makes Chhattisgarh special is that many traditions here remain largely untouched by modernization. The state preserves tribal rituals, folk arts, oral traditions, sacred ceremonies, indigenous knowledge systems, and community celebrations that have been practiced for centuries. For tourists, this means experiencing culture in its most authentic form, not as a staged performance, but as a living reality. Major tribal communities such as the Gond, Halba, Bega, Muria, Maria, and Oraon contribute unique traditions, languages, and art forms. The state is renowned for the Dokra metal craft, bamboo weaving, tribal jewelry, terracotta art, traditional paintings, Pithora paintings, Godna, tattooing. The languages such as Chhattisgarhi, Gondi, Halbi, and Batri coexist alongside rich musical traditions like Kama songs, Panti devotional music, Jas Geet, and so and so. This diversity creates countless opportunities for cultural tourism. In Chhattisgarh, festivals serve a much deeper purpose than celebration. They strengthen community bonds across villages and districts, preserve traditional dances and art forms, reinforce spiritual identity, and mark important agricultural and ecological cycles. In many ways, festivals functions as social institutions that keep communities connected while transmitting cultural knowledge to future generations also. One of the greatest strengths of Chhattisgarh tourism model is the year-round festival calendar. With 89 festivals spread across different months and regions, visitors can experience cultural events throughout the year. Bastar alone hosts more than 25 major festivals, followed by Raipur, Bilaspur, and Sarguja. This geographical spread ensures that tourism benefits are distributed across the state rather than concentrated in a few destinations. I will talk about these 6 major festivals. All these major festivals except Rajim are based in Bastar and belonging to Bastar. As in the last session, as the Honorable Home Minister has declared Bastar as the free from the LWE, now that we are having much more potential to see these festivals and explore the pristine beauty of Bastar also. Each festival offers an unique experience ranging from spiritual gatherings and tribal fairs to cultural festivals and ancient systems of community governance. And you can see the festival starts from September till it go up to March of next year. And I will dedicate 3 to 4 slides on Bastar Dashara only, which is the longest festival, as I told already. It's happening, it will happen for this 75 days. It deserves a special attention because it's unlike any other Dashara celebration in India. Instead of celebrating the victory of Lord Ram over Ravana, it is dedicated entirely to God Danteshwari, the revered deity of Bastar. The festival spans 75 days and involves thousands of participants from across the Bastar region. It serves as a grand tribal assembly where village deities are ceremonially brought together. In the last session, my friend Vivek talked about more than 59 countries, people from 59 countries, they have visited Chhattisgarh, and most of these countries they have visited to witness the Bastar Dashara alone. The rituals from the construction of the sacred chariot to the grand Rath Yatra and the traditional Muria Darbar reflect a blend of spirituality, community participation, and indigenous governance. This makes Bastar Dashara not only a festival but a living cultural institution and a major tourism attraction. And these are the the Bastar Dashara happens in 3 phases. And Muria Darbar is the highlight of this entire Bastar Dashera event. And people from all over India and the world, they used to come to Bastar to witness this Muria Darbar alone. The next is like Bastar Pandum, which is a newer but highly successful initiative aimed at preserving and promoting tribal culture. Launched in 2025, it rapidly gained international recognition and entered the Golden Book of World Records as the largest tribal cultural festival. By 2026, the participation crossed 54,000 registered participants across multiple disciplines, including dance, music, literature, cuisine, culture, crafts, ornaments, and forest medicine. It demonstrates how cultural preservation and tourism promotion can work together effectively. The next is Rajim Kumbh, is often called the Prayag of Chhattisgarh, held at the sacred confluence of Mahanadi, Pari, and Sondur rivers. It attracts saints, Naga sadhus, pilgrims, and visitors across the country. The event combines spirituality, cultural programs, heritage temples, and pilgrimage tourism, making it one of the state's most significant religious tourism attraction. Next is the Falgun Madai, which is one of the Bastar's most important tribal festivals, centered around the revered Danteshwari temple situated in Dantewada. It brings together hundreds of village deities and showcases spectacular performances such as the Gaur and Rela dances. The festival beautifully illustrates how cultural traditions, religious faith, and tourism can reinforce one another. Next comes the Ramaram Mela and the Bangaram Yatra. The Ramaram Mela is linked to the Ram Vangaman Path, where Lord Ram, Sita, and Lakshman, when they travel to Sri Lanka, they stayed in the Dandakaranya region, and this Mela highlights the spiritual and cultural significance in this region. Equally fascinating is the Bangaram Yatra, perhaps one of the most unique traditions in India. Here, deities are symbolically held accountable if devotees believe their prayers were not fulfilled. Means the deities whom they have not fulfilled the promises of the promises given to the devotees, they are being held accountable. And for this reason, this particular Bangaram Yatra festival is being conducted. This reflects an ancient tribal justice system and offers visitors a rare glimpse into indigenous belief structures. These festivals showcase experiences that cannot be replicated elsewhere. The impact of festive tourism extends far beyond visitor numbers. It generates livelihoods for tribal artisans and performers, supports traditional craftsmen, preserves the cultural heritage, strengthens the community identity, promotes spiritual tourism, and empowers tribal youth. At the same time, international recognition has helped position Chhattisgarh as an emerging cultural tourism destination. The Chhattisgarh model demonstrates that the cultural preservation and tourism development can go hand in hand. By investing in local communities, supporting traditional artists, strengthening festival infrastructure, promoting responsible tourism, and creating an year-round tourism circuits, festivals can become powerful drivers of sustainable development. I would like to use this opportunity to extend a warm welcome and invitation to you all and the nation and the world to come to Chhattisgarh and experience a different flavor of tourism, that is the festive tourism. And the festival season is about to start, as I have shown in the slide also, after the monsoon. So to conclude, Chhattisgarh is not simply promoting festivals, it's preserving living heritage while creating economic opportunities and strengthening cultural identity. The state's experience offers a valuable model for reviving festive tourism across India and beyond. Thank you for the opportunity. Once again, come to Chhattisgarh and have a glimpse of the grand festivals that are being conducted year-round. Thank you.
please call on stage again Dr. S. Bharatidasan and the Minister Rajesh Agarwal of Chhattisgarh. Please come. We would like to offer a token of appreciation. Can I please have Mr. Raj Changappa, the Group Editorial Director? A warm round of applause, please. Can we please have the chairman too of the board? Thank you so much, gentlemen. And our last session before all we break for lunch, I'm pretty sure all of you would be looking forward to that. But before that, we have a session. We have a tourism minister of Bihar. Just give us a couple of minutes for stage setup, and then we'll start. Reimagining Bihar as a global heritage destination. May I please welcome on stage the Honorable Tourism Minister of Bihar, Kedar Prasad Gupta ji. And to moderate this session will be Anilesh Mahajan, the Senior Deputy Editor of India Today magazine.
नमस्कार मंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है इंडिया टुडे टूरिज्म कॉन्क्लेव गोवा में। बिहार इकलौता स्टेट है जहां पे 4 धर्मों की जो है धरती है। बुद्धिस्ट जो लोग हैं उनके लिए पावन धरती है, सिखों के लिए पावन धरती है, जैनियों के लिए पावन धरती है और हिंदुओं के लिए तो है ही। तो मंत्री जी, हम सीधा पॉइंट पे आते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार जी की जब सरकार थी, उन्होंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर और लॉ एंड ऑर्डर पे काम किया और बिहार को तैयार किया इस सदी के लिए। अब बिहार के लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है नए तरीके की नौकरियां तैयार करने की, नए तरीके के व्यवसायों को बिहार में लाने की, और टूरिज़्म जिस तरीके का वहाँ परिप्रेक्ष्य है और पोटेंशियल है, और धार्मिक जो टूरिज़्म है उसको बढ़ाने का वहाँ पे जो मौका है, उसको ये जो बिहार सरकार है वो कैसे देख रही है, और सम्राट चौधरी जी की और आपकी सोच जो है वो किस तरीके के बिहार की परिकल्पना करवाना चाहती है भारतीय टूरिस्ट को और विदेशी टूरिस्ट को?
धन्यवाद। बिहार के बारे में हम अनुरोध करेंगे पूरे देशवासियों को और आपको कि सोच बदलना चाहिए। बिहार में काफ़ी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर काम हुए हैं। एनडीए की सरकार बनी 2005 के बाद, तब से एनडीए के मुखिया के रूप में पहले नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में और पूर्व उप मुख्यमंत्री आदरणीय सुशील मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार काफ़ी बदला है और अब बिहार में लोग आते हैं तो उनको लगता है कि अब बिहार है। एक से एक पुल आपको मिलेंगे। सड़क की स्थिति आपको मैं समझता हूं कि देश में अन्य राज्यों की अपेक्षा में बढ़िया ही है। पर्यटन के दृष्टिकोण से भी काफ़ी संभावनाएं हैं। आपने जैसा कि कहा कि बिहार सभ्यता और संस्कृति का राज्य है। वहाँ सिर्फ धार्मिक स्थल ही नहीं, ऐतिहासिक स्थल भी है और एक से एक वहाँ काम की संभावना है। और हम आज निश्चित तौर पर कहना चाहते हैं, हम सभी बंधुओं को बताना चाहते हैं कि बिहार के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री, नौजवान ऊर्जावान मुख्यमंत्री सम्राट चौधरी जी के नेतृत्व में बिहार काफ़ी आगे बढ़ रहा है।
तो जो सिखों का वहाँ गुरुद्वारा है पटना साहिब, उनकी बड़ी देर से डिमांड थी कि उसको थोड़ा डेवलप किया जाए, जो विदेशों से सिख आते हैं उनके लिए जगह बनाई जाए, उसके लिए आपकी क्या सरकार कर रही है? और बुद्धिस्ट के जो सेंटर हैं वहाँ पे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय जो टूरिस्ट हैं वो कैसे आए, उसके बारे में क्या सोच है?
देखिए, पटना में, पटना साहिब में गुरु गोविंद सिंह का जन्मस्थल है और वो जो इलाका पहले था बहुत संकीर्ण था। इधर के दिनों में हम लोगों ने लगभग 100 करोड़ से ज़्यादा का वहाँ पार्किंग व्यवस्था और सौंदर्यीकरण का व्यवस्था, और ख़ास करके पटना के जो मेरीन ड्राइव है, मेरीन ड्राइव के नज़दीक से कंचन घाट से उसको जोड़ करके हम लोग काफ़ी आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया, विकास किया। और इससे क्या है कि अब लगभग मैं समझता हूँ कि चंडीगढ़ से और पंजाब से काफ़ी संख्या में उनको मानने वाले, सिख धर्म को मानने वाले हमारे बंधु लोग अब पटना काफ़ी संख्या में आ रहे हैं।
और जो बुद्धिस्ट सर्किट है, बोध गया है और जगहें हैं जो बिहार में बड़ी जिनकी मान्यता है, उसके बारे में बिहार सरकार क्या?
देखिए, भगवान बुद्ध का वह धरती है, वहाँ उनको ज्ञान हासिल हुआ था और यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर पूरे देश दुनिया के लोग वहाँ आते हैं और काफ़ी बोध गया को विकसित किया गया है। वहाँ पे अभी हम लोगों ने 135 करोड़ की लागत से एक मेडिटेशन सेंटर भी बना रहे हैं। वहाँ अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हवाई अड्डा बनाया गया है। वहाँ 5 सितारा होटल बनाया जा रहा है ताकि बाहर से आने वाले लोग अपने देश और ख़ास करके अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर बाहर से आने वाले लोगों को कोई असुविधा नहीं हो, उनके सुविधा का पूरी ख्याल रखा जा रहा है।
मंत्री जी, विदेशियों की बड़ी रुचि रहती है ज्ञान की धरती बिहार पे, और वहाँ पर जो ऐतिहासिक यूनिवर्सिटी है, विश्वविद्यालय है नालंदा का, तो उसमें जो है दिक्कत जो लोग फेस करते हैं वो ये है कि पटना से अगर राजगीर जाना है या नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी में जाना है तो जो सड़क है वो तो अब बन गई है, पर सड़क के ऊपर कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है। अगर किसी को रुकना है, कुछ करना है, या वहाँ पे अगर रहना है राजगीर में, तो रहने की जो व्यवस्था है वो अभी कम है और उनको वापस पटना आना पड़ता है। उसके बारे में आपकी क्या सोच है?
देखिए, अभी हाल में हम लोगों ने लगभग 1000 करोड़ से ज़्यादा का मास्टर प्लान बनाया है और अभी नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी जो दुनिया का सबसे पुराना यूनिवर्सिटी है उसको भी हम लोगों ने बनाने का काम किया है। और पिछले दिनों हमारे देश के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी भी वहाँ गए थे और नीतीश कुमार जी जो हमारे पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री जी हैं हमेशा वहाँ जाते रहे। और अभी हाल के दिनों में हमारे अभी वर्तमान मुख्यमंत्री सम्राट चौधरी जी लगातार मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं और कितना ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अभी तो हम लोगों ने हेली सर्विस शुरू करने जा रहे हैं जिससे पटना से बोध गया हो, नालंदा हो, चाहे वाल्मीकि नगर का सफारी वाला इलाका हो, सभी जगह हम हेलीकॉप्टर सुविधा देने जा रहे हैं, हवाई जहाज़ का सुविधा देने जा रहे हैं, और भी अनुदानित दर पर। उनको अनुदान दे करके हम इसको विकसित करना चाहते हैं। हम पर्यटक को बुलाना चाहते हैं कि आप आइए, और अन्य जगहों से बिहार जो है कहीं भी पर्यटन के दिशा में कमज़ोर नहीं है।
सो आपसे पहले गोवा के टूरिज्म मिनिस्टर आए थे, वो गोवा की बहुत सारी जगहें हमें बता कर गए हैं, कहाँ जाना चाहिए, क्या खाना चाहिए, कैसे घूमना चाहिए। आप यहाँ पे बैठे जो श्रोतागण हैं, इनको कैसे इनवाइट करेंगे बिहार में?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं बताया कि बोध गया हमारे अंतर्राष्ट्रीय हेरिटेज है, वहाँ आना चाहिए, और लोग आते भी हैं, काफ़ी संख्या में आते हैं, और काफ़ी सुविधाएं हैं वहाँ। 5 स्टार होटल भी है, गाड़ी घोड़ा की अच्छी सुविधाएं हैं। मैंने बताया कि हेलीकॉप्टर का भी सुविधा हम देने जा रहे हैं। उसी तरह आपको बोध गया के बाद है नालंदा नालंदा आना चाहिए। हम आराध्य भगवान श्री राम का जो अयोध्या में मंदिर बना है, हम उसी तर्ज पर सीतामढ़ी के पुनौरा धाम में माता सीता का भव्य और दिव्य मंदिर बनाने जा रहे हैं, और रामायण सर्किट से उसको जोड़ रहे हैं। जो भी लोग भगवान श्री राम के दर्शन करने के लिए, पूजा करने के लिए आएंगे, उनको माता सीता के भी दर्शन करना पड़ेगा, और इससे धार्मिक दृष्टिकोण से भी और पर्यटकीय दृष्टिकोण से भी काफ़ी लोगों को सुविधा मिलेगा। और इसी तरह अब काशी विश्वनाथ के तर्ज पर हम गया में विष्णुपद मंदिर का कॉरिडोर बनाने जा रहे हैं। वहाँ काफ़ी पहले से सुविधा था ही। अब आपको बता दूं कि गया में दुनिया के कोई ऐसा देश नहीं है जहाँ हिंदू रहते हो और नहीं आते हो पिंडदान कराने के लिए, अपने पितर को इकड़ने के लिए। उसी तरह अभी हाल में 1 महीना का मलमास लगा है राजगीर में, दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वहाँ, मतलब लाखों लोग 1 महीना में आकर के कुंड में स्नान करके अपने को धार्मिक दृष्टिकोण से पवित्र होते हैं। इस तरह बहुत ऐसे जगह हैं। अब बाबा गरीबनाथ धाम का भी हम लोग जा रहे हैं ये करने के लिए, सौंदर्यीकरण करने के लिए। हरिहरनाथ कॉरिडोर बनाने जा रहे हैं। अभी हाल में ही जो है लगभग 680 करोड़ की लागत से बाबा हरिहरनाथ, जो गंगा और गंडक के बीच में यह बहुत बड़ा मंदिर है, उसका अभी हाल में हमारे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने घोषणा ही नहीं किया, कैबिनेट से पास भी करा दिया। 680 करोड़ की लागत से बाबा हरिहरनाथ मंदिर बनने जा रहा है। वहाँ भी हम अनुरोध करेंगे कि लोग आए, बाबा हरिहरनाथ का पूजा अर्चना करें, गया में आवें। उसी तरह पुनौरा धाम में माता सीता के धरती पर आकर के आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करें। बहुत ऐसे जगह हैं जहाँ पर बिहार के जो है काम हो रहे हैं।
मंत्री जी, जब हम कहीं पे भी जाएं तो बिहार के खाने की बात हो तो लिट्टी चोखा और चंपारण मीट, ये 2 जो हैं चीज़ें जोड़ी जाती हैं। अगर यहाँ से कोई पटना आना चाहता है या बिहार आना चाहता है, तो आप किस चीज़ का न्योता देंगे कि आप ये जो व्यंजन हैं उनको आप उसको तैयारी करिए?
देखिए, बिहारी व्यंजन तो बहुत तरह का है, लेकिन लिट्टी और चोखा लोग आनंद से बिहार जा कर के उसका लुत्फ उठाते हैं। जैसे बहुत सारे आप देखे होंगे, हमारे बम्बई से आते हैं हमारे हीरो और कलाकार लोग, कह लें कि कलाकार लोग आते हैं तो पहले लिट्टी चोखा का ही आनंद उठाना चाहते हैं। तो लिट्टी चोखा तो ही है, और भी व्यंजन काफ़ी एक से एक हमारे बिहार में है।
तो कोई आप बताना चाहते हैं कि ये 4 आइटम हैं, ये ज़रूर खा के जाइएगा? लिट्टी चोखा तो आपने अब पता ही है आपको खाना है।
देखिए, अभी हमारे यहाँ लीची का सीज़न था।
हाँ।
लीची के सीज़न के बाद अभी दरभंगा में हम लोगों ने मखाना का, अभी अपने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने मखाना को इस तरह कर दिया कि दुनिया के लोग उसको अब नाश्ता में मखाना को यूज करते हैं। मखाना
सुपर फूड मानते हैं उसको,
और सुपाच्य भी है, बढ़िया भी है। लीची है, आम है, आपको मखाना है, लिट्टी चोखा है।
तो अगर आपको बिहार में छुट्टी पे जाना हो तो आप कहाँ जाते हैं अपने परिवार के साथ?
देखिए, बिहार में सारे जगहों में, अब जैसे कि आप रोहतास इलाका में चले जाइए, माँ मुंडेश्वरी माता का जो है सिद्धपीठ है, तो उत्तर बिहार के लोग उधर जाते हैं और फिर दक्षिण बिहार के लोग बाबा गरीबनाथ धाम आते हैं, फिर माँ चंडी का स्थान है, चामुंडा स्थान।
केदार गुप्ता जी कहाँ जाते हैं?
केदार मैं तो सब जगह जाता रहता हूँ क्योंकि पर्यटन मंत्री हूँ। और
छुट्टी मनाने के लिए, काम नहीं करना है, फोन बंद है, मेरे को एक दिन रेस्ट करनी है, तो आप कहाँ जाएंगे?
देखिए मैं तो जाता रहता हूँ। दरअसल है कि बाबा गरीबनाथ धाम के पावन धरती पर मेरा जन्म हुआ है, वहाँ बाबा धाम भी जाता रहता हूँ। और कई ऐसे जगह हैं, माँ चामुंडा का स्थान है, वहाँ भी जाता रहता हूँ। और बंगलामुखी माता का मंदिर है, वहाँ भी जाता हूँ। बिहार में काफ़ी संभावनाएं हैं और काफ़ी हम लोग लगे हैं। अभी हाल में आपको मैं बता दूं ना कि लोगों को मैं अनुरोध करता हूँ कि बिहार के बारे में आप सोच बदलिए। न रास्ता का दिक्कत है, न वहाँ किसी वाहन की दिक्कत है, न लॉ इन ऑर्डर की दिक्कत है। आप 12 बजे रात में भी घूमेंगे तो कहीं कोई चिंता आपको नहीं है कि हमें कोई छीन लेगा, हमें कोई हमारे साथ कोई क्राइम कर देगा। वहाँ अभी 112 हम लोगों ने गाड़ी चलवा करके जो है 112 पर डायल कीजिए और 10 मिनट के अंदर में आपको सहायता करने के लिए पुलिस किसी भी जगह हाजिर रहती है।
केदार जी, शाम को गजेंद्र शेखावत जी यहाँ पे आने वाले हैं, उनसे हमारी बातचीत होने वाली है। अगर आपको मैं बोलूँ कि बिहार के लिए 2 चीज़ें गजेंद्र शेखावत से मांगी है, तो आप क्या मांगेंगे?
देखिए अभी हम लोगों ने 2 चीज़ बताया ना कि 2 चीज़ मैंने भारत सरकार को दिया है लिख करके, मास्टर प्लान बना करके। एक तो हम लोगों ने दिया है यह जो गया में जो हम लोग का जो है विष्णुपद मंदिर का जो है उसका हम लोगों ने मास्टर प्लान बनाया है, 1000 समथिंग करोड़ का है। और दूसरा आपने जो कहा राजगीर और नालंदा, ये दोनों का हम लोगों ने मास्टर प्लान बना करके केंद्र को भेजा है। और पिछले दिनों मैं उनसे मिला था तो उनसे आग्रह भी मैंने किया था कि ये 2 योजना को आप स्वीकृत करके हमें पैसा दीजिए कि हम उसको और बिहार को गति दे सकें।
और जो कनेक्टिविटी का इशू है रेलवे का और इसकी आवाजाही, हवाई आवाजाही का, वो आप कैसे रिजॉल्व करेंगे? पटना से अगर गोवा ही आना है तो बड़ा मुश्किल काम है, तो आप कैसे ऐसी चीज़ों को रिजॉल्व कर रहे हैं?
देखिए ये बात सही है। मैं आपको गोवा आया था तो पटना से ही टिकट लिया था, लेकिन दिल्ली थोड़ा देर के लिए मुझे ठहरना पड़ा। तो मैं आग्रह माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी करूंगा कि सीधा पटना और गोवा का कनेक्टिविटी हो। इसके लिए रेल मंत्री जी से भी मैं बात करूंगा। ट्रेन तो शायद आता है,
हवाई जहाज नहीं।
हवाई जहाज के लिए मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि सीधा आए ताकि लोग गोवा के लोग भी बिहार जाए और बिहार के लोग भी गोवा आए।
थैंक यू मंत्री जी, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी मैं आपके जो सहयोगी हैं चंदन चौहान जी, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं और जीएम हैं BSTTC को, उनको आमंत्रित करता हूं। वो एक प्रेजेंटेशन बनाई है उन्होंने
जी।
जो बिहार के बारे में वो बताना चाहते हैं। चेतन जी आ जाइए, हम लोग नीचे बैठ के इनकी प्रेजेंटेशन देखें।
चलिए, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं दिल की गहराई से आज इंडिया टुडे के इस कार्यक्रम में सभी चेयरमैन सहित सभी लोगों को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने इस मंच पर बुला करके बिहार के बारे में बताने का आपने मुझे अवसर दिया है। इसके लिए दिल की गहराई से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और मैं पुनः कहूँगा कि बिहार के बारे में लोग सोच बदले। बिहार में अब किसी अन्य राज्य से किसी भी चीज़ में कमी बिहार में अब नहीं है, चाहे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो, चाहे वो घूमने का जगह हो। और मैं एक बार और बता दूं, मैं वहाँ वाटर मेट्रो भी चलाने जा रहा हूँ। वाटर मेट्रो चलाने जा रहा हूँ मेरिन ड्राइव पर पटना में। वह मतलब वो उसका जल विहार भी लोग करेंगे। अभी तुरंत मैं उसको शुरू करने जा रहा हूँ। धन्यवाद।
प्रेजेंटेशन प्लीज। यहाँ उपस्थित आप सभी को मेरा सादर प्रणाम। आई एम ऑनर्ड टू प्रेजेंट ऑन द टॉपिक ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ बिहार टूरिज्म एंड थैंक यू इंडिया टुडे टीम। लेट अस बिगिन आवर जर्नी टू बिहार। व्हाई बिहार? बिहार ही क्यों? बिकॉज we are one of the world's oldest centers of civilization. Next, please. Because we are birthplace of major spiritual traditions and ancient universities like Nalanda and Vikramshila. We are home to globally significant heritage sites. We have rich cultural, religious, historical, and archaeological assets. And still, we are huge, untapped potential, tourism potential, in fact. We are really highly untapped so far. I would like to say here about the things we are having cradle of Buddhism, cradle of Jainism, and cradle of Sikhism. And we have two UNESCO World Heritage Sites at Mahabodhi Temple, Bodh Gaya, and Nalanda Mahavihar. As far as domestic tourist arrival in Bihar, we are at 11th rank. And in case of foreign tourist arrivals, we are at 9th rank. We are focusing on various tourist circuits like Buddhist circuits, Sikh circuits, Eco circuits, Jain circuits, Ramayana circuits, Shiv circuit, Shakti circuit, Sufi circuit, and Gandhi circuit. The new policies and guidelines notified are important to mention here. Bihar Tourism Policy and Guidelines 2023, CM Bed and Breakfast Homestay Policy 2024, Bihar Pariyatan Branding and Marketing Niti 2024, and SOPs for Mela Mahotsav of Bihar. We are focusing on these areas because religious and heritage tourism, we have great potential. We are focusing on adventure tourism, river tourism. As my Honorable Minister said that we are starting with river cruise and water metro also. Eco-tourism, wellness tourism, MICE tourism, handloom and handicraft tourism, branding and promotion, private participation, tourism infrastructure, hospitality and skill development also. Important thing is fiscal incentive. There is two types of fiscal incentive and interest incentive. Capital subsidy and interest subvention, interest subsidy. You can see, and as time is very limited, so I would like to visit our website also. The additional subsidy also of 5%. They are important. You know, Bihar is known for Mela and Mahotsav. Bodh Mahotsav, every year we celebrate Bodh Mahotsav in month of January. And there is great 3-day international cultural and spiritual festival celebrating the teachings of Lord Buddha. I would like to invite all of you to come Bodh Gaya in January month. Next important is Harihar Kshetra Sonpur Mela. That is also annual Mela in fact. And it's very important and Asia's largest Mela in fact. We have a unique blend of faith, culture, heritage, trade and tourism. And every Kartik Purnima, on auspicious occasion of Kartik Purnima, we start this Mela. We are from our tourism department, we are featuring tourist villages, Swiss cottages and premium accommodation facilities for our tourists. So please come. Next is Pitri Paksh Mela, Gaya Ji, where you can perform Pind dance, Shraddh and Tarpan rituals. That is very important site and very famous all over world. People come in large number here. And the important key pilgrimage sites are Vishnupat Temple, Falgu River, Akshay Vat, Panch Tirtha and Sita Kund. Likewise, Shravani Mela, that is about to start in the end of July month. And it is one of the largest annual pilgrimage dedicated to Lord Shiva. And we, as from Bihar Tourism, we do a lot of things there. Millions of Kanwariyas collect here. They collect holy water from Ganga at Sultanganj in Bhagalpur, and they pilgrims, they take 105-kilometer barefoot journey to Badrinath Dham, out of which a 96-kilometer stretch lies in Bihar. important projects, as our Honorable Minister said about Punora Dham. This is very important, our flagship religious tourism project. Development of Punora Dham, birthplace of Mata Sita, into a world-class pilgrimage destination. It's planned on the lines of Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra, strengthening Bihar's position as a major spiritual tourism hub and projecting Bihar as Ma Sita Ka Bihar. The punchline is Ma Sita Ka Bihar because Bihar को एक अपनी आइडेंटिटी देने की जरूरत है, तो हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि माँ सीता का बिहार और जो भी सीता माँ से रिलेटेड जो भी इंपॉर्टेंट प्लेसेज हैं वो सभी का समेकित रूप से विकास करना. नेक्स्ट इज हरिहरनाथ टेम्पल कॉरिडोर दैट इज एट सोनपुर सारण डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड इट्स ऑन द लाइन ऑफ काशी विश्वनाथ कॉरिडोर. It's a very unique place. Hariharnath Kshetra is a very unique world-class spiritual and cultural destination in Bihar, where Hari and Har, I mean Hari means Vishnu and Har means Shiva, where Hari and Har are revered jointly. They are revered jointly in the unified form known as Harihar. And I would like to invite all of you to visit here. Next is Buddhist Meditation and Experience Center. It's a landmark spiritual tourism project. And the state-of-the-art facility aims to provide here dedicated meditation spaces and immersive experiences based on the teachings of Buddhism. We are providing now many things which we have left so far. 5-star hotels are coming in big way on PPP mode. There are 5-star hotels. Two all are in, they are coming in good shape now, and one is by ITC Limited and other by Taj Group, and other is at Bodh Gaya, that is by ITC Limited. Besides, we are coming with 2 5-star hotels at Rajgir also, and 1 5-star resort at Vaisali. We have launched also luxury caravans are very well equipped in fact, and we have customizable itineraries covering major tourist circuits of Bihar. We are facilitating access to heritage, spiritual, ecotourism and rural tourism destinations. New initiatives, there is proposed MOU between BSTDC and TTD for making Tirupati Balaji temple model at Mokama, Patna district, and one is proposed MOU between BSTDC and ISA Foundation also. That is to be developed on the lines of iconic Adi Yogi statue that is at place Tarapur, district Munger, our honorable CM place. We are also promoting ecotourism and water tourism in a big way. You know that Bihar offers a very rich natural landscape, rivers, forests, wetlands and wildlife habitats. We have Valmiki Nagar Tiger Reserve, we have Bikramsila Dolphin Sanctuary, Kaimur Wildlife Sanctuary, Rajgir Ecotourism Circuit, Kanwar Lake, Begusarai, Ganga Riverfront Eco Zones, where you can watch dolphins also. Water tourism, as you know, it's coming in a big way, especially in rivers like Ganges, Gandak, Kosi and Son rivers. And we are also developing riverfront tourism infrastructure and visitor amenities. We have integrated river with our heritage, spiritual and cultural tourism experience. Example for you all know Chhat Puja. Chhat Puja is very important event here in Bihar, now in fact worldwide. Our important initiatives are, we are deploying AI-enabled 24/7 tourist helpline and emergency assistance system at key tourist destinations. We have real-time tourist information and multilingual assistance. We have enhanced safety, accessibility and visitor convenience, smart tourism solutions, and strengthening Bihar as a safe, smart and tourist-friendly destination. I would like to mention here about Nalanda University. You all know the oldest seat of learning. It's a living continuum, transition from an illustrious past to a transformative present. Bihar has masterfully revived the essence of ancient Nalanda, creating a modern, eco-friendly international university modeled on world's first great seat of universal knowledge. a strategic vision, what we are aiming at. Bihar is aiming at globally recognized destination for spiritual, heritage, cultural and experience tourism. We focus on world-class tourism infrastructure, improved connectivity, and an enhanced, better visitor experience. We are promoting sustainable, inclusive, and community-driven tourism development. And we are working on perception gap, awareness gap, and credibility gap. We are connecting, we are communicating. And from seeing to seeking, in I would like to say that nearly 85% of Indians are interested in understanding and reconnecting with their cultural and civilizational heritage. Bihar, with its unparalleled historical and spiritual legacy, offers a transformative journey from mere sightseeing to meaningful cultural and spiritual discovery. आप सभी से अंत में अनुरोध पूर्वक आप सभी को आमंत्रित करते हुए कहना चाहेंगे, ऐसा है बिहार, अपना है बिहार, जब आएंगे ना बिहार तब जाएंगे दिल हार. तो प्लीज कम, प्लीज विजिट बिहार. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much, Chauhan ji, for that wonderful presentation. It's lovely to see that Bihar, Patna और बोध गया से आगे बढ़ रहा है, अलग-अलग destinations आ रही हैं. I would also request Honorable Tourism Minister Kedar Prasad Gupta ji to please come on stage, and I'll request Manoj Sharma, the CEO of India Today Publishing, to please offer a token of appreciation to the esteemed speakers. Thank you so much. We now break for lunch. It's served outside. Humble request to all of you to please come back to the venue by 3 p.m. We have a lovely music session that we'll begin with, and hope to see all of you back. Thank you.
Wow, क्या बात है. You know why flute is associated with Krishna? Because of its playfulness, and why you think that flute is the most natural instrument?
दो तीन कारण हैं. एक तो अवेलेबिलिटी. उस वक्त बांसुरी इट्स ए नेचर्स गिफ्ट है. तो प्योर बाम्बू मतलब बांस से बनती है. बांस से सूर निकलता है, इसलिए इसको बांसुरी कहते हैं. तो उस वक्त ऐसे छोटी बांसुरी मतलब खेत खलियान में जैसे और पहाड़ में गाय चराने के लिए कृष्ण जी जाते थे, तो वहाँ पर तो ये बाम्बूस मिलता होगा, तो उन्होंने इस प्यारा इंस्ट्रूमेंट को अपना वाद्य बना लिया. और साइज इजी टू कैरी, ऐसा बगल में लगाया और निकल पड़े. और तीसरा है ऑडियंस. वो हमारे जैसे स्टेज पे या संगीत सम्मेलन में बजाते नहीं थे. मैं ऑन लाइटर नोट में कह रहा हूँ. तो उनका ऑडियंस था गायस एंड गर्ल्स. गाय मतलब एक गोपाल, और गाय मतलब गाय कौ, और गर्ल्स तो गोपियां हैं. तो जहाँ दिखे बांसुरी निकाले, शुरू किया इम्प्रेस करने के लिए. वो भी कारण हो सकता है. और चौथा कारण है ट्यूनिंग नहीं करना पड़ता है, क्योंकि बांसुरी तो ट्यून्ड आती है, ट्यूनिंग करना नहीं पड़ता है. जब भी चाहे अभी मैं निकाल के बजा रहा हूँ. आप इमेजिन कर लीजिए, यदि कृष्ण भगवान सितार या संतूर या तबला बजाते तो वो लेके तो नहीं जा सकते ऐसा गले में लटका के या ऐसा साइड में रख के. और गोपियाँ आ गए तो आप ट्यून करके बजाने तक गोपियाँ भी निकल जाएंगे और गाय भी निकल जाएंगे. इसीलिए कृष्ण भगवान ने इस इंस्ट्रूमेंट को अपना वाद्य बना लिया, ऐसा मुझे लगता है. तो कर्नाटक में एक पुरंदर दास करके एक भक्त, कृष्ण भगवान मतलब विट्ठल, पुरंदर विट्ठल बोलते हैं ना, विट्ठल के भक्त है. वो 500 साल पुराना गाना है. क्योंकि बांसुरी को अलग अलग भाषाओं में अलग अलग नाम से पुकारते हैं. जैसा इंग्लिश में फ्लूट, बांसुरी, बंसी, मुरली, कोंकणी में पिल्लू और मुरली बोलते हैं. और कन्नड़ में, मैं कर्नाटक से बना इसीलिए कोळलू और पिल्लंगोवी बोलते हैं. तो पुरंदरदास जी ने एक गाना, बहुत सुंदर गाना लिखा है, पिल्लंगोविय चलुव कृष्ण न एली नोडिदिरी. मतलब उनकी माँ कृष्ण भगवान को ढूंढती है, वो गाना है. मैं थोड़ा सा बजा के
memorable moment recently you were talking to me about? What exactly, I think you played for Mr. Modi?
मेरे लिए, मैं एक छोटे से शहर से बिलोंग करता था. अभी मैं गोवा में सेटल हूँ. तो मेरे लिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के उपस्थिति में मुझे बांसुरी और संतूर बजाने का जो ताज एक्जोटिका रिजॉर्ट ने मुझे मौका दिया, वो मेरे लिए बहुत ही जो गोल्डन मोमेंट करके कह सकते हैं. मैं एक दिन फुल डे बांसुरी बजाए तो, और तीसरा दिन संतूर बजाए तो मोदी जी एज यूजुअल जाने के टाइम पे मैंने नमस्ते किया, उन्होंने भी नमस्ते किया और हाथ आशीर्वाद देके गए। लेकिन जब मेरा बर्थडे नेक्स्ट बर्थडे 9 अप्रैल को था, तब उनका साइन किया हुआ हैप्पी बर्थडे मैसेज आया तो मैं बिल्कुल आसमान में उड़ रहा था, क्योंकि मेरे लिए तो वो पद्मा अवार्ड से भी ज़्यादा है। क्योंकि मैं अपने आप को बहुत छोटा कलाकार समझता हूँ, और लेकिन भगवान ने, कृष्ण भगवान ने मुझे बड़े बड़े लोगों के सामने बजाने का मौका दिया है। वैसा ही दूसरा है, मतलब बहुत है लेकिन दोनों टाइम नहीं है। तो आशा भोसले जी के सामने भी ताज विवानता में ब्रेकफास्ट के लिए मैं बजा रहा था, तो वो 10 सवा 10 बजे आके बैठे मेरे सामने ऐसे ही, और उन्होंने बातचीत करना भी शुरू किया। तो मैंने राग हंसध्वनि बजाया था, वातापी गणपति बजे, उन्होंने गाकर भी सुनाया, मैंने भी गाकर सुनाया। उसके बाद उन्होंने उस्ताद अलाउद्दीन खान साहब, उनके साथ उन्होंने एक एल्बम किया है, उसमें उन्होंने एक वृंदावनी सारंग में एक बंदिश कुछ गाया है। तो बाद में उन्हें जाने के टाइम पे मुझे गा के सुनाया, तो उन्होंने बोला कि आप वृंदावनी सारंग बजाओ, तो मैं उसको प्रस्तुत करता हूँ।
Now to wind up, because we don't have much time, जो गायकी अंग है, जो गाते हैं उसी को आप उतारते हैं अपने इंस्ट्रूमेंट में, तो कितना हम लोग, हाउ क्लोज कैन यू बी विद द ह्यूमन वॉइस, तो उसका एक नमूना आप पेश करेंगे।
बांसुरी वादन में जब तक पंडित पन्नालाल घोष जी ने बड़ी बांसुरी इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं किया था हिंदुस्तानी शास्त्रीय संगीत में, तब छोटी बांसुरी बजती थी, और उन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किया तो भी गायकी अंग में बजती थी। लेकिन पंडित हरिप्रसाद चौरासी जी ने, जो सितार खानीगत बोलते हैं, आलाप झोड़ झाला वाला, वो उन्होंने जब इंट्रोड्यूस किया और सारे देश और दूसरी जगह भी बहुत पॉपुलैरिटी मिल गया इस स्टाइल को। तो दोनों मिक्स करके हम बजाते हैं एक राग भूपाली में।
That was beautiful. Prashant, thanks for coming and making this beautiful conclave more peaceful and more musical.
Thank you so much. धन्यवाद। फिर एक बार इंडिया टुडे ग्रुप्स को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, और जो गोवा के लोग हैं, मेरे गोवा के वेल विशर्स हैं और गोवा के मेरे साथी म्यूजिशियंस हैं, जिनके वजह से मैं आज जो भी मैं स्टेज पे हूं, उनका लव, प्यार और आशीर्वाद और सपोर्ट कारण है, उनको भी मैं थैंक यू बोलता हूँ। देव बरे करूँ।
Thank you so much. I will request Ranjit Sahib to please felicitate and offer a token of our appreciation to Mr. Mahale. Our next session for the day is Catalyzing Heritage, Why the Past is Still the Future of India's Tourism Growth Story. And there's nobody better than Abha Narayan Lamba, the founder and principal architect of the Abha Narayan Lamba Associates, to take us into why our heritage still matters. She's one of the foremost heritage conservation architects. Apart from that, she's a great interior designer as well. And she's played an instrumental role in highlighting and putting our ancient heritage sites on the international map. I will please request Mrs. Lamba to please come on stage and make the presentation. A warm welcome, please, to Abha Narayan Lamba.
Thank you, India Today. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. Today, we've got probably every state government on this summit. And for me, as an architect who's been working for 3 decades in the field of culture and tourism in India, I see this as an opportunity that is still a greatly untapped potential. Because when we look at a country with 6 millennia of architectural heritage and cultural heritage, and we see the global figures, we have a really tiny piece of the pie. And if we see that heritage tourism is, and firstly, tourism is almost 10% of global GDP, and out of that, 40% of tourism is cultural tourism. And while most of the travel and tourism revenues globally are literally taken up by other countries, India has a lion's share of heritage and is not even aware sometimes of the immense potential. Because when we look at globally, and just today, the cultural tourism and travel is 600 billion segment, and we don't even hold 5% of it. So that is something which is probably what the India Today Summit could be a catalyst in. And if every state just looks at their assets and we stop looking at tourism as just a marketing side, if we look at India as an entire package, if we look at it from the global footprint that we have and just the share of the pie that we have, then the job of the tourism secretary or the tourism department should not just be the end. It's the tourism department that needs to network with urban development, with culture, archaeology, heritage, city planning, because what you're doing is, if you're packaging a product, let's say you are packaging a Dior perfume, and you want it to be the quality of a Dior perfume, then the marketing is not just at the end of it and putting it in a package and putting an advertisement. You need to see that when you have not just the Taj Mahal, because I'm just taking that as the most iconic element, but are we expecting the tourist to just appear at Taj Mahal without going through Agra station, an early morning Shatabdi, a terrible ride from Agra station to the Taj, terrible and absolute and utter death of urban planning as we see it today? Even if you land in Agra station at the airport, you are first supposed to get out of the airport with your suitcase, then get onto a non-air conditioned airport bus, and in 45 degrees you'll drive standing, because that bus is packed, in a non-AC bus, and then you alight at one bus adda, and from there your cars come to fetch you. So that is why the narrative needs to change, and the tourism secretaries need to hold the narrative and hold the entire back chains accountable. So everything from metro lines to law and order to the entire visitor experience once they land in India and once they leave India, all that should be what the tourism ministries get involved with. And therefore, when we see what we sell on a postcard of India is this, but then what we see is this. And no offense to Uttar Pradesh tourism, because you are just the poster boy for the rest of it, but here this is not even under the jurisdiction of the tourism department, because this will come under housing, urban development, Sadak Yojana, sanitation, but nobody is seeing what are we doing to put this all in one integrated whole, because eventually all this affects what the tourist takes back of India. The story continues with other towns. What are we doing about, till today in India, we don't have more than 3,900 nationally protected monuments for the entire country of India with 6,000 years of built heritage. And only UK, which is less than the size of Uttar Pradesh, has 1 lakh listed sites. And on top of that, till today, we don't have urban planning guidelines for conservation zones. So we might bring millions of tourists to a town, but the tourism secretary has no say in the urban plans. The same bylaws is a one-size-fit-all in whether you take, any state, and there's no restriction on the kind of construction that comes up. Let's take the case of Goa as well. We were bringing tourists to Goa, and then you have peak areas like Anjuna. There is rampant encroachment, rampant bad dabba concrete constructions. There is no provision for safeguarding historic Portuguese villas. So tomorrow, if one of you decides to buy an old villa, demolish it and put a 6-storied structure within CRZ limits, it's a free-for-all. And by doing that, gradually, we are killing the geese that lays the golden eggs. And that is why now it is beyond imperative at the national level to take stock of what we are doing and how we are going to save our cultural landscapes, and not think in that box of monument-centric approach, but look at a larger holistic approach. And therefore, what should be our priority? And just as an example, I'm taking a few cases out of the page book and the playlist. Now, across the world, countries target World Heritage Sites. It is not any kind of greatness or moral requirement for which countries lobby politically and in every other way, and why China has the largest number of dossiers ready, because it translates directly into dollars. And one of the tools of doing that is to get as many sites listed on the World Heritage List of UNESCO. At a glance, India has 44 sites, and Maharashtra has been extremely proactive and is on top of the pile. States like Rajasthan follow with 5. Uttar Pradesh has 4. Tamil Nadu 4. The rest of them, Madhya Pradesh, Karnataka, Assam, Gujarat have 3. Bihar and Odisha 2, Telangana, Goa, Sikkim, Himachal, Uttarakhand 1. These are both natural and built heritage. Jammu Kashmir has none, Ladakh has none. There are so many states that do not even find themselves on the list, and this is the best way for cities and countries to project themselves, because if you look at the national gross, the capital GDP of Cambodia, it rests squarely on Angkor Wat. The entire number of people who will visit the Louvre exceeds the number of tourists that India gets, and that's my point. So we need to get savvy about it. And over the last 3 decades, my firm and my practice has tried to fill that gap, though it's still something that needs to be replicated at many, many larger levels. And for example, if we look at World Heritage Sites, I've prepared we put Bombay on the map. Now, in spite of 7 World Heritage Sites that Maharashtra have, just the Art Deco and Victorian precinct of Mumbai, which is today a World Heritage Site, has 83 buildings in 1 UNESCO nomination. So you're able to generate a greater impact. Serial nominations is a good strategy to go with. We worked on the UNESCO management plan for Le Corbusier's Chandigarh, for Ajanta, for Mahabodhi Temple, Bodh Gaya in Bihar. We inscribed Shanti Niketan on the World Heritage List for the Government of India, surprisingly not West Bengal government. And this year we have prepared and submitted to UNESCO Sarnath as a World Heritage Site, and I hope by next month it is declared by UNESCO as a World Heritage Site. There are many more in the pipeline. So Jammu Kashmir, we prepared the nomination dossier for 6 of the Mughal gardens. Now for a state like Jammu Kashmir, which doesn't even have one, if you're able to position the 6 Mughal gardens, which are all secular gardens of the imperial Mughal period, that just changes the complexion of the way you're positioning Jammu Kashmir. Not just ki sardi mein aao, photo khichwao, ski karo, but you're positioning it to the epitome of the tourism pyramid, because the city of Bath had a survey 20 years ago where they surveyed the kind of people who visit Bath and then figured out their strategy. And they said, we don't want the hippies, we don't want the backpackers, we want the dinks, the double income, no kids. And they only want cultural tourism. And then they prepared a scheme whereby they could extend the number of stays that the high net worth tourist would come there. So instead of, for sites like Ladakh, Jammu Kashmir, it's not the numbers that get your game up. It is the quality of the tourist that comes, the amount of money they're willing to pay, and how the local economy is enriched and empowered by that. So yes, these are still in the pipeline and yet to go, because now every country can only send one. So Mandu, even Hyderabad does not still have Charminar as a World Heritage Site, sadly. The other tool in your toolbox as a Department of Culture, or Tourism Ministry, is of intangible cultural heritage. So one is the World Heritage Sites, which are 44, and then the other toolbox is of intangible cultural heritage, which includes crafts, art, culture. So that is what, again, positions your craftsmen on the world map. It gets your craftsmen the prices that sustain them and stops exploitation. And that is another thing we know across India. Every state has so much of intangible cultural heritage. We are currently preparing for Maharashtra government Pandharpur Wadi, which is a beautiful pilgrimage to this list. We are nominating Ganpati's, the Ganeshotsav festival. We prepared the dossier, which is now an inscribed intangible cultural heritage of the world, Durga Puja for West Bengal. And similarly, for Patan Patola for Gujarat government, we are for the Uttar Pradesh government working on Azamgarh's black pottery, Kanauj's itra and perfume making. And therefore, it's this also which not only grabs tourists, but also helps sustain the creative economy. The other aspect of this is also Creative Cities Network. UNESCO has a third basket called Creative Cities Network. So whereas Lucknow, that we prepared a dossier for, was successfully inscribed as a creative city for gastronomy, and we'd prepared that 2 years ago for Uttar Pradesh tourism. Delhi needs to be on the creative city of gastronomy. You have the most amazing walks that already have so much information. They're creative cities for music. Mumbai is a creative city for film, and each state should look within its own assets on how this can be positioned. Kohima, for Nagaland, we had prepared the creative city of music for Kohima. And there's just so many, many more. And while countries like China are so aggressively pursuing this, I think India needs to get its act together. Moving on to the next basket of what states need to look at cultural assets for tourism is, of course, monuments. I mean, that's the easiest thing to know. These are some of the projects that we are currently working on and have worked on in the past. But normally you always think, okay, Gateway of India, or we've worked on the management plan for Chhatrapati Shivaji's birthplace and Ajanta. But also, where does the monument stop, which is a central government protected, and where does the community interaction begin? And 20 years ago, I worked on this project in Ladakh, which was not on ASI's protected list. It was a 15th century temple, and we managed to restore it with the local villagers of Basgo. And we did it so beautifully because every local villager provided the material and the labor. That UNESCO's highest award of excellence was won by this one project in 2007. But 20 years later, this model should be there in every state, and that is something that we could replicate. This is another project that we did about almost 15 years ago, Chandramauleshwar Temple, a temple in Hampi where we got an NGO to fund the conservation. Maluti, where the local community of Jharkhand are working on conserving their temples. In Kashmir, we worked on a pilot project for Shalimar Bagh and to restore Shalimar Bagh through corporate funding. What I insisted on was that every laborer, craftsman has to be local. So our art conservator team were all local Kashmiris, led by Dr. Sanjay Dhar. Our structural and civil work was all local craftsmen. The project's taken a long time, but we've ensured that each and every person who's worked on the site is local. And what it does is build that captive audience of skill and upskills that particular community to be able to take up the other projects accordingly. And therefore, conservation should be seen as an enabler for the local community and not as a top-down approach. The fourth toolkit, I would say, in the tourism package, and the easiest and the lowest hanging fruit, is lighting and illumination. How many years ago? Very long time ago. Almost 10 years ago, I got a call from Mrs. Vasundhara Raje, who was Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and she said, Abha, I need to light up Jaipur Wall City, and you have 9 months. And what we did was the first such case where instead of lighting up a monument, we took up the entire walled city of Jaipur, and one realized that in the walled city of Jaipur, when you go in the daytime, there is clutter, there is dhakka-mukki, there are people, shopkeepers and crowds. So you never get to admire the architecture. But if you light up all these buildings at night, you're able to really appreciate the architectural magnificence of the city. And we did not light up the ground floor shops, which were a mess. But that is what was a dramatic change, and in 9 months we turned this around, and this was funded through Government of India Swadesh project, and we managed to create the first heritage city illumination template. After that, we have used that for the Travancore Heritage Circuit Tourism project in Kerala, the Smart City project in Kashmir, where in Srinagar and downtown we lit up these areas. And this is the lowest hanging fruit because here you're not even getting into restoring every structure. If you've lit it up, it looks beautiful. So while the other departments are dragging their feet, at least tourism can get into the action. The next vertical and the next asset that you have are your historic palaces and cultural museums, because these are the repositories of your city's, your state's identity. Every city, every state has one, but unfortunately, most governments perceive this as ये तो राजा का है, ये तो हमारा नहीं है, इसको पैसे मत दो. But that doesn't matter, because when a tourist is coming to your city, that is going to really capture their imagination. We worked on this project, which is Lal Bagh Palace, which had been completely decrepit for years. And then we got Indigo Foundation to fund the conservation of the interiors. Because most government departments, PWD or state archaeologies, are okay with structural repair, but interiors, we make a mess of it. Here we went down to the detail with World Monuments Fund that if there were 32 damask silk upholstered chairs, each damask fabric was individually replicated to match the original design and then reupholstered, and the level of detailing for restoration was impeccable. And that's changed the way tourists visit Indore. Not just that, this is a 20-year-old project that was the first project that I was involved in a palace where everyone from Martan Singh to Shodha Punja, Rahul Mehrotra and I, we worked for it for 8 years and restored Chaumahala Palace. And this was opened in 2006 to the public, and it transformed the way tourists view the Nizami heritage, the Asif Jahi heritage of Hyderabad. Another such project, which was a state government archaeology site and had been dilapidated and neglected for 70 years, was Qila Mubarak in Punjab. And people dismiss Punjab and say Punjab has only agriculture, no culture. But they need to walk through the Qila Mubarak to see the Aleppo glass, Sheesh Mahals, and the beauties. And we restored this, converted it from what it looks like there, first for the state archaeology department, and then the tourism department took out an RFP and brought in hoteliers. And this RFP was won by Priya Paul of the Park Hotels. And for the Park Hotels, then we took on the second phase, where we designed everything from the interiors to the lighting to the garden design. And if you see on top, the masons who are working are 80-year-old men, because Punjab, after partition, had stopped looking at heritage and they thought only industry should be focused on, and they were only repairing in cement. But we wanted lime plaster. And we found these 4 80-year-old geriatric mistris who knew how to work with lime. They trained the entire generation of new mistris in working with lime. And today, this hotel is a signature historic property. We designed, this is a Patiala bar. And this landed up on the pre-Versailles global list of the most beautiful hotels. And how many of you in different states have palaces that look like that? And then we've messed them up with tube lights and pan stains and Godrej cupboards. So another such case was Bharatpur Museum, because I wanted to look at, I'd worked on museums in Mumbai and Delhi, and I wanted to work on a Mufassil area museum. So we looked at Bharatpur, which is a Mufassil town. It's just in the rural area. It's not even a great destination. And we said people go to Bharatpur to see the bird sanctuary. What do they do after the bird sanctuary? That's an early morning experience. So can we restore the existing Bharatpur Museum, which is a state government Sarkari museum? We used state government Sarkari funds and restored it and lit it up. And then Vasundhara Raje decided that since it's lit up so beautifully, let's extend the timings to 9 p.m. And why not? In India, when the weather is so bad in the daytime that no tourist wants to go out, why can't we open our museums to become evening experiences? Prince of Wales Museum, which is now CSMVS, we did a similar exercise and we got some central government funds. But really, the tourism department is what needs to be the integrator. You need to see what are my assets in my city. Doesn't matter if they're government or not. So whether it is the Knesset Eliyahu Synagogue in Mumbai, which is a trust-owned property, or the Opera House that we restored, or in Chennai, the Victoria Public Hall, which has been dead for 50 years and has been now restored and opened up as a cultural site. It's the tourism department that should be listing all the cultural assets, all the cultural experiences, and making sure there's this synthesis between government and state. And therefore, public buildings like the BMC building, which we restored 15 years ago, which became the first conservation plan for a Sarkari Daftar at the largest scale. It was then a 104 crore project. Or Asiatic Society, which was the first PWD funded conservation project in Maharashtra. Or Bikaner House, which I turned from a bus adda into a cultural site, and people who live in Delhi would now go to Bikaner House for cultural functions, for book releases, for art exhibitions. And right on the absolute right is we've got a building called the PWD office, which is a decrepit building in Goa, and we've converted this into this gorgeous, vibrant structure, which is the Smart City head office, and where Serendipity Festival is held. And the government and PWD departments in each of your cities and towns have some of the finest buildings that are rotting away, and my request is to please take a look at them again. And then the final is, what are we doing with our historic towns? In Jaipur, we have the entire city, but in Vadnagar, we are the Prime Minister's hometown. We are working on a pilot project. And what we are doing there, I'm hoping other states can copy-paste, and it would transform the way we see towns. We all know that the only available protection for Indian heritage is state archaeology and central archaeology. There is zero support for privately owned historic towns, or privately owned Havelis, be it Shekhavati in Rajasthan or Chettinad. And in Vadnagar, when I was asked to get involved, I said I don't want to work on a monument, and I want to work on the town's small houses which are privately owned. And we convinced the state government, this is what if you see the bottom row, this is what the street where the Prime Minister lived and where his school is. That is the Prerna School Street, and this is what it looked like. And 1.5 years ago, we made these 3D models, we studied the entire street and explained how it could be conserved. And we worked out a system whereby Gujarat government pays 80% of the cost of conservation, even for private buildings, and the local people pitch in 20%. Now, this is a very poor community, and a lot of people even find it difficult to raise 20%, but we've managed to do this, and by next year, we would have completed about 300 houses in Vadnagar. And these are actual photographs, they're not photoshopped. And if you look at every town, you have far better towns, far better streetscapes, and they're all being knocked down and replaced with Aluco bond and cement. And before it is too late, I urge each one of you to make sure that this does not disappear. And if you can take the Vadnagar model and push that as a local or a state-wise policy, that could be a game changer, and we could save so much of our unsung heritage. And I end with this, my city, Mumbai, and I was a founder member of something called the Kala Ghoda Association. In 1998, which is 26 years ago, we were 5 people. We were 5 citizens who got together and said, let's do something about the city. We took not even 1 rupee from the government. We took 5 lakh rupees from HSBC, and we started something called the Kala Ghoda Foundation. We hosted the first festival in the parking lot, and we got Ustad Zakir Hussain and his father to perform free to a live audience that was unticketed, because we believe that open spaces belong to the city and culture should belong to the city, and nobody should have to pay for music. And we just were these 5 people. We asked these 2 stalwarts to perform, and we got 10,000 people standing. And 26 years later, Kala Ghoda Festival remains a citizen initiative. We do not take money from the government. And with the money that we raise, and we do not ticket art, and with the money that we've raised, we have got some of the best artists to Mumbai to literally perform on the street, on footpaths and on the steps of Asiatic Library. And with that, we have restored buildings and put it all together. So my submission is, please stop looking at just your portfolio of the end packaging and marketing of India's culture. Please get involved with everything from planning, urban development, housing, transportation, heritage, culture, archaeology, and only then would we be able to package our country's tourism as a Dior and not some cheap 5 rupees ka fake bottle that is selling on the street. Thank you.
Abha ma'am is saying she's exceeded the time limit, but that was such an engaging and engrossing presentation, and I think there's a lot of truth bombs in there, a lot of harsh realities, but there's also a lot of hope in that presentation. Abha, I have only 3 questions for you, because we've run out of time, but I definitely want to finally come on stage. So a rapid fire, because favorite destination in India to witness heritage. You are conserving a lot, you've shown us a lot of them, but which one would you recommend to our audiences here?
Oh, there's so many. I just can't do that. I have many. So some of my favorites are Fatehpur Sikri, and to stay in the ASI guest house at night when all the tourists are out, and it used to cost 60 rupees. I think it still does. To put candles in a courtyard in any palace. I did that 35 years ago at Kila Mubarak, and we just put candles in the courtyard and watched it by moonlight. But there's so many. Banaras, there are just too many.
Your favorite heritage hotel in India? You spoke a lot about restoring palaces and making them into hotels. Which is your favorite heritage hotel here?
My favorite heritage hotel is the Ranbas Palace in Patiala, which we've just restored, but we are currently working in a beautiful palace in Chhattisgarh, which has no heritage hotels, and it's called Ambikapur, the Raghunath Palace, and if you wait a year, that's going to be my favorite palace.
And a site that you are itching to get your hands on. You have a lot of tourism secretaries and ministers here. One that you want to get your hands on.
I want to get my hands on a site that is not just limited to the 100-meter ka boundary and the fence around an ASI monument. I want a site where we can integrate Charminar to the Qutub Shahi mosques and to Chowmahalla holistically, or take up Agra and look at the Tajganj and interface between Taj holistically. I think we just need to look at holistic conservation and management of our cities.
May your tribe and may your firm thrive, Abha, because I think the work that you're doing is stupendous, and I think it's inspiring for a lot of people to know that we need to value our past as well. Thank you so much, Abha Narayan Lamba, for coming here and gracing us with your presence. I would request Raj Chengappa, the Group Editorial Director, to please offer a token of appreciation to Abha.
Really awesome. Oh, thanks.
As we set the stage, we have a wonderful session on the Northeast, a lesser known, a lesser explored region which we hope through this session you'll be tempted to visit as well. commence with our next session, Special Showcase Northeast India, Reimagining Domestic Tourism in India's Most Undiscovered Region. The panelists today are, and I please ask them to come on stage, Jahnavi Phukan, the co-founder of Jungle Travels India and Assam Bengal Navigation Company, Larsing Ming Savyan, hospitality leader, sports administrator of Meghalaya, and Oken Tayang, MLA, Arunachal Pradesh, and tourism pioneer. And there's no better than my colleague Kaushik Deka, who is the managing editor of India Today magazine and the editor of India Today NE. Over to you, Kaushik.
Thank you, Suhani, and good afternoon to everyone. This is a showcase of India's Northeast, if I can say so, the flavor of this decade, especially after Modi government took charge. The northeastern states are getting a lot of attention. Also, it has become a very emerging tourist destination, and we have with us 3 pioneers of tourism in Northeast, and they have been promoting tourism in Assam and other states, other 8 states, even before it became the flavor of the decade. So I'll start with Jahnavi Phukan, who probably started at the start of this century. Your company means basically Assam Bengal Navigation. It has been doing a lot of work on river tourism, on Brahmaputra, cruise and so many things, which at the moment even the Prime Minister is paying a lot of attention to. But still, the potential of Brahmaputra, perhaps the most beautiful and the most devastating river in this country, it hasn't reached its true potential. We talk a lot about Brahmaputra, the only male river in the country. Why is it so? Means where is it that we can move beyond certain points?
Thank you for that question. Happy to be here today with India Today Group. We brought about the Brahmaputra River, India's second, 2 of the greatest Himalayan rivers, and the Brahmaputra Valley. You know, when we started in 2003, it was just told that no one can navigate this river. It was unnavigable. But we came forward, and long-distance river cruising took place, and it continues to this day. We do have other cruise companies who have now tried to come into the market. 2, 3 cruise liners are here. But besides the fact that it's a very niche tourism, river tourism is what we are doing in Assam is very niche. But we would also talk about the opportunities it would have for small river boats maybe. We also were the ones who started the houseboats, where we can have just a 3-man staff handling, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and they will also do well. But it is a particular type of audience who are going for these river cruises. Maybe it's the marketing hasn't been done adequately, but it needs a particular kind of niche cruise, lovers who will come for this. We don't think it is a market for mass tourism. We have others who have, I think Varanasi has tried to get in larger ships with groups traveling, but that doesn't serve the purpose. The Brahmaputra should be handled in a very unique way. If you can market smaller destinations along the way, show the riverine communities, life along the rivers for the audience who understand, who respect that, and then go into our smaller areas, our villages. So it's a very different kind of tourism, which I don't know how many are ready for. But when you talk about the other development of the Brahmaputra River, what the government is talking about, That's a large-scale
With an
commercial
union
operation.
minister from our state.
Yes, that's for the commercial operations. The large, they are expected large passenger ships to come in, the large transportation ships to come in. After all, that was how the river was perceived that time, for transport, for trade and commerce. That hasn't developed to this degree as yet. But in the river cruising with the Brahmaputra and its tremendous potential, that is something that the niche river cruising market has the potential to grow to.
Mr. Tang, I see you as a tourism pioneer, and now you are on the other side. You are also a politician, policy maker, and you have been promoting in Siang adventure tourism since, again, 2003, if I am not wrong. So, because you are on the both sides, so how do you see that where the policy makers or the government agencies go wrong in interpreting tourism or promoting tourism, particularly in our northeastern states?
Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you, Kaushik. You know, in tourism, I think it's number one, you have to understand that you should try to make an effort to make each place special and to stand out from each other. The problem with the government is sometimes they have a blanket policy and a blanket guideline for all the places across the state, which really doesn't work. I mean, the kind of things, kind of policy that you would apply in Arunachal not necessarily work even in Assam or in Manipur or in one of the mainland states. Even in Arunachal itself, certain things that you would try to implement in one district might not work in other district, in other tribe. So what is important is you really have to understand what will work, make a thorough research, get a thorough understanding of, you know, the what kind of intervention you would do for a certain place, for a certain product. So unless you get into really the nitty-gritty of understanding a place and a destination, you know, it's always, we'll never get to the optimized results we want for a destination. So that basically has been the problem. You know, there's certain policies that comes as a national policy, national tourism policy. So you see things that work even in my district, sometimes you really cannot replicate in other parts. So, you know, you really have to get down to details.
Detailing is the key here. Of course, before I go to Ming, Arunachal, apart from many other things, one thing I would like to say that in Arunachal, almost everyone speaks Hindi, and perhaps the most beautiful and cutest form of Hindi is spoken in Arunachal. Coming to Ming, you have been in many roles. You have hotels, you are into sports administration, you had a football club, you are into music. Now, is this, and probably you have touched everything that you can showcase from Northeast. Now, do we see it as a template for Northeast to blend as a package to promote tourism in Northeast? The mix of all these three things and how the government and private operators, they can come together to create a template.
Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Kaushik. Yes, I think you've touched upon what I've done in the past in terms of organizing international concerts. We had Michael Learns to Rock come to Shillong in 21 years back, which is like a generation back. Scorpions came in 2007. And the reasons why we did that was, in a way, we realized that to promote tourism, one needs to first brand destinations. We need to send out a positive image out into the markets, whether it's rest of India or internationally. And I must say that I'm saying this having been fairly influenced by Goa back in the days, because during my college days I used to come very often to Goa. And somewhere I saw the vibe of Goa very, very similar to Meghalaya, at least Shillong. So I used to say that what Goa is to the ocean, Shillong is to the hills. And I think it's with that sort of inspiration that I went back and immediately we organized the Autumn Festival, which was a totally private sector driven festival back in 2005. And from the proceeds of that festival, we promoted a rural village called Maulanong and set up a community guest house. Back in the days, there was no tourism beyond Police Bazaar, Shillong. Thereafter, we did the world's largest drum ensemble. We had about 8,000 drummers, broke the Guinness Book of Records. We did 1,700 guitarists, we broke that record, and then we brought the Scorpions. So that was all part of what you mentioned, branding at that point of time Shillong as a tourism destination, make it cool. And what I'm happy to see is that whatever seeds that were sown then have of course grown much larger in the last 2 decades, and you know what Shillong is of today. On the sports front, well, that's my personal passion. So football was nothing to do with tourism, it was just pure passion, and that's what Shillong Lejong was about. But yes, having said that, we all know that the Northeast has a huge amount of potential in the field of sports, and being one of the powerhouses of sports, not only football, I think that's what will in the long run attract a lot of tourists as well, because I believe sports tourism is going to grow, adventure tourism is going to grow. We are the youngest nation in the world, one of the youngest nations in the world. Very, very few populations of over 600 million people below the age of 35 in this planet. I think that's where we stand beyond everyone else. That's where the future of tourism is. So yes, I think that is something which will also happen as we go along. And so if I may add to what was said earlier, I think Northeast with 4% of the country's population, 7% of the land mass, the only male river running right across the spine of the region, possibly 70% of India's fresh water, large amounts of greenery. These are assets which no human intervention can create. So in the long run, what we need to consider is a very, very regulated approach towards tourism. And for that, Government of India, the various state governments, community and private sector have to work together with this mission plan of creating less footfalls, higher value, greater participation of local ownerships, maybe community, maybe individuals, building skills in the field of enterprise. And the beauty about tourism today is that I think we've done a full circle. People who can afford to pay are tired of staying in the 5 stars and 7 stars. They want to stay in the 5 stars and 7 stars when they're in business trips, when they're on conventions. But when it comes to personal holidays, they're looking for peace, tranquility, and nature, besides culture. So I think that's the roadmap that we need to work for the Northeast, and if we get that right, I think the next 100 years will belong to the region.
An important point you mentioned, that Northeast is perhaps not seeking more and more tourists, but high quality tourists. The footfall you mentioned, and in fact that was the core theme. All 3 speakers, when we were backstage, were discussing about this. Noken is very passionate about it. Why do you think we need lesser tourists now, and then quality of the behavior of tourists? Now we can see on social media the behavior of Indian tourists. It has been discussed a lot in a negative way. So are we seeing that in Northeast also? Are you facing the problem, and what should be done? He mentioned about government intervention also. So from policy and public participation, how can this be tackled?
Yeah, I mean, of late, our people has been in news for all the wrong reasons. Starting with that infamous incident in Bali, and we recently had a sequel to that in the same place. And you see in Swiss, a hotel has issued an advisory specifically for Indian tourists, asking them not to take away breakfast items, to use the cutlery, and to refrain from making noises in the terrace, to be considerate with the other other guests. I mean, why Indians? And some people get very defensive about it, but I think why are we getting this name, from all over the place? And in Northeast, you have the stories, they're just plucking out wildflowers and being everywhere. Then recently in Arunachal, we had a group from, Gujarat, they were chasing us, hurling bottles at each other at midnight. And when the owner tried to intervene, he got attacked. I mean, these are unacceptable anywhere in the world, forget about in India. So I think it's about time that our government has an advisory. Like, for example, the clean Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, I think one of the greatest incentive in recent times in our country, which did not work as much as it should have. So recently we had a judgment from Supreme Court empowering the local district magistrates, local district collectors to enforce cleanliness, waste management, to the extent of, penalizing them and imprisoning them with environmental laws. I think it's about time we need things like that. So I think right now, like for example, Chinese tourists used to be of their reputation, wherever they go, they'll break queues, they'll make noises and fight with people. So I think, few years ago, the Ministry of Culture and Tourism in China had issued a directive asking the citizens to be the ambassadors of their country, behave themselves, refrain from things that would bring bad name to their countries, be respectful of nature, be respectful of other people's culture, even down to, not to break queues and not to scramble for food. I think it's about time we need something like that coming from our government. And I think at this, right now with Modi's putting on board, I think that should really work. So I think it's about time we need a strict advisory. I mean, we're not bad people, but the way we're behaving, I mean, come on. It's really ready, to put it crudely, embarrassing. It's about time we address this.
Jahnavi Phukan, Assam has a lot of wildlife also. You are into wildlife tourism as well, but now Kaziranga is overcrowded. It gets a lot of attention, whereas we have Manas, we have Orang and Nameri, there are others also. So, but the infrastructure, if we look at the other wildlife sanctuaries, it's not as good as in Kaziranga. Even Kaziranga, barring a few, it's not that great. So, what can we do in the state, from the government side, also from the private sector, to build up wildlife tourism and not also make it overcrowded again in other wildlife sanctuaries, means other points of attraction?
I'm so glad you asked that, Kaushik, because the world knows Kaziranga National Park. The world knows the one-horned rhinoceros. But how many know that Assam is also home to the only ape in the country, the Hulok gibbon? How many know about that out of the 7 UNESCO National Heritage Sites, 2 are in Assam alone, Kaziranga National Park, there's Manas National Park. But the concentration is not moving. The focus has to move from beyond Kaziranga. They've done a tremendous job developing the park. Our Sonali Ghosh, director, has done a fantastic job of promoting that and strengthening its roots. But we have to look beyond. We have more than 20 wildlife sanctuaries. We have about 8 national parks in Assam alone, besides the rest of the Northeast. But we need more controlled movements within the park. I see that out of the 3 entry gates, they have controlled the jeep movement, but it's still, I think, larger than Madhya Pradesh. And it creates a lot of noise, disturbance, and besides the domestic audience being noisy as they are, we are losing our foreign tourists. Recently, we had a very large group, American wildlife lovers, who've been coming over the years, and they said that from next year they will no longer, from this season onwards, October, they will no longer come to Assam because of the high concentration of jeeps in the parks, which is a huge deterrent, and they would stick to the other parts of the country. That is terrible news for us. So to attract the high-end tourists who are the paying US dollar customers, we must do a rethink. Because, for the noise pollution, the concentration on this Kaziranga alone, it's really going to be counterproductive. We are hoping Manas is, with the new director, our director Sonali Ghosh are now getting transferred to Manas National Park. They are the endangered pygmy hog, the other smaller animals which are being now, which were in the endangered list is now being recognized. She's doing a lot of work on those front. Those will bring Manas back to focus. We hope there will be more concentration on these areas and develop, say, the Dihing Patkai, the gorgeous national parks. We need more to happen. So wildlife is something that we are very proud about, and we need to protect our assets. But we can only do that if we get the right kind of tourists. And when we're talking about tourism in general, I'd like to also add here that since we started in 1989, the threshold always has to be high value, low volume. And if all our people are, now getting into the tourism mode, they must know that we must, look at strengthening the price line to bring in just the right kind of audience, the sensitive audience, the respectful audience, who we get plenty of, I know, but it's the mass tourism we must avoid at all costs, because otherwise we are also doomed.
Quality of tourists, I'll ask Ming this question because at the same time, the quality of people who are offering hospitality in the Northeast. We see a lot of Northeastern youngsters working in different areas of India, and then they are doing really good job. But when it comes to Northeast, I personally experienced the hospitality staff are not that well trained. We do not get good professionals. Why is that gap? Because if we are coming up in tourism, then why are we not getting the right kind of people in our home sector?
So I think Northeast is ready to kind of upscale its infrastructure in terms of private sector intervention, even at the micro investment level, MSMEs and small guest houses. The good thing that's happened in the last 15, because everything is a growth story, is not about a year or two of work. So if you look at one thing, tourism begins with connectivity. 2013, 9 airports. 2020, 425, we have 19 airports in the Northeast. We've got the Vande Bharat that's reached Mizoram last year. We've got trains going into Pasighat. I just spoke to the Minister Tourism Arunachal, and he was mentioning about highways across the length and breadth of Arunachal. Now, this sort of infrastructure is a game changer for tourism. And the lack of opportunities of the last 2 decades resulted in a huge amount of outflow of youngsters going out and working in the service sector industries, which means that we now have a ready-made workforce to come back not only to work, but maybe even venture into guest houses, cafes and restaurants of their own. We have a great number of chefs, people in the spa and health sector, we've got a lot of service people, we've got front office, everything. So I think I think Northeast is ready now to upscale, because I do believe that we've got to be democratic. So while our cities can be a little bit more crowded in terms of the tourists that come in, because we can't say that, only someone who spends 20,000 rupees a day can come. We have to have bed and breakfasts for even 3, 4, 5,000. But it's about the number that we have, how we control and how we maintain, and about having a very clear-cut, dedicated vision. Now, India being a huge country, there is a central government and there is a state government, and then there is the private sector. It would require a concerted, long-term vision between all 3 sectors to realize and decide that this is our mandate, everyone signs off, and then we do a development plan for everybody. For the backpackers to a certain extent, for the mid-income and the mid-level tourists to a certain extent, and then we create the high-value, high-end tourism which you're talking about, which I think we are ready for because of 2 things. Infrastructure is improved, 3 things rather. Infrastructure is improved, peace has set in, and thirdly, the Northeast is now a region that the rest of the country is very, very intrigued about. There is a sense of excitement and a sense of, general curiosity about the Northeast. The youngsters today in India want to go out into nature. Wildlife has become cool. Nightlife in terms of clubbing and pubbing, maybe not so much with the Gen Z. So that's where I think the trends
I agree.
are.
It's pretty difficult to showcase Northeast in such a short span of time. But the clock has signaled, time is up. We'll have to wrap up this session. But it was really insightful, wonderful. Means, even though I am from Northeast, from Assam, I still learned a lot of things about tourism and other aspects of the region. It's fantastic to have you all here. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time.
Hello. A round warm of applause for all our esteemed speakers. I would request Kaushik Deka to please offer a token of appreciation to our three esteemed speakers. Janabi Phukan, Larsing Ming Savian, and Okin Tayeng. Our next session is going to be a concept that's very familiar to us, Atithi Devo Bhava. Perfecting the art of Atithi Devo Bhava. I would request our esteemed speakers to please come on stage. Timothy D. Shira, the Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare Department, Fisheries Department and Tourism Department from Meghalaya. A warm round of applause, everyone, please. Pasang Dorji Sona, Minister of Education, Rural Works, Parliamentary Affairs, Tourism and Libraries from Arunachal Pradesh. And Shering Thendu Bhutia, Minister of Tourism from Sikkim. And I welcome back Kaushik Deka, Managing Editor of India Today magazine and the Editor of India Today NE to moderate this session.
Good afternoon once again. It's again kind of showcase Northeast. We have three tourism ministers from three states of Northeast, all important states. And special thanks to Mr. Shira, because today there is an infrastructure conclave going on in Meghalaya. Still he came over to attend our conclave. I'll start with you. So, you have agriculture, fisheries and tourism, all three ministries. So, does it help you in building a tourism roadmap? Because these three departments are also interconnected and in some way help the tourists to build an tourism infrastructure in the state?
In order to make you fully understand about Meghalaya tourism development, I would like to tell you briefly how it started.
Okay.
Meghalaya is blessed with many beautiful landscape. And Meghalaya has unique things, say like wettest place on earth. And Meghalaya has this living root bridge, which is never found in the other parts of the world. In spite of this, due to lack of communication and many other factors, Meghalaya have not been developed as one of the most sought after tourist destinations in the Northeast. However, right from 2018, when the present government took over the charge, reign of the government, we have embarked upon a big tourism programs. We have already constructed two five-star hotels, and we have already developed, say, 120 numbers of tourist destinations. And we have embarked another programs, big programs like organizing the festivals. Traditionally, we have many festivals, like this wedding club, like this Nongkrem dance, like Wangala festivals. And besides this, we have also organized this cherry blossom festivals, to where we invite the global artists to perform their music, which attract many tourists from other parts of the country. And we have 100 drums Wangala in Garo Hills also. That also our traditional, and it attracts many tourists from the different parts of the country and from abroad. And we have Megong Festival also. In Megong Festival we have a story. See, our forefathers do not know the months in the season. But when this Megong tree start flowering, then our forefathers come to know that winter already started. So it has a significance. So this festival also we organize, and we invite the global artists also to perform along with the local artists, in order to exploit the latent potentials of our youth. Our Chief Minister has embarked upon a program to exploit those latent powers by encouraging them to organize the music. So also these local music also participate in these festivals, and they perform in many other festivals like these literary festivals, culinary festivals, etc.
I think Meghalaya also has a video to showcase. Do we have the video? I think there is a lag. I'll come to Mr. Sona. If I'm not wrong, 2023-24, Arunachal crossed the million tourist footfall. Okay, the video has started. Mr. Sona, if I'm not wrong, Arunachal had a footfall of around 1 million in 2023 and 24. So the footfall has never been an issue for Arunachal. But now that the private sector players, who also happens to be now part of the government, and others in the previous panel, they have raised this issue that the government or the administration, they need to regulate the footfall in Northeast to protect the environment also and to have a balance of ecology. So, Arunachal government, in your tourism policy, are you focusing on this? How to regulate now footfalls?
Thank you. When we talk about regulating the footfall, I would say it's a double-edged sword. Because when we want to have a niche tourism, then we need to have that kind of infrastructure where we just cater the niche, sector. And Mr. Ming was also talking about, we need to have, something for everyone. And when we say that we want everyone to come in at the same time, the challenge is how do we regulate them, and sensitize them. And I saw that your theme for today's discussion was, perfecting the art of Athithi Deva Bhava. So Arunachal, not only Arunachal, the tribal society as such, I think we have been taught about, how to, develop that sense of respect for the, guests right from the childhood. So it's open in the tribal culture. So the issue here is, when we talk about the northeastern states, with respect to the tourism has come in very late, but now it's picking up in a very high speed. So we need to, like you said, how do we regulate the footfall? It's just not about the regulating the footfall, but it's about sensitizing them, when they, like my friend Okain was also talking about, we creating an advisory for the visitors and our people who also visit outside. So, if you want to regulate the footfall, maybe we, in times to come, we might lose, the tourism industries and the revenue also, and local people who are dependent on tourism. So I said, like, it's a double-edged sword. We need to be very careful when we treat on that part, about regulating the footfall in the state.
Is there a cultural issue also, because the way northeastern people are and many of the tourists from other states of India, language, Arunachal, the language is not that much of an issue, but the way hospitality is seen in other parts and in the northeast, do you see a cultural difference, and there is a need to widely actually sensitize the incoming tourists?
Yeah, obviously, because like we said, when we get a lot of tourists coming into the state, and again, I would like to reiterate the statement given by my friend. Many tourists come in there, look, they're very insensible. Maybe I don't know what is the kind of things going into the back of mind. They come there, they don't respect the tribal culture, and they want to do the way they want to do it. So obviously the advisories for the incoming and outbound also from our place also who goes outside, and it's a very important to create an advisory, because I was talking about this thing with the other stakeholders in the state also, because they also face a lot of issues, because there are a lot of insensible tourists comes in. Recently also in my village, what happened, a couple of tourists came, and I don't want to name the state. They came, they stayed there, and they left the the homestay. They locked the homestays and they left. But they were caught on the way. That's a different story. So these are the insensible, kind of behavior which comes in. So this is a matter of concern, but just because we face some isolated cases like this, we cannot brand everyone like that. But by and large, I feel that our Indian tourists also get very sensible enough, and they try to understand the local cultures. We as a travel people are very accommodative when it comes to the guests coming from outside. We go our way to kind of accommodate them, show our hospitality to them. And this is helping us a lot in, kind of developing the tourism in the state. And I think it's the same with other northeastern states also.
Mr. Bhutia, Sikkim, it's a kind of a pioneer in promoting homestays, particularly in northeast. And how do you tackle this issue? Because community participation in Sikkim the local community participation in promoting tourism is very high compared to other northeastern states. So how are you tackling this issue that all the private party players raise, that regulating footfalls or maybe educating the incoming tourists about northeastern culture?
Basically, in Sikkim, so we are, as you have rightly said, we are pioneering in rural homestays. So whatever hospitality, I mean the Atiti Deva Bhava, it starts right from rural tourism only, because we are like this hospitality thing is inborn quality. So we don't need any skilled, trained skill or some other training to be required for us. So in this field we are quite special. So that's why like we are quite popular in this destination. So regarding the restrictions, you mean the corporate clients too?
I'm talking of when the number of tourists go
Yes,
high
footfall.
up, then as Mr. Sona mentioned about
Yes.
insensitive behavior, not following local protocols, demanding things which are not fair. So that kind of stuff, are you facing, is Sikkim facing that kind of behavior, the ugly Indian tourist behavior?
Not exactly. Till the date, we haven't faced such kind of that attitude or that whatever that I mean the bad attitude or whatever. But in that case, like we are the government of Sikkim, we have got a program called Sikkim Inspires. Especially, we engage all unemployed youth and women to build their skill and capacity building and skill development programs. So during this course of time, so we also train our youth as a volunteer to at least aware those tourists in advance. So do's and don'ts to maintain the sanctity of the culture of the Sikkimis, and what kind of food and what kind of activities are allowed to do. These things are briefed before they check in. So there are some do's and don'ts at the during the time of check-in of the guest.
So I believe community participation, increased
of
community participation could be a solution in that direction.
Right.
Mr. Shira, short question. What is the one unique place or an experience in Meghalaya that you would like the tourists to experience when they come to Meghalaya? The one thing that you think that they can experience only in Meghalaya?
We have the wettest place on earth at Cherrapunji. And Cherrapunji has many beautiful waterfalls also. So I would like to invite most of the tourists to experience Meghalaya at Cherrapunji. Now, we will be developing further to Cherrapunji. Very recently, we have received the sanction from the donor ministry amounting to 250 crores to develop this traditional center at Saichofen at Cherrapunji. We have planned to develop this Musmai Mamlu cave and river banks of the Shala River to develop. So we have many tourist destinations there itself in one place. One advantage of our in Meghalaya is this. So we have other tourist destinations also nearby. So if you visit one place, you can visit another place also very easily, 2-3 places at a time. But in other parts, if we go to visit one tourist destination to another tourist destination, we have to go a long way. But in Meghalaya, it is not so. Very close by, we have another tourist destination.
Connectivity is really good in Meghalaya, I must say. I believe we have two more videos, one from Sikkim and one from Arunachal Pradesh. Could we play this? Are we ready with the videos? Yeah, this is Sikkim.
क्या आपको याद है वो सुबह की ठंडी बयार, जब सूरज पहली किरणें बिखेरता है और तितलियां फूलों से मीठी बातें करने लगती हैं। यहाँ पहाड़ों की गोद में एक छोटी सी जन्नत है, जहाँ धुंध लहराती है और प्रार्थना पताकाएं हवाओं संग नाचती हैं, जहाँ सुबह सुबह चिड़ियों का संगीत गूंजता है और रसोई से ताजे पकवानों की सौंधी खुशबू आती है। क्या आपने कभी खेतों से अपने हाथों से सब्जियां तोड़ी हैं? या बांस की बनी टोकरियां बुनते देखा है? क्या आपको याद है गाय का ताजा दूध निकालना या नन्हे खरगोशों, बकरियों के बच्चों और प्यारे मेमनों को गोद में उठाना? यहाँ गांव की पगडंडियां आपको कहानियां सुनाएंगी, जहाँ हर मोड़ पर किसी बुजुर्ग की मुस्कान मिलेगी। आप तीरंदाजी में हाथ आजमा सकते हैं या ऊंचे झरनों तक रोमांचक सफर कर सकते हैं। शाम को गर्म ऊनी चादरों में लिपटे आप चख सकते हैं लोकल वाइन की मिठास, देख सकते हैं पारंपरिक नृत्य की लय, जहां हर ताल में बीते कल की यादें गूंजती हैं। सिक्किम के इस गांव में सिर्फ घूमने नहीं, जीने का सलीका सीखने आइए। अपनी थकान यहाँ की नदियों में बहा दीजिए और अपने दिल को पहाड़ों की नीरवता में विश्राम करने दीजिए। तो बताइए कब आ रहे हैं? हमारा गांव, हमारा घर आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। सिक्किम का ग्रामीण जीवन आपका स्वागत करता है।
Can we play the Arunachal video also? I don't know who made the Arunachal video, but I know a woman for sure who actually did a solo travel in Arunachal, doing exactly almost all the things that has been shown in the video. So it's not just a promotional video, it can be experienced. But before I let you go, one small answer from both of you, Mr. Sona and Mr. Bhutia. One recommended place or experience from Arunachal, short in 30 seconds.
I won't do justice if I just name one. Arunachal, the problem is, problem of plenty.
I
So
agree.
I would not say that.
I agree. Mr. Bhutia.
Kaushikji, it's quite difficult to say because all the places in Sikkim are very beautiful. So especially in adventure sector, and I mean the famous international destination Zongri Gochala track is one of the best one. And if you want to experience the yesterday only I have, I think, aware of the house, that the high elevation skywalk and the ropeway is again a wonderful, magnificent thing to be seen.
Can't dispute.
Thank you.
Can't dispute.
And just say the video which was just played here is just only one destination.
Anini.
So we have, Anini.
Yes, I know.
So we have that kind of destinations, all across the state.
I can vouch for that. Thank you so much for being here. It was wonderful having you all here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think all of us, after watching those videos, are dying to book our next tickets to Northeast. Having said that, Mr. Dekar, you still have to share the itinerary for the Arunachal Pradesh solo trip. That's Kaushik Dekar's wife went to Arunachal Pradesh on a solo trip. I would request Kai Frazee, the
It was so beautiful, I had to actually call her back, and after 18 days she stayed there all alone, traveling with local people. And she is from Delhi, not a northeastern person.
That's incredible. Kai Frazee, the editor for Features for India Today magazine, to please come on stage and offer a token of our appreciation to our esteemed speakers. A huge round of applause, please, for Timothy D. Shira, the Minister of Agriculture and Tourism from Meghalaya, Pasang Dorji Sona, and Shering Thenduk Bhutia. Wait for the placards to be changed and get ready for our next session. As you would have noticed, outside we have the Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India as one of our associate partners. Tribal homestays are making a huge rise in India. It's a new attraction for tourists and travelers who are coming. So the session will be talking about tribal tourism, homestays and community-led travel. Beyond sightseeing, tribal tourism, homestays and community-led travel in India, I'll request our esteemed speakers to please come on stage. Manish Thakur, the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India. Malika Virdi, founder of Himalayan Arc. And Raj Basu, founder, Association for Conservation and Tourism. Moderating this session will be Jumana Shah, the Senior Associate Editor of India Today magazine.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you very much, Suhani. The earlier sessions were indeed lovely. There's so much to learn, and we never tire. We have with us very, very interesting three individuals who have been going to the depth of India. India is, of course, beyond its hotels, the resorts, everything we experience, but beyond that, we need to feel the people, the local communities, the tribes of India, the ecology of India. And that is where my three esteemed panelists come from. Malika works in the Himalayas. She works with the tribal communities, trains them for homestays, and a lot of work that she will basically, I would want her to talk about. And also, Malika, while we talk about the work that you do, also quickly tell us what are the challenges that you face with them in bringing them up to hosting, tourism, how to, involve tourism with the local communities' well-being and bring them to what the tourists expect and how to enhance the tourist experience. Over to you, Malik.
Thank you for this opportunity. Actually, with so many people from the bureaucracy and the government here, with people from the tourism industry representing hotels, resorts, tour operators, I think these are the two segments that we focus on quite a bit, and of course the tourists. But we often forget the landscape and the people who inhabit it, which means the communities and the places that you actually visit. Who keeps those places pristine, beautiful, maintained for the tourists? So as I see it, if you have a deep sense of ownership, there's not much you need to do in terms of training, but you have to help communities know how to navigate the tourism landscape. There is a power gradient for sure. Yeah. People have income, they come visit your place. Sometimes, people before us have been saying, don't behave very respectfully. I mean, they think money buys everything. Money now, unfortunately, even buys experiences. So I think my work and our community's work has been focused on how do you reinforce the fact that we own that landscape, we are custodians of it. We'll be there long after the tourist has come and gone. If you have that sense of ownership, then tourism can be a livelihood alternative, but it has to have dignity and you have to have ownership. That's something that we basically focus on.
Yeah. So you are the people who define the word ecotourism. I think that is, and sustainable tourism. You work at the heart of it. Raj, tell us your experiences, the communities that you work with. You work extensively in Northeast and the communities there, the tribes there and the tribal areas there. What have been your experiences and your challenges in developing tourism in that area?
The best part of tourism that we are talking about today, when we began with the tourism in the late 80s, tourism was all about, big town cities, airport, hotels. But since 1991, we have tried to, bring in the majority into tourism. That is our villages into tourism that we have always been trying about. And being from northeastern part of India, it was very interesting, where we have, even within the country, so much of lack of understanding or such a gap between the cultures that we have. So we thought that why not use tourism as a tool and baptize people to be Northeasterns? And that's what it worked out very well, starting from, north of West Bengal to Sikkim, going over to, Arunachal Pradesh, parts of Assam, Manipur. What all that we have done is, told the local people not to change themselves to be, to be so-called, approaching tourists or bringing in the tourists and change themselves as per the tourist culture, but maintaining their culture and still communicating what they have in a very special way. And that is what has clicked in Northeast. You just heard our honorable ministers and also our Meghalaya, our leader from there. The way tourism has been put into the Northeast is completely different from the rest of the country. And sometimes I feel we are so lucky that we started late because we could learn from what went wrong in Shimla, Darjeeling and other places in the mountains. So that was an advantage for us, and we really have tried and worked core into policies, into trainings and other factors, and that has worked out very well. And lucky we are that we had a small country known as Bhutan next to us. And you found everyone speaking
work with
about
Bhutan as well,
yes,
yeah.
yes, low volume and high value.
Right,
Everybody is speaking about that, and it's perfectly the Bhutan model that was thought about because they are one of our neighbors who are in between the seven sisters and the brother. So the way it has worked out has been wonderful. But again, when we talk about the Northeast and the rest of India, Arunachal is comfortable with their Hindi and the other language skills. It worked out well. So is Sikkim. So they were the starting states who could come forward and take over the entire thing. But while we look at Meghalaya, see, Shillong does so well with Cherrapunji, but then the remote areas of Meghalaya are still to come into the thing because of the communication which hasn't been able to be settled. So there, again, we are planning on a very long-term basis that how can we get the post offices into, because post offices, postmasters are people who are multilingual. So we use tourism as a tool to communicate what we have. As Malika has just said, the place and the people that matters, and that is what people come there for. Yes. So without that, probably the tribal culture that we are talking about, it is all about sustainability.
Yes, of course. So, Anishi, that brings me to you actually, sustainability. Tribal areas and tribes are essentially, they live in areas which are ecologically fragile. Also the fact that tribal traditions, cultures, their way of life, so introducing them to tourism and having, building infrastructure around it, it is required, it is absolutely necessary, because that allows them to remain true to what they are doing, yet showcase their skills and their culture to the world and make it sustainable. That is your challenge. How do you navigate it? How do you, I see some products outside, they are also a part of tourism experience. How do you navigate that very fragile, delicate space?
Yeah, thank you, Jumana. But before I come to that, I'll take 30 seconds to thank India Today for organizing this beautiful event. I was not really thinking that it will be giving us and everyone, most importantly, sitting together and the peer learning and the peer exposure. I will use this, I consider myself a student wherever I go, and it has been a wonderful experience, not just the hospitality but the way everything is organized. So I thank you, India Today group, for that. Coming to the sensitivities of the tribal culture, I would like to, since we were discussing about Anini, I think Arunachal Honorable Minister made some observations, and then there was a movie also. I remember about 20 years back, my batchmate from the IAS, he went to Anini as an election observer, and he trekked for nearly 2 days to reach Anini. And now we find that Anini is being discussed here in this forum, and then it is the homestay in Anini, homestay facilities, infra, everything. So it is very heartening to note how Northeast has developed over the years. When we had been to Northeast, 20 years back, more than that, we will not even find a single house, apartments were not there, will not even find a single house where tin shades would be painted in red and green, Assam type houses. So we have come a long way. And along with that, of course, tourism has come a long way. Kaziranga, I remember I was in the same district as district magistrate. Now we have numerous extraordinary facilities, and of course jungle travels. They have never extended their hospitality, and we never dare to take their facilities. We just check them on website and we never contact them. So maybe now this time Madam will be hosting us, because now we know each other and we are really looking forward to being hosted by Jungle Travels. So the point is that we have come a long way, and even for homestays we see not just in Assam, we have hundreds of homestays. In Meghalaya, see, I am speaking about entire Northeast. In Meghalaya also, without government support. Now that we are from the ministry, we do want to support, and maybe we want to give them orientation to give 5-star facility, because we don't want tourists who don't go there to spend, just go and make the place filthy. We don't want that. We don't. I'm being very candid in what I'm trying to say. So already these things are happening. In an organic way, we are having development in the entire Northeast. And this entire homestay business is really growing, and we really look forward to it. And the only thing is that we want to add to it is that 5 stars will take some time to come. So homestay is the answer to that. So I think this is something I wanted to share. How much time we have?
We have that. Yeah, please go.
So 2 minutes more I will just say. This is about Northeast. Another my experience I will share about Jammu Kashmir tourism. I went to Jammu Kashmir. This is very interesting, close to my heart, so I am sharing. We went to a place called Gurez. It's the place of Sheena tribe. I don't know how many would be knowing about that. So one has to travel 6 hours from Srinagar. The road is not great, but as soon as you land in Gurez, it's a different world. There is no mobile connectivity, but then there are things which you will remember for lifetime. I remember their hospitality, and just what was added in those homestays. We will have 2 rooms of this size, the dais, and they will give 1 room to me. They will give the other room to the director of the tribal affairs, and they will, the family of 5, they will sleep in maybe 1/5 of the size of the this dais. So that was the hospitality that was extended to us. And let me tell you, Gurez is a place which is on LOC, and we, perhaps people were telling me that like majority population, you would understand how, and demography. But after the event, it was so successful, and the only intervention that the local tourism department did was that they built toilets and bathrooms. Rest, everything. So there was, this was the kind of investment that was made. That's all. Maybe 50,000 rupees or maybe 1 lakh rupees. And the prospect is enormous in those places. The natural beauty, the people. You would think that tribes are like they don't know anything, and then they don't have any exposure. But then the kind of hospitality I received, because Gurez happens to, I want to intentionally share this Gurez experience, because since I was given that very extraordinary hospitality, I think I owe it to them to tell people here just a little bit about them. So the way, like I remember Mr. Umar Abdullah had come as chief guest, LG also had come, Mr. Manoj Sinha, he came in the inauguration, and Mr. Umar Abdullah had come there. The place is on LOC. And Mr. Umar Abdullah, when he started his speech, he said he knows he doesn't have very great security, because CM does not have the, has limited control over police in Jammu Kashmir. So he started his speech. He knows that on the hills there may be people who can just do certain unfortunate things to the event. So he started, Inshallah, जब तक हमारे ऊपर ये कर्म है, तब तक हमारा कोई नहीं बिगाड़ सकता. Because he knows. So the point I'm trying to make is that this is bang on LOC, and it is extraordinarily organized event. Every year they have Gurez festival, and I will urge, like many of the tour operators are here, I would like to urge them that you explore, go there and explore that.
Yeah.
And lastly, just one point, that one place, we referred this to the highest officers also, based on the experience we carried from there, that place, perhaps first time national anthem was played, perhaps for the first time, and Hindustan Zindabad was said in that place.
Yeah.
That is the power of festival, and festival of course is a part of the tourism.
Yes,
I
a
would
part
say
of
that
tourism.
the same idea. So I think this is all I had to say. I think I might have overshot my time, but I
Sure.
thought that this was quite...
No, but that also answers my next question. You've already answered it, which then goes to Malika and Raj about if you could quickly recall an interesting anecdote about how you've worked with a local community and how it has helped them sort of, take better control of their resources, improve their life, change their lives. I wouldn't say improve, but let's say change their lives, help them become more sustainable. And at the same time, a place that you would recommend people you would not know, for a local deep immersion, grassroots immersion, what would you recommend? That's okay, you should go there. What would be your tip, both of you?
I guess every rural community has its own character. And I would definitely say no particular place, but do seek out just sharing a short slice of life with the local community by doing a homestay. But of course, I would say step gently. We have some rules, like people have been talking about, giving advisories to tourists and how they should behave. We have very clear rules. We say, we have a parcha in every homestay which says, it's in Hindi, it says, "Aapka vyavhar hi aapka parichay hai." So it doesn't matter to us whether you get off a fancy car or you've flown in on the chopper, but once you arrive at our place, it's the way you behave with us is how we will then deal with you. So co-create your experiences, because this is what really matters. I think what you've just said, clearly you were moved by your experience in Gurez. It changes the best of us and the worst of us. I mean, it moves us when you actually share time, share a meal, share space. What it does do for the community, it gives them an income that's much needed. I don't think rural communities necessarily need tourism to, sort out our lives, but tourism brings in much needed cash income.
Right.
And if done well, I think it's something that can be a good thing. Yeah.
Okay, Raj.
So, you've talked about anecdotes. I would describe over here, you just heard people, talking about, even Janavedi, she talked about Manas over here, So, it was in 2002 when we had the so-called, the insurgent groups, they had surrendered their, arms, the Boro communities over there, they had surrendered their arms, and we had the Boro Liberation Tigers, APSU, the All Boro Students Union, all of them, who were involved over there. So, looking at our work, because we had initiated the first homestays of the country in Darjeeling back in 1993-94, which was later recognized by the Ministry of, Tourism later. And, knowing our work in Sikkim and north of West Bengal, we were invited by the field director, Mr. Rava, over there to go to a place known as Lakhi Bazaar. And Lakhi Bazaar was one of the most dreaded places because not even a postman had gone there for the last 20 years before that, because of the insurgency problems and all. And so when we were going there, a lot of local people told us, it's suicidal to go there, but we decided to go there. Bad roads all the way from Pathshala, 30 kilometers to Lakhi Bazaar. Took us almost 4-5 hours pushing our Maruti van here and there. It took us a lot of time, And then when we reached there, back then, there was this community who were sitting over there, very young people, and we sat into the APSU, the All Boro Students Union office over there, which was there, and we had all these people over there, and we were to address them, and then come back the same day. And it so happens that, when we sat down there, started talking to them and showed them the printout that time the UNESCO World Heritage Site said that it is the UNESCO World Heritage Site in danger because of the Boro insurgency problems that has happened over there. And that was so, I told them, do you really think, that the Boros have been responsible for destroying their house and they are responsible for that? And all the youth together, they said, no, it is not us. Then I said, then we have to bring it back. We have to bring back Manas, because they were owning, or they were into an area which consisted of almost 500 square kilometers of the core area of Manas. And that gave them a lot of enthusiasm. And after that, we stayed back there without any change or anything. We stayed back there at their APSU office for another 3 months to set up the Manas Mausagendra Ecotourism Society. The entire All Borough Students Union, presidents, secretaries, they became the president secretaries of the Ecotourism Society, the Manas Mausagendra Ecotourism Society over there. And we could bring back then, you know, the people, Mr. Kishore Rao, Dr. Kishore Rao and Dr. David Shefford were in charge of the natural sites of UNESCO then. So we could bring them there, show them their site, show that, you know, how the boroughs were proactive towards conservation, and slowly the site was given back. And today, so much so, not only Manas, we could extend the, like what tourism should do is regeneration. And we have extended the protected area of Manas to create Raimona National Park, which is an extension by the Bodo communities themselves. So you can understand that such a strong tool, that if it used properly and especially by the marginal, you know, the tribal communities, things for the country can change and it can bring back a lot of pride, because tourism, more than economy, it brings in a lot of pride into the people because they get appreciation. And this is where, you know, we get responsible tourists also. Because tourists, when they come to these kind of sites, they are so prepared.
Sure.
They are so much, you know, culture friendly that, you know, it just fills in the places and it goes around as sustainable models for tourism.
Right. Now, these are two lovely examples, Gurez and Manas, how tourism and empowering the locals is turning out to be something like a national pride and something that completely didn't expect. So on that note, our time is up and we shall take a bow now. Thank you very much for your time, ladies and gentlemen. It was lovely.
Thank you very much, India Today, for this opportunity.
I would request our speakers to please stay on the stage. And I will ask Jumana to please offer a token of our appreciation to the esteemed speakers. Manish Thakur, Malika Verdi and Raj Basu. A warm round of applause, please. Presentations from 3 different states coming forth for you. They'll give you a window into the tourism, the culture, the heritage, and the vibrant sightseeing options that are there in these states. We'll begin with Andhra Pradesh. The keynote address for Andhra Pradesh for tourism would be delivered by Padma Rani Sila, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer for the Andhra Pradesh Tourism Authority. Please give a warm round of applause to Padma.
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Is it working? Okay. So good evening once again. Our Honorable Tourism Minister was scheduled to present Andhra Pradesh here, but unfortunately due to urgent meetings, he had to cancel his visit. And I am very much honored to present Andhra Pradesh Tourism. Myself, Padma Rani Sila, I am the Chief Marketing Officer for Andhra Pradesh Tourism. So in alignment with the broader vision of Viksit Bharat, Andhra Pradesh Tourism, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, and dynamic leadership of our Deputy Chief Minister Mr. Pawan Kalyan, who is a star himself, and our enthusiastic guidance under our Honorable Tourism Minister Shri Kandalu Durgesh sir, we have gone ahead with Swarn Andhra Vision 2047, in which we aim to be one of the pioneers, just not in spiritual tourism, but in all segments of tourism, which are like 8 verticals that we have aligned with. So most of the states have been presenting since morning and yesterday also. It's such a pleasure to visit India. Actually, we have so much to offer. In each state has a speciality, and all these specialties are there in Andhra Pradesh. That's what we would like to say. Whatever the biggest attractions like temple tourism of South India is there in Andhra Pradesh. You know, Tirupati is a spiritual capital, and beyond Tirupati we have many other places like Srisailam, Ahobilam, and up to 80,000 temples, small and big together. So ecotourism, Araku, I think you have all tasted Araku coffee, which is a tribal belt again, and Maredmilli and Kondakarlava, we have many such ecotourism spots. And backwater tourism, we know Kerala is topmost backwater tourism, and Andhra has a similar ecosystem where backwaters are really a part of their regular life. And beach tourism, we have third longest coastal line, which is 1,054 kilometers. And culture tourism dating back to centuries old traditions like Kuchipudi, which is special dance of Andhra Pradesh and now renowned throughout the world. And Kalamkari, which needs no introduction at all in the fashion world. And many other things like toys, which are made out of organic paints, like Kondapalli toys, Etikopaka toys, and brassware, and Pundur Khadi. We have many such products which are culture. And heritage tourism, like Lepakshi, Gandikota, and we have beautiful heritage structures which are dated back to 4th century, like rock-cut caves. Undavali caves are Buddhist rock-cut caves which are back from 4th century. And apart from that, Buddhist tourism, we are also home to Mahayana Buddhism. And we have few circuits which are closely related to Mahayana relics. And we are also thinking of going with a twin city in Vietnam, because Amaravati was earlier the seat of Mahayana Buddhism. And adventure tourism, not to say the least, we have even spotted whales in Vizag beaches, where scuba diving is picking up fast, and also other adventure tourism like bouldering, rock climbing, and all these are picking up very fast. And culinary tourism, I've met so many influencers, bloggers who are prominent, and they have visited Andhra and they have recognized and reviewed Andhra's food as most spicy food. So I would brag about our culinary delights. So everything is in Andhra. Today morning I've heard Telangana ministers are saying, except for beach, they have everything. And we say that we have everything in Andhra Pradesh, including beaches, because that's our third longest coastline. So these are some interesting facts. Fourth domestic state where we have most number of visitors, and coastal line I've already mentioned, backwater second in terms of backwater resources, and Gandikota, which is called the Grand Canyon of India, the deep gorge carved by Penna River. And like I said, 80,000 temples and 13 wildlife sanctuaries, 3 national parks, and second largest tiger reserve as well. And we have UNESCO tentative sites which are now participating. And to back this, now we've already discussed many gaps that is undergoing, because we have so much to offer. Then what's the gap? That's nothing but infrastructure. So for the infrastructure gaps, we have the best investor policy, Andhra Pradesh Tourism Policy 24 to 29. And we are giving out subsidies like 100% waiver of capital subsidy and SGST, and only state that has employment subsidy. 50 to 100% of subsidy on EPF and ESI for up to 3 years. That means we are cutting down on operational costs to the investors. So that's a huge click here. And we have given industrial status to tourism. And all this put together, I'm very much pleased to say that in just 2 years, we have attracted up to 20,000 crores of investment in hospitality segment. So just not the policy, the ecosystem is also very vibrant. Along with the policy to support that, we have brought so many other ecosystem structures like single window system and other policies as well. We have brought out 6 policies just in 2 years, like beach shack policy, homestay policy, monument. This is one interesting thing that we have come out. Adopt a monument policy. Because there are so many monuments that needs a little bit of care and nurture, not just from the government, but also the public, private sectors just close to it. And caravan policy, homestay policy, these are all like 6 policies which are supporting the main Andhra Pradesh tourism policy. And with this vibrant policy, we have been able to back these most prestigious brands across the world. These are all partnered with us, and the work is going on very swiftly. Very soon, when you come to Andhra Pradesh, you can definitely see these most popular brands. And not just the policy, we are focusing on the whole experience, right from the selection of the destination to complete experience once they leave the state. So that includes the decision making, which is branding. We have collaborated with almost every segment stakeholders, like OTA platforms, influencers, and branding partners. And for connectivity with railways, we are working on increasing number of flights. And accommodation, we have an ambiguous plan of increasing our keys to 50,000 by 2029. So I'm sure we'll achieve that. And food and beverage, we are going on food trails. We are trying to promote food trails and few events based on that. And local travel. The biggest major part of tourism is not just promoting or infrastructure, it's inclusion of the community. So the community inclusion through experience hosts, guides, homestays, we are all thinking of that. And through our policy, we are giving out these experiences. So in the policy, as part of the policy, we have adopted the hub and spoke model. We divided because Andhra Pradesh extends from the topmost to bottom, it's very long place. So we have divided that into 7 hubs, anchor hubs, which includes Visakhapatnam, the recent capital for Google. It's emerging as tech hub with the recent data center announcement. And also it has every beauty, I would say, that's suitable for leisure segment, both business and leisure. And they have beaches, they have Buddhist circuits, they have culinary delights, they have hill station, which is Araku next to it. So Visakhapatnam has it all. Araku, without saying, I think from morning everyone has tasted Araku coffee. So Araku is one hill station with total tribal tourism, potential for tribal tourism and coffee tourism and everything. And again, Rajahmundry, the confluence of river Godavari and Bay of Bengal. We are celebrating Pushkar, Godavari Pushkaralu in 2027. And Amravati, earlier it used to be the capital of Satavahana dynasty, and it's new modern capital of Andhra Pradesh. And Srisailam, the only place where Jyotirlinga and also Shaktipita both are present. So we are promoting heli tourism to Srisailam from Hyderabad and Vijayawada as well. And Gandikota, like I said, is the Grand Canyon of India. And Tirupati, without even mention, we all know, Tirupati is the most visited temple across the world. And also these thematic circuits, we are developing from scratch. To expand the experience, we have around 21 GI tagged products, including food like laddu and putarekulu and coffee and toys and crafts and everything around which, because this is age-old legacy that's being continued in villages, we want to curate this into experiences. Not just visiting the place, but experiencing the place is the latest crux of tourism. So we are focusing on that. And connectivity, we are trying to pull in more investors to improve the connectivity. And everyone has been focusing on how to give the best experience to tourists. Not just having the heritage or not just having beaches, but about the vibrancy of the location. So for this, we have come out with festivals throughout the year. Almost we have 97 festivals, including local cultural festivals as well, because local deities are there, local festivals are there, which are very vibrant. Apart from that, we are celebrating 8 mega events by the state, like Yacht Festival, Araku Balloon Festival, Flamingo Festival, because the concepts are really good, and also local district festivals. In total, we have curated around a calendar of events, which is very eventful, with 97 events. And with the recent call of Honorable Prime Minister, sir, to explore domestic tourism and curtail foreign tourism. So we have come up with a Holiday in AP campaign, where we are focusing on 4 segments basically, which is culinary tourism, like I was talking to many people here, and experiences. We want Andhra to be the capital of experiences. We have curated over 200 experiences, and for that we are also pulling in people, like experience hosts, guides, stories, and it's mostly how we sell the experiences is important. And my segment, that's recently picking up, and we know the potential of my segment. Future is mice and weddings, because money is there. So most big investors are looking into convention halls and curating the proper infrastructure, and also weddings. Because we have a traditional area called Konaseema, and our diaspora are spread across US and UK and most European countries, where people, almost Telugu NRTs, have associations, huge associations. We are inviting them to wed in Andhra and show their families the culture, introduce our culture to their friends and family from abroad. So we are promoting these 4 segments as part of Holiday in AP. And the seasons, as we all know, Andhra is a bit hot, but nevertheless, at least 10 months are suitable for tourism, excepting for the hot summer season from March to April. Apart from that, each season has a flavor, like monsoons, and everything has a different flavor. And the footfall has increased tremendously. We are 4th largest visited state, and we know already Tirumala being mostly visited by NRIs, because most of the Telugu people, they reside outside, they are treated as NRIs, NRTs. But we are also trying to encourage other inbound tourism, like Buddhist tourism and tribal tourism, culinary tourism, and parts of it. We are pitching in there also. And partnership with stakeholders is most important thing, like I said, the foundation of tourism. So we are collaborating with various segments, not just tour operators, by participating in B2B activities. And also for the safety of tourists, we are collaborating with Rapido and such travel partners as well. So we have trained the guides, like drivers as guides. So it's most safest thing that we are trying it. And we are also making everyone partner. That means anyone can promote Andhra. We are taking their registrations, and we are inviting them to be a part of vibrant Andhra Pradesh tourism. And this was said by our honorable visionary leader, Sri Chandrababu Naidu. No ism stays except tourism. This was told by Chandrababu sir like 25 years before. And till date, it stands good. It's such a visionary statement. So tourism is the engine of future growth, driving economic transformation, employment generation, and cultural promotion. So we are focusing big time on tourism for economic growth and livelihoods in the community. Thank you so much. This is Andhra Pradesh. And one last thing I would say is like we have presentations from different states and they're so beautiful. I feel like traveling first in India. But we almost feel like competitors, that's one thing. I would request our neighboring states and throughout India to collaborate as one whole nation while promoting. Because we have so many commonalities, so many similarities. Thank you so much. When we think of Sri Sailam, we think of Nasik. When we think of Varanasi, we think of Sri Sailam and Rajmandri. When we think of Padmanabha Swami temple, we think of Tirumala. When we think of Bodh Gaya, we think of Amravati. So there's tribal connect between Orissa and Andhra. So we can collaboratively, collectively, we can promote Andhra and other states as well. We can be a part to welcome the world. Let's do that. Thank you so much.
That was valuable words of wisdom, the need for collaboration between states. We all are together in this and not separate. May I please request Suparna Kumar to please, the CEO of India Today Publishing, to please come and felicitate Padma. A warm round of applause for Padma Rani Sila, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer from Andhra Pradesh Tourism. Our next presentation is something that's very essential to tourism. You may go to a place, but what makes the place come alive is the hospitality that you receive, the people that you meet in these hotels. They make the experience comfortable for you and you want to come back again and again. And to shed more insight on this, and the right person to speak about this is obviously Mr. Puneet Chatwal, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer for the Indian Hotels Company Limited, IHCL. Mr. Chatwal, please deliver the keynote address on reimagining India's tourism and hospitality. A warm round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, I got a nice penalty stroke, which I would like to use. So, when you think of hospitality, you think of Taj. When you think of an international brand from India, you think of Taj. When you think of India Today Conclave, you think of Taj. When you come to Goa, you also think of Taj because Taj built the first iconic property in Goa 52 years ago, the Fort Aguada. So let me start very quickly. The time is of essence. India is, despite all the turbulences, expected to be the third largest economy by 2030. At least that's an aspiration. It's seemed very, very close till the dollar lost track, became expensive. But I think when the going gets tough, the tough get going, and the likelihood that we come back stronger is higher. And in that situation, I think as a fast-growing economy, the only economy, major economy in the world growing at a speed of 6.5% GDP growth, has a lot to bank upon, and one of those kind of bank and a giant, as Padma Sila ji said, not just in Andhra, not in other states, could be tourism for India, also in the words of Honorable CM Chandrababu Naidu. By the way, of the 20,000 crores investment they've got, 20% is from us. So that's the kind of importance that we are also giving to Andhra and many other states of India. Important is that today we are, as an economy, we think that the economic value of 1 rupee invested in tourism gets you 3.2 to 3.3, I mean more than 300% return. The expectation is of Viksit Bharat of that 30 trillion, that 10% will come from tourism, which is 3 trillion. That means going from current 250 billion to 3 trillion in the next 22 years or so. In India, there are many states that benefit from double-digit growth. Surprisingly, UP is on there because of maybe the Kumbh and how it surprised the economy of UP. But the traditional winners have been obviously Kerala, Jammu Kashmir, Rajasthan, Sikkim, and of course, where we are all present, that is Goa, where it's been a significant driver of economic growth, of employment, and of the building of the culture. So very, very important, the soft power that culture brings with it comes really through tourism. I think it would be fair to say it's the highest multiplicator of jobs globally. As per World Travel and Tourism Council, 1 of 4 new jobs created globally come directly from tourism. For whatever reason, we have a lot of informal jobs, even in India. So I would give examples here of the shikarawala in Kashmir or the rickshawala in Kashi. You know, these are not counted in formal jobs, but their lives and livelihoods are dependent on this tourism activity, which is very important. But even in the formal sector, we think jobs for capitalizing on India's demographic dividend is not just a possibility, it's almost a reality. So today it's 40 to 45 million jobs. It's been the fastest growing sector in India in the last 3 to 4 years. It's been a high creator of jobs versus traditionally other sectors that were creating jobs are actually now kind of descaling on the job front. And all the studies show that if you invest 1 crore in this sector, it creates 80 new jobs. So I think going from 35 billion in foreign exchange earnings, getting it 12x over the next years is another reality because of the buoyancy in this sector. And I think as you will see in a later slide that we are at a very, very low level of foreign tourist arrivals. I'll come to that in a second. But just about us, if we look at all our brands, I don't know if any one of you would have guessed it. I asked Mr. Puri before I came into this room. We operate, including our homestays, 51 properties in Goa. And we have 26 more under development under various brands, employing 2,500 people directly and approximately 15,000 through the job multiplication factor. I think it would be prudent to say that in 5 years from now, Goa and the larger Goa region for us would be 100 plus properties, which started with just one asset 50 years ago. So 50 years ago or 52 years ago, it was Fort Aguada, and that is the strength of tourism. It started with one asset, and today it is 50 plus. And on the Aguada Plateau also, we are building the largest skilling center that we have put together in the last 3-4 years, because again you'll see later on certain slides that skilling is very, very important, not just for India in all sectors, but definitely a contribution from the tourism sector. I think it would be fair to say we have all the mountain ranges. We have 7,500 kilometers of coastline. We have 43 UNESCO sites. We have metros, beaches, places to worship, whether in Andhra or in Jammu or in south, whether it's Guruvayur or it's Vaishno Devi or it's Jyotirling or you just name it. Everything is there in every part of India. So the opportunity is massive, and of late, of the last 3-4 years, spiritual tourism has not only demonstrated resilience, it has seen a quantum leap that has not been witnessed in the previous 30-40 years put together. I said I will mention about the foreign tourist arrivals. Just the city of Paris gets 25 million, the whole of India gets 10 million. So you can see the opportunity. This is not a complaint. This is trying to, demonstrate to the policymakers, to the people who are present here from different states, that the opportunity level of going from 10 million to what we think is 100 million is a possibility. And if that happens, you can imagine what it will do to the per capita income, what it will do to foreign exchange earnings, what it will do for the rupee becoming more stable and not dependent on what is happening because of your foreign exchange earnings, and most importantly, culture. And culture means the soft power of the brand India. So the brand India is there to benefit from the power of tourism. Another example, a few thousand visitors in the Sun Temple of Konark, but the Sun Temple in Peru gets it in millions. So 1.5 million there, less than 10,000 with us. I think the figures I spoke about already, we have grown at a very small CAGR in this sector. We expect a 3x growth in the 5 to 6 year period now till 2030, but then that would grow ultimately to almost 3 trillion by 2047. The aspiration, and this I also talk a bit on behalf of the other positions I chair, including FAITH, which is the Federation of All Associations of Tourism and Hospitality, is to get to the top 3 tourism economies in the world. We are nowhere close to it, so we could get there, and then you could see what the numbers would mean based on the figures we have today. So we have a long way to go, but a lot of value that is being left behind on the table. I think this 100 million jobs that I spoke about, going from 45 to 60 as a pit stop in 2030, and followed to almost 100 million with a 3 trillion contribution, which equates to 10% of the GDP. There are certain challenges which are being prevalent in this sector. One is your infrastructure gap, the last mile connectivity. We do a great job at the moment in building the infrastructure, but it just started. It's a long way to go. And I think as the connectivity improves, people's ability to travel will improve. And as travel improves, obviously, this sector's buoyancy will improve. Second is financing. Cost of capital is very high, very prohibitive. There are certain reasons for it, and there is limited access to credit available for building, let's say, hotels or restaurants. Policy fragmentation, there is a constant discussion on what the center does, what a state does. For example, if you have an all India road permit for a car, it may be valid, but from a state to state there are different rules too. So you have to get the central permit, but also a permit at a national level, at a state level. As I said, we don't wish to kind of sound as complaining. I think there are 6 P's or 6 possibilities which we think, if were worked upon, this sector could be very buoyant, starting with the first P, which is planning, place, people, policy, processes, and promotion. In terms of planning, I think the seamless connectivity I spoke about, inclusive, responsible, and sustainable tourism with development of new destinations. As mentioned by Honorable Finance Minister, not in this year's budget speech, but the last year, development of 50 new destinations in a mission mode with the states. I think those 50 new destinations need to be spelled out very fast, because they will create the further buoyancy that is needed in new areas of growth. And building multi-activity ecosystems, like building large convention centers, as has happened in Delhi with Bharat Mandapam, with Yashobhumi. What Jio has done to Mumbai is phenomenal, and what's happening in Goa is also spectacular in terms of conference. Of course, we need doubling of airports, but at least 50 more airports by 2030, which is well underway. In terms of place, we spoke about the new destinations, but also ensuring that these places are healthy, they are clean, they have other facilities that are needed in case something was to go wrong. Responsible destination management, and obviously safety and security. So the challenge remains, as we all read in newspapers, that a lot of our concentration of tourism is in 15 to 20 destinations. This is where we get the landslides, this is where we get the traffic jams, this is where the pictures start going viral, but it is nobody's fault. If you build 20 more or 30 more destinations like that, we have beautiful places then that demand could be divided over a larger, a larger area or multiple destinations. So we do need 50, ideally these 50 new destinations to come in very quickly. In terms of people skilling development, human capital, a very, very big opportunity. I don't think we should consider it as a CSR activity. Rather, it's the people who make the place. And we have something very special in India, which not other countries have. That's whether we call it Atiti Devo Bhavo, or the DNA of being a good host, or being very warm, or the warmth of the hospitality that one experiences with India and Indian hotel brands is very special, it's very unique. We can capitalize on that. We should be rewarding, recognizing, and having incentives for the people to do so, and entering into global partnerships. There is no harm in saying we can learn something from someone who's doing that in a better way. So skilling must be institutionalized as a core pillar. In terms of policy, I've said it, I don't know how many times in how many forums, tourism should be given a full infrastructure status. For some reason, 14 years ago, a lot was demarcated out there. It should have in every state industry status. Before me, the speaker from Andhra said, we have given industry status. I don't know particularly about Andhra, but a lot of states announced it, but the execution has not happened. I'll give an example where execution has been seamless in terms of industry status is the state of Rajasthan. So that's where the benefits come in. So you cannot have expensive credit, high capital cost, challenges with the land, and highest cost of operations because you're not considered industry, rather you are taxed the most, your utilities are the most expensive. Obviously national tourism policy or a national tourism board will help. And that will help get you 1 lakh crore of capital to do 2 million additional rooms. In terms of processes, obviously ease of doing business, ease of travel, ease of visas, e-visas, national tourism missions, and also carrying capacity of the tourism destination needs to be promoted. So I think all in all, some things are doable, some are not doable for a variety of reasons. We know that the Home Ministry helps where they can, but there are certain areas where there is a concern, and then e-visas are not possible. But okay, we are also making progress on that front today. In terms of last one, promotion, I cannot talk enough about this. I can only say we have the best spiritual destinations, we have the best medical tourism, we have the best sports tourism, we have now the best state-of-the-art convention facilities, but we don't promote India. We used to promote India under Incredible India campaign, as long overdue. Incredible India can lead to Inevitable India, and it can create a plethora of opportunities, capital, lot of even foreign capital coming into the country, which can help give a phenomenal boost to this sector. So, as I said before, that $1 million invested in tourism marketing budget can create 10,000 incremental foreign tourist arrivals, generating over $35 million in gross economic value. The first slide, 1 rupee invested creates 3.2 to 3.5. That's your maths out there. And I think Atulya Bharat and Atulya Anubhav is definitely possible for a most preferred destination. The opportunity is there. We are all there. Collectively, we can make a difference. So let's lobby for this sector. And this is not all artificial. This is real. This is people-driven. This is skill-driven. And this is fun. This builds character. This builds nations. This builds tolerance. And this builds soft power for the brand India. Thank you very much.
That was a wonderful, wonderful speech. I think I really like the slogan, Inevitable India. And I think that's what we need to take in from this session. To offer a token of our appreciation, I would please request Mr. Sandeep Jacques, the Secretary cum Commissioner, Tourism and Revenue for the Government of Goa, to please felicitate our guests. So please take stage. A huge round of applause for Mr. Chatwal. A small token of our appreciation from the group photo editor Bandeep Singh. Our next session is the keynote address, UP's Tourism New Path to Growth. I welcome Mr. Mridul Chaudhary, Special Secretary to the Government of Uttar Pradesh, Tourism Department and Director of Tourism. A warm round of applause, please, for Mr. Mridul Chaudhary.
Thank you so much. At the onset, I would like to thank India Today Group for giving us this opportunity. Am I audible? I'd like to thank India Today Group for giving us an opportunity. Thank you so much. Why UP? I think if you look at UP, we have the iconic Taj, we have the cultural Kashi, we have the religious Ayodhya, and we have the spiritual Sarnath. What else do you need? I think UP has all, and I was asked to have a short PPT, and it would not be appropriate also for me to include everything, because UP is huge in terms of its tourism potential. But I like to summarize in my short PPT what we are proposing and why we are here. And we would like a lot of not just tourists but investors also to come to UP and invest. Also my wife, she's Special Secretary Industry, she's also here. So we are also looking forward to people who want to invest in UP, and with her being here, I think we are very serious about industries as well. If you'll see, you can see that we are not just the cultural and the spiritual capital of the country itself. I think we are the cultural and spiritual hotspot of the entire world. We have not just the Varanasi, where the footfall in itself is more than 17 crores last year. We had the Kumbh, where we expected not more than 50, but we got almost 70 crore people, and that was huge. Recently, we applied for a UNESCO status for Sarnath, and we've been given a in principle go ahead. So not just 3, now we're going to have 4 UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Also, if you'll see, it's not just the sites. The UNESCO has also addressed the Varanasi as the creative capital of music. Right now I'm staying at Lucknow, and Lucknow has been given the creative capital of gastronomy. And there was Anubhav here as well. I think I didn't get an opportunity to meet him, but I've seen number of food walks that he has done in Lucknow, and I would love to invite all of you to please come and enjoy UP and all that it has to offer. It's a land of diversity, not just in natural abundance, but the diversity of people, the language, the food, the cuisine. We have everything here, and that is why we are saying that please come, look at UP, and if you'll see the increase in tourists that we had in last 3 to 4 years,
It's been phenomenal. We have increased by around 350%, which is a very huge numbers. And the entire footfall we had in UP was more than 150 crores. So we had a very high footfall, and partly it was because of the Kumbh as well. But we are looking at numbers which are very high. And that is why the government of UP is not just inviting tourists, we are also heavily investing on our infrastructure, which can be seen. If you go ahead, we have heavily invested in our connectivities. And as I speak, there's a flight which is landing at Jewar Airport right now. So the Honorable Chief Minister, who had this vision to have this Jewar Airport, it is actually been seen in our eyes. We can see it right now. And because of that, we can see now the international airports have increased to 4. And we have brilliant road infrastructure. I can say with very confidence that if you come to UP, you'll understand the expressways are not for no reasons. They are called the state capital of the national capital of expressways. The UP has invested heavily on our infrastructure, and expressways have been one, and we have tried to give connectivities not just through roads but rails, through airs, and through the waterways as well. Now, in order to tap our potential, we have come up with 12 circuits, and these are circuits where you can see that from Ramayana to Buddhist to wildlife to craft circuits. These are not just circuits which are curated for the tourists as well. Here you can come and invest, and by investing you can get the tourism policy supports these 12 circuits. And if you invest in UP and for tourism, you'll be eligible for those investments. Now UP, we are aware that we are the spiritual hub, and you can see the spiritual triangle here. But as a speaker before me from Telangana was saying that, well, it is important that we should be having destinations which are global in nature. So in compliance to the Ministry of Tourism's guidelines, we have come up with 3 DMOs. We have DMOs are destination management organizations, and taking cue from Government of India, we have already finalized 3 DMOs. And what we are trying to do is we want not just the spiritual tourism, we want spiritual tourism to act as a pull factor for other tourism such as MICE, such as adventure tourism. So if you'll see, in Varanasi we have purchased a patch of around 200 hectares, and we want to develop it as a tourism hub. And we are proposing Varanasi as one of our DMOs. And in that tourism hub, we want people not just to come for spiritual side, but also to come and have MICE tourism, to come and have adventure tourism. And I think it is very important that we not just cater to the spiritual side of the tourists, because when I went to Varanasi, and I went with one of my friends' children as well, they had nothing to do there. So I think a lot of people do come to Varanasi but there is a lot of other sectors where I think we can also improve our tourism. UP is known for its gastronomy and for its skills. If you can see, we have the Mathura Peda, the Banarasi Pan. We have Lucknow is known for its biryanis, and in craft also you can see that there is the Banarsi Sari, these are the Tulsi Malas and the Moonch craft. So through our rural tourism also we are trying to promote these local artisans and our local food. And UP has not just come up with ODOP. We have also come up with ODOC, that is from one district, one product to one district, one cuisine, where we are also promoting our cuisines for individual districts, and we would invite people to come and have them and give it a try. If you look at Butte's circuit, I think UP has some of the best sites and most number of sites. And in order to facilitate tourism in these circuits, recently we had an MOU with the Royal Bhutanese government where we gave them 2 acres of land at a very nominal 1 rupee lease. And they were like, I just came back a week before signing that MOU, and they were very excited to open a monastery and a guest house, because one of the problems they faced was there was no place for people to come and stay in Varanasi in their own cultural background. So we are consistently making MOUs and reaching out to foreign governments so that UP can be promoted. This is some of the ecotourism sites we have, and you can see we have one national park, there are 11 wildlife sanctuaries, there are 24 bird sanctuaries, and we are consistently investing in these infrastructures, trying to make a sustainable impact on the environment so that we can ensure that tourism can happen here. In recent years, we all have experienced that everybody wants to go back to villages, and UP has identified around 234 villages. Each village has its own USPs. Maybe it's the food, maybe it's the art, maybe it's the culture, maybe it's the entire village which is doing something. So we have come up with these sites, and we are investing on these sites through government investments so that people can come from the urban areas and experience the rural life as well. Now, we have recently seen trends that there are new emerging spiritual circuits as well. A lot of people are interested in new upcoming cults and sects. So there is a new circuit that we have introduced, Neem Baba Karoli circuit, and we have seen a lot of interest from the corporate side as well. A lot of people wanted to visit these places. We have identified it as a circuit, and we'll be investing it so that people can come here. Also, UP has a very rich culture of forts. If you look at the Bundelkhand area, the number of forts from Kalinjar to Rani Jhansi Fort. And we also have created a new circuit here where people can come and enjoy the entire fort circuit. This is one of the things we wanted to highlight. Also, if you see now, my previous speakers now, they were mentioning that tourism has, over a period of time, started to become more of an experience. And if you'll see UP, we have tried to put focus on it. So Deep Mahotsav from Ayodhya to Rangotsav at Braj and Kumbh itself, consistently we are focusing on these areas, and we are trying to bring more people and attract more people here. These were some of the UNESCO destinations that I was talking earlier, and these are some of the new recognitions that we have been given. Intangible cultural heritage, we have, for Kumbh, Ram Leela and Deepavali, we have been given. There are new proposals for new recognitions as well. Sarnath, like I said, I think we have got in principle agreement. And Black Pottery, Braj Ki Holi, Perfume City of Kannauj, we were trying very hard. We are very hopeful that we'll get. Now, what I wanted to focus, apart from the tourism side, was that we are now focusing heavily on integrated development of the tourism sites. And through DMOs as well, that we have proposed 3 sites, Varanasi, Ayodhya and Mathura, where we wanted an integrated approach to the tourism, where not only just the industry but all other stakeholders also participate actively so that we can develop these sites where tourism can sustainably come up. And if you see, we are in Naimisharan, where a lot of Indians from the southern part of the country come. We have introduced almost invested around 200 crores in this site. And similarly in Mirzapur and Devi Patan also we are investing this amount of money. So there's a change in the approach as well, where we want to take up individual sites and develop them wholly. Now, coming to the policy side, the policy provides, these are the subsidies which the policies provide. And if your investments are up to 10 crores, we give a capital in subsidy of around 25%. And we have additional 5% for vulnerable sections and the women. And apart from that, we have come up with a new concept of FTDs, which is focused tourism destinations, where on top of this, we are giving another 5% as subsidy. So on top of that, the subsidy could go up to 35% in capital subsidies. And we have in principle approvals for new policy changes as well, which we are hopeful that they'll be notified. The Honorable CM has agreed to them in principle, where the policy benefits were limited to the circuits and to an aerial distance of 20 kilometers. Now we are proposing that the policy benefits would be available to the entire state. So any tourism entity who wants to come in any part of the state can avail the subsidy benefits. Also, there were a lot of interest in wayside amenities in UP, and if you'll go to eastern part of the UP, you'll find that wayside amenities are not as prevalent as in the northern or the western side. So we have also come up with major policy changes where we are giving incentives, policy incentives to the sub-leasee as well. So it was not available to any sub-leases, but now you can always come and sub-lease and get the benefits. Also, if you look, there are a number of PPP initiatives that we have come up with, and we are certainly aware, and like our Chief Minister, we are focusing heavily on industry. And if you'll see, the one which I was talking about earlier was about the Bhutanese embassy coming up with a MOU with us. Similarly, we have gone with an MOU with the Tata Group as well, and they are developing a museum, Indian museum on a 52-acre plot size, which is near to Ayodhya. Also, you can see that we have proposed, like Ayodhya is, you can visit Ayodhya through 6 roads, and at each 6 roads we are giving 12-acre patches. So in total 72 acres we are giving for PPP development. Similarly, if you say we have adaptive reuse of our heritage properties, you can, if you have a heritage property, you can have an MOU with us, and we'll be helping you develop that property. Also, heliports is something which UP was lacking. Now we have come up with around 6 heliports, and one has also started functioning at Agra and Mathura. So this is one aspect also where we are working. And like I would like to sum up is with the saying that, well, if you have not seen UP, you have not seen India. So please come, and come to Lucknow as well. Aiye Lucknow or muskaraiye. Thank you. Thank you for giving me time here. Thank you so much.
As we know that UP is already it has the most number of tourist footfalls, and it's great to see the number of initiatives that the government in UP is taking to drive more and more tourists through new destinations. To felicitate and offer a token of appreciation to Mr. Mridul Chaudhary, may I please request Manoj Sharma, the CEO of India Today Publishing. we move to South Karnataka to deliver the keynote address, Cultural Diplomacy, showcasing Karnataka's many worlds. May I please request Speaker Trilok Chandra, Secretary of Karnataka Tourism, to come.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my privilege to be amongst this august audience here today. As my colleague from UP is saying, you should definitely visit UP. I'm sure all the states in India have their own unique offerings. What holds for Karnataka, I think holds good for the country as well. Our tourism tagline is one state, many worlds. I'm sure India also has the diversity to encompass what many countries in the world don't. So to people who are from Karnataka and visited Karnataka, I'm sure it's an invitation to visit again. And for the uninitiated, I think it will serve as a appetizer, so we would be happy to host you soon. So we have the entire gamut of offerings, right from history, nature, divinity, tranquility, culture, modernity of places like Bangalore and Mysore. The tourism sector is propelled by very strong domestic tourist demand. We are third in the country we are growing at around 6% CAGR compared to 4.89% all India. We cater to close to 10% of all the domestic tourism in India. FTVs after COVID, we have picked up and surpassed what we were before COVID. We are clocking close to around 8.3 lakhs last year. And of course, Mr. Chatwal splendidly explains the economics of DTVs and FTVs. Though nationally the tourism contributes around 5.2%, in Karnataka it contributes close to around 7.2% annually. $2.6 billion is the forex which we attract through the tourism offerings, and close to 6% and 13% direct indirect employment which we generate. We are a gateway to South India and Central India as well. Close to 37 airlines operate out of Bangalore, 30 international destinations and growing, 13 freighters and 75 domestic destinations. The key offerings, of course, the Vijayanagara Empire's timeless capital, the empire set in stone. It's a World UNESCO Heritage Site, 14th to 16th century Vijayanagara capital with over 1600 listed monuments. It's a story in stone itself. I'm sure people who visited will be more than mesmerized. We are trying to restart the Hampi by night. There are partners who are working with us. Hopefully that will add a new dimension to what Hampi offers. The key experiences being the heritage experience, the sunrise, boulder treks, the coracle rides, and of course the guided walks. It's around 5 to 6 hour drive from Bangalore, and a range of eco resorts, hotels and homestays are available. Of course, Mysore Dasara is a monument in itself. It's an intangible asset, and it has its own vibrant history. The Amba Vilas Palace, which comes to life during the 10-day pageantry, is illuminated on most weekends now, so that it adds value. Of course, it is a home to many classical arts, the Mysore silk, the sandalwood, the Ashtanga yoga, and of course, the Mysore Park, people who have had today afternoon itself. So, apart from that, the Srirangpatna, the Chamundeshwari Devi Temple, the Rangantittu, it's around 2 hours drive from Bangalore now because of the expressway. Range of hotels, and it's an ideal getaway for the entire family. Coming to North Karnataka, again a UNESCO World Heritage Site, cradle of Indian temple architecture, Badami, Aihole, Patatkal. It's a unique red sandstone the venue. So I'm sure that will add a lot of value to the history enthusiasts, the culture lovers, and researchers alike. And the newly added UNESCO heritage site of Belur, Halebeed, and Somanathpur, the 11th, 12th century Chalukyan architecture. It's close to Mysore, and it is a unique place to visit. Of course, the latest focus from the tourism perspective has been the coastal Karnataka. Of course, Goa had been the front runner, and our southern neighbor of Kerala as well. But we have a coastline put together more than both our neighbors, close to 320 kilometers. We have 2 blue flag beaches and 6 more in the pipeline. Of course, apart from Mulki and Sasiitlu, which are a growing surfing site, Udupi, Gokarna, and Mangalore, of course, are very popular pilgrimage magnets as well, right from Udupi Sri Krishna, the Murdeshwara, Kollur Mukambika, Kukke Subramanya, and Dharmasthala. And of course, the land of festivals and culture, which was popularized with films like Kantara, which have very uniquely positioned the local culture and the spiritual aspects as well. So the upcoming products there would be the Sharavati backwater river cruises, the beach shack policy, the international cruise terminal in Bangalore. It's a welcome sign that more cruises are turning to the port of call at Mangalore. So we hope to capitalize on that. Next is our hill station offerings of Kodagu and Chikmagalur. India's first coffee estates were planted in Baba Budangiri in Chikmagalur and made their way across India. It has been a very popular destination, and we are into more curated experience of coffee trails and the farm to coffee, coffee cup kind of an initiative where each bean bag is being tracked by the coffee board. Of course, our unique advantage or the strength has been our ecotourism offerings in Bandipur and Kabini. Nagarhole and Bandipur together host India's highest densities of tigers, elephants, and black panthers. The signature safaris in both these places are the major draws. We have a range of resorts there, and it's an all-season draw available, and particularly for a proven appeal for Western Europe, GCCs, and US markets. Of course, one of the major flagship offerings has been our Golden Chariot, South India's only luxury train. It's a unique product, and it is true 5-star hospitality on wheels. So, post-COVID, it has come to full steam now, and last year we ran close to 6 itineraries, and this year 26-27 has been announced, and we hope that we get renewed patronage going forward. Of course, these are our flagship our tourism initiatives in Karnataka. Our focus this year has been primarily marketing Karnataka to the world. Last year we had this Karnataka International Travel Expo. We had close to around 233 domestic and 125 sellers from Karnataka, 93 international buyers. It translated into significant business offerings for the concerned stakeholders. And of course, we have been actively engaging with the world market with participation in road shows. These have been the major our travel markets, right from UK, around top 20 destinations we have been engaging with our embassies across. So in this regard, we started this unique initiative called Karnataka Center for Cultural Diplomacy this year. Bangalore has been uniquely positioned for its various advantages, where we have close to around 30 embassies stationed in Bangalore. So to capitalize on that, to position Karnataka as a globally admired cultural and tourism destination, leveraging cultural diplomacy as a strategic tool for international engagement, tourism growth, and soft power leadership to showcase cultural richness of Karnataka, and of course strengthen diplomatic and cultural ties, promote inbound tourism by curating immersive experiences, support Karnataka's creative economy, and position Karnataka as a soft power leader. We launched this initiative, and we have been organizing workshops and seminars, particularly on heritage conservation, culinary diplomacy, sustainable tourism, and tourism investments, familiarization trips for the diplomats, international media, and influencers, organizing tourism road shows for the foreign missions, and of course having bilateral cultural festivals like French Week, Japan Month, and the Italy embassy is organizing their art exhibition in Bangalore next month. Language and craft showcases, the diaspora engagement with Kannadigaras abroad, and of course media and film collaborations, because Bangalore hosts the International Film Festival every March. So this year we are hoping to partner with Italy as the partner country, because the Government of India has also announced India-Italy Year of Partnership in the coming year. So the key areas of collaboration to grow our tourism economies bilaterally through collaboration, as I said, with cultural festivals, culinary events, art showcases, and of course integrate Karnataka's cultural elements in National Day celebrations of the countries. Engagement in quarterly diplomatic roundtables, themed discussions on tourism, culture, and collaboration. Of course, annual Karnataka Cultural Diplomacy Forum, the consular briefings and joint planning sessions, familiarization trips for the diplomats, partnerships, MOUs, and promotion, of course, to amplify Karnataka's tourism narratives through diplomatic channels, and engaging media coverage in the home country platforms as well. So this was the inaugural conclave where the diplomats from the various countries participated. These are the embassies and honorary consuls which are based in Bangalore. This was the engagement with Italy consulate last month. So thank you very much for your patient hearing. So we welcome you again to visit Karnataka and Bangalore, and we hope to showcase Karnataka not just to our people but to the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chandra, for a wonderful insight into a state which I recently visited. I visited Mulki, and I was quite besotted with it. And yes, the surfing scene is quite dynamic there. To felicitate and offer a token of appreciation to Mr. Chandra, may I please request Suparna Kumar, COO of India Today Publishing. Final presentation of the evening is also the host state presenting partner Goa Tourism. May I please request Rohan Conte, the Minister of Tourism, Information Technology, Electronics and Communications, and Printing and Stationery from Goa, to deliver the address Goa Beyond the Beaches, Redefining Tourism for a New India.
Honorable, a very good evening to all and all. Honorable Tourism Ministers of various states, Secretaries of Tourism of various states of the country, government officials, and captains of the industry, my friends from India Today, the organizers, my friends from the media, electronic and press, ladies and gentlemen. Before I begin, I think I should extend my sincere appreciation to the entire India Today group for bringing this prestigious India Today conclave to Goa. A special thank you to Shri Arun Puri ji for creating platforms that shape national conversations, and to the editorial leadership of India Today for recognizing the importance of tourism as a driver of economic growth, cultural preservation, and national development. I must also thank the India Today team, especially the group editorial director, Shri Raj Chengappa, for choosing Goa as the venue this year. It is always a pleasure to welcome some of the brightest minds in tourism governance, industry and media to our lovely state. Having said that, maybe I would probably issue a small warning to the India Today team. Over the last 2 days, your delegates have experienced Goa's hospitality, culture, cuisine and warmth. Once they leave, I suspect you might start receiving a steady stream of calls, messages and recommendations suggesting that this conclave should become an annual fixture in Goa. And so if that pressure begins from tomorrow morning, please remember that the government of Goa had nothing to do with it. Let me begin with a small and a simple question. When you look at a roof and one tile is missing, what do you notice first? I think it's the missing tile, almost always. It's not about the hundreds of tiles that are still holding the structure together, not the foundation beneath it, not the fact that the house is still standing strong, just the missing tile. In many ways, this is the same story of India tourism today. Over the last few months, we have heard conversations about challenges in tourism. We have heard concerns around international arrivals. We have heard questions about competitiveness. And let me say at the outset, the concerns are real. There are aircraft shortages globally. Airlines continue to face operational pressures. Fuel costs remain volatile. Geopolitical uncertainties have reshaped travel patterns. International aviation capacity has not fully normalized in many markets. These are genuine challenges. But are they the entire story? Or are we only looking at the missing tile? Because when I look at tourism in India today, I see something very different. I see one of the greatest transformations in travel behavior that this country has ever witnessed. I see Indians travel much more than ever before. I see families taking shorter but more frequent holidays. I see young professionals choosing experiences over possessions. I see travelers seeking authenticity over standardization. I see people traveling not just to see a destination, but to understand it. And not just to consume culture, but to participate in it. Not just to take photographs, but to create memories. If there is one initiative that is anticipated, this shift in traveler behavior long before the data confirmed it, it was the Dekho Apna Desh, the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. Our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji understood something very fundamental. Before India could become India's most admired destination, Indians had to become the ambassadors first of their own country. Dekho Apna Desh was just not about travel. It was about rediscovery. It was about pride. It was about understanding that every state has a story worth telling. Goa was proud to take that vision beyond words and into action. We are perhaps among the few states, if not the only one, to formally partner with an MOU and with another state under the spirit of Dekho Apna Desh. Because we believe a traveler who discovers Rajasthan today may discover Goa tomorrow. And the traveler who's discovered Goa today may discover Uttarakhand tomorrow. And that is not competition. This is co-opetition. That is the growth of Indian tourism as a whole. The global traveler has changed. And when travelers changed, destinations must change too. That brings me to Goa. For decades, Goa was defined by the sun, sand and sea. And let me be clear, those beaches remain among the most beautiful in the world. But in 2022, we asked ourselves a very difficult question. What happens when travelers evolve faster than destination? What happens when a visitor who once came only for the beach begins seeking heritage, culture, spirituality, wellness, cuisine, music, and more meaningful experiences? What happens when the world wants more from a destination just more than a postcard image? The answer was simple. The answer was very simple, saying that Goa had to evolve. Not because the beaches were losing relevance, but because Goa had far more to offer than beaches alone. That gave birth to a movement. The movement was called Goa Beyond Beaches. Today when people speak about Goa Beyond Beaches, they often see it as a marketing campaign. It is not. It is a development philosophy. It is a recognition that the future of tourism belongs to destinations that can tell multiple stories, not just one. And so we began expanding the narrative from coastline to culture, from scenery to experiences, and from geography to identity. Today, a visitor can explore ancient temples and century-old churches in the morning, discover living heritage in our villages by afternoon, experience globally recognized culinary traditions in the evening, and participate in vibrant festivals by the night. Tourism is no longer confined to a map. It is embedded in the life of our people. Perhaps nowhere is this is more visible than in our festivals. For many years, destinations around the world tried to create different attractions. Goa realized something different. The most powerful attractions are the ones that already exist. They are authentic, they belong to the people, and they carry stories that cannot be manufactured. Today, Goa actively promotes a year-round calendar of cultural experiences. The Carnival, the Shigmo, the Bandera, the Spirit of Goa, the Sao João, the Chikalkalo, that's a mud festival I've been talking in the morning, and many more. In fact, visitors arriving in Goa this season will witness Sao João and Chikalkalo, celebration that emerge from the soil, water, faith, and collective memory of our people. You cannot replicate them elsewhere because authenticity cannot be exported. It can only be experienced where it was born, and that is exactly what modern travelers are seeking. I often tell visitors, if you come to Goa only for the beaches, you are living with half the story. If you come during a festival, you will live with a story that you will be telling for generations. The same transformation is visible in culinary tourism. The quickest way to start a debate in Goa is not politics. It is asking where the best fish curry rice is served. For generations, food was considered as a supporting act in tourism. Today it has become the main stage. Travelers are crossing continents for food experiences, and Goa has a unique advantage. Our cuisine tells a story of centuries, a story shaped by spice routes, maritime trade, local traditions, Hindu culinary heritage, Catholic culinary heritage, Saraswat influences, and Indo-Portuguese fusion. Every dish tells a story. Every recipe carries a history. Every meal becomes an experience, and increasingly, travelers are coming not just to see Goa, they are coming to taste Goa, they are coming to understand Goa, they are coming to experience Goa. But perhaps the most important shift has been philosophical. Because while the world was debating about sustainable tourism, Goa decided to ask some more ambitious questions. What if tourism could do more than being sustainable? What if tourism could regenerate? What if tourism could leave a place better than it found it? That led us thinking about Goa to become India's first state to formally embrace regenerative tourism. Not tourism that simply minimizes harm, but tourism that actually creates value for the people, for the economy, for the environment, and for the culture. A tourism model where local communities are not just spectators, but stakeholders. Where women become entrepreneurs, examples are the homestay and the homestay policies. Where villages become destinations, for example, we are talking about the festivals. Where heritage becomes an economic asset, where we talk about the spiritual tourism and the Ekadasha Tirtha route. Where conservation and growth move in the same direction, not the opposite directions. But we are already seeing the results. Rural tourism is expanding. Homestays are creating opportunities for local families, especially women-led homestays. Community-led experiences are generating new livelihoods. Heritage and spiritual circuits, such as the Ekadasha Tirtha initiative, are bringing visitors deeper into the Goa's cultural landscape. New tourism products are ensuring that the growth reaches more people and more regions. That is what meaningful tourism looks like. Not concentration, but distribution. Not extraction, but participation. Not volume alone, but value. Of course, the challenges will remain. Connectivity remains one of them, and we acknowledge it openly. But challenges should never become excuses, they should become catalysts. That is why Goa introduced one of India's most progressive airline incentive frameworks. That is why we continue engaging airlines, airports, and international partners. That is why we continue investing in infrastructure, and that is why we continue strengthening connectivity through our two-airport ecosystem. because the answer to challenge is never pessimism. The answer is innovation, the answer is partnership, the answer is action. And this is where I must acknowledge the extraordinary support extended by the Government of India under the steadfast and visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, whose belief that tourism is merely not an industry but a force for nation building, has fundamentally transformed how India looks at this sector. The Prime Minister often speaks about the transformative power of the 5 T's: talent, tradition, tourism, trade, and technology. In Goa, we have embraced this not as independent sectors, but as a shared roadmap for growth. For a state like Goa, this vision is translated into tangible action. Under the guidance and support of our Honorable Union Tourism Minister, Sri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Goa has witnessed unprecedented support for projects that preserve our heritage, celebrate our culture, and prepare us for the future. Whether it is the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Digital Museum, whether it is the Porvorim Town Square, the spiritual tourism initiatives, heritage conservation projects, or destination enhancement programs, these are not merely infrastructure investments. They are investments in the confidence that the Government of India has reposed in Goa and its people. And perhaps that is what is much more humbling. Goa is India's smallest state. Yet the attention, support, and investment it receives from the center reflects a recognition that Goa's contribution to India is far larger than its geography. Tourism in Goa contributes to nearly 17% of our economy and supports almost 40% of our livelihoods in Goa. When the Government of India invests in Goa, it is investing in thousands of entrepreneurs, artisans, taxi operators, hoteliers, restaurateurs, guides, farmers, and young people whose aspirations are linked to the tourism sector. So I would like to thank our central leadership for their continuous blessings for Goa. Moreover, the Honorable Prime Minister has given the nation the inspiring roadmap of Vikasit Bharat 2047. Under the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister Sri Pramod Sawantji, Goa has chosen to be even more ambitious. We have set our sights on achieving many of these developmental aspirations by 2037, a full decade ahead of the national target. This confidence comes from the foundation that has been laid over the last decades and the unwavering support we continue to receive from our central leadership. Goa may be India's smallest state by geography, but the scale of support we receive from the Government of India reflects the fact that our contribution to the nation's story is measured not in square kilometers, but in opportunity, culture, employment, and aspiration. Whether through Swadesh Darshan or Prasad or Dekho Apna Desh, massive investments in infrastructure, airport expansion, highways, digital connectivity or destination management, tourism has moved from being viewed as a leisure sector to being recognized as a nation-building sector. That shift matters because tourism is not merely about holidays. Tourism creates livelihoods. Tourism preserves culture. Tourism drives entrepreneurship. Tourism empowers women. Tourism supports the artisans. And tourism creates opportunities where few alternatives exist. And therefore, the story of Indian tourism must be told responsibly. Which brings me to our friends of the media. The media is often called the fourth pillar of democracy. I would like to suggest that when it comes to tourism, it is also one of the most important architects of perception, and perception matters. Our friends in the media know that good news travels, but bad news travels faster. And tourism news sometimes seems capable of breaking the sound barriers. Of course, journalists must question. Journalists must investigate. Of course, challenges must be discussed openly. But there is a difference between scrutiny and sensationalism. There's a difference between reporting a story and reducing a story. Because only when the half the story is told, the truth suffers. And when the truth suffers, destinations suffer, livelihoods suffer, communities suffer, small businesses suffer. If there is a disagreement within the family, and before that disagreement is resolved, and it becomes a public spectacle, it is often the neighbors who benefit. The same applies to destinations. The world is intensely competitive. Every destination is competing for visitors, investment, and attention. India's tourism story deserves honesty. but it also deserves completeness because the complete story is actually remarkable about incredible India. The complete story is that domestic tourism is booming. The complete story is that the Indian travelers are redefining global trends. The complete story is that destinations across the country are innovating faster than ever before. The complete story is that tourism is reaching communities that were never a part of the tourism economy before. And the complete story is that India is emerging not merely as a destination, but as one of the world's most diverse tourism ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, tourism was once about when we traveled. Today it is increasingly about why we travel. We travel to reconnect, we travel to learn, we travel to heal, we travel to celebrate, we travel to belong. And the destinations that succeed in the future will not be the destinations with the biggest advertising budgets. They will be the destinations with the strongest stories, the deepest authenticity, and the greatest respect for their people, and the courage to evolve. That is the journey Goa has undertaken, from beaches to experiences, from attractions to identities, from the tourism growth to regenerative tourism. And if there is one lesson from Goa's journey, it is this: the future of tourism belongs not to those who preserve the past unchanged, but to those who honor their past while boldly reinventing their future. That is the future Goa is building. That is the future India is building, and I believe the world is ready for it. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Goa.
I will add to what Mr. Conte said. I'll request you to please come back on stage, Mr. Conte. Goa is also a vibe, and I think very few places in India have the kind of vibe that Goa has. And so you have really, really spoilt us with your hospitality, and I think we will be very tempted to come here and have more and more editions of the Tourism Survey and Awards. Thank you so much. To offer a token of our appreciation, may I please request Manoj Sharma, the CEO of India Today Publishing. We're just going to have a couple of minutes of break to set up the stage. We are shortly expecting the Union Minister of Tourism and Culture, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. Please bear with us. He's come all the way from Delhi to share his vision for a Bharat where tourists flock from all over the world and to shed more insight as to what his tourism policies are for the future. extend a warm welcome to the Union Minister of Tourism and Culture, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. It's time for the grand session of the India Today Tourism Survey and Awards 2026, a return to roots, tourism as a rediscovery of Bharat. And for that, we are grateful to the Honorable Union Minister of Tourism and Culture, Mr. Shekhawat, to come all the way from Delhi to grace us for this event. To begin the session, I would please request Mr. Rachengappa, the Group Editorial Director, and Anilesh Mahajan, the Senior Deputy Editor, to please escort the Honorable Union Minister, Mr. Shekhawat, to the stage. And now, Mr. Shengappa, please welcome the Minister and take the session forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's truly a privilege to have the Union Minister for Culture and Tourism, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, grace us. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause for this.
Thank you very much, Rajji. बहुत सारा धन्यवाद.
I think he's virtually done an India darshan to reach this point. He was telling me from Delhi to Jaipur to Jodhpur to Mumbai here, and then he flies in a couple of hours to Shillong, and then I think takes another. So, sorry. And of course, we are very honored, sir, for you to deliver, not only have a discussion with us, but also felicitate the winners who are waiting anxiously for this. But let's talk about a little bit about the minister. He has a very fascinating background, a veteran BJP leader, third-term MP, 3 times Lok Sabha MP from Jodhpur, won the highest, if I remember, that anyone got in 2014 elections. And earlier served as the Union Minister of Jal Shakti, where he oversaw the flagship program to provide tap water connections to rural households. He also was Union Minister of State for Farmers and Agriculture in his earlier avatar. So, but since taking charge of tourism in June 2024, Mr. Shekhawat's mandate has ranged from developing world-class destinations and improving connectivity to expanding spiritual, heritage, medical, adventure, and ecotourism. And as these include the big schemes, Swadesh Darshan, I think, and 2.0 that is coming in, Prashad for religious tourism, and of course the development of 40 more iconic tourist centers. Mr. Shekhawat has emphasized on creating complete destinations. That's been what you've been doing, combining access to amenities, accommodation, interpretation, cleanliness, safety, sustainability, and local employment. That's the full range. So let me begin by asking Mr. Shekhawat a very interesting question, which is that India has perhaps the world's richest combination of heritage, spirituality, nature, cuisine, and culture. While it has over 3 billion domestic tourists, that was the last count that we had, and all credit to Mr. Modi and his minister for bringing back from the brink that we faced in the country, COVID, bringing that right back. My question is a little more in terms of foreign tourism. India attracts only a modest share so far of global tourism when compared to other countries. And if you look at that, France has 102 million international visitors coming. Thailand has 32 million, and India, 10 million. So given the fact that foreign exchange has now become a big emphasis because of what happened in the Gulf crisis and others, what has the Modi government, and the Modi government has talked of a vision 2047 of, I think, a target of 100 million inbound foreign tourists that were there. What are the various measures you are taking as minister to ensure that we get to that target much quicker, maybe double that in the next 5 years?
Rajji, बहुत सारा धन्यवाद आपका. See, when we compare the number of international tourists with our peer competitors, you have mentioned about France. The situation of France is absolutely different. Being the part of European Union, and being the fashion and hub of many more activities. So France has an upper edge and they are getting that big number of tourists. The international travelers, rather I should say, not exactly the tourists, but international travelers in France. But our peer competitors are neighboring countries like Thailand, where people say that the number is almost 40 million. Sri Lanka, maybe a little higher than us. Dubai, 25 million. And our number, if I consider international travelers, then it is 20 million. And core tourists, if I deduct the NRIs who are traveling or the OCIs who are traveling back to India, or their children or their family members are visiting India, then we do not consider them as a core tourist. But none of the country, as you have mentioned, that none of the countries or our competitors have that big domestic tourism potential.
Right.
And other way around, if we compare with Thailand or Dubai or Sri Lanka or any other country, the number of days a tourist who goes to that country, they are the weekend destinations. Who goes to Maldives, stays there for 2 nights. Who goes to Dubai, stays not more than 2 nights. Never more than 2 nights. Thailand, then also it is 2 nights. But when we talk about India, India is the destination. It is a long-haul destination for European and Americans, and they stay here at least for 10 days. So one traveler who comes to India, it multiplies by 10 days.
Right.
Whereas in the other countries, our competitors, which always we mention, that is for 2 days. So the total number of days spent, though I totally agree that looking towards the potential which India has, or the tourism products and experience which India has to offer, in compared to that, this number has a great scope of increasing the numbers. And I'm sure that the way India is developing and the perspective to look towards the India as a country, as a destination is continuously changing. I'm sure that the vision which Prime Minister has given us, that at least 100 million tourists by 2047, and the contribution of tourism sector into our national GDP should go from 6% to 10%.
Now, just a bit of, in terms, before I toss it on to Anilesh for his first question, is if you look at the next 5 years, what are the various measures your ministry is taking to ensure that we push that momentum and get a lot more foreign, apart from domestic tourists, of course?
See, the foreign tourists number which could have increased, or rather I should say it other way around, that if you divide the total number of tourists visiting India, there are 3 layers. The premium layer, which are the luxury travelers, which the travelers who travel in the business class or first class or by the charters, stay in the best of the hotels, the luxury hotels. In that complete cake, that pie is almost 15%. The lowest traveler, who are the backpackers, that pie is also 15%. And the largest chunk is the budget class traveler. That comprises of almost 70% of the total tourists which come to India. If you study the mindset of budget class traveler who travels across the world,
right,
they save for 2 years, 3 years, and then go for the tourism. Because of the growth in our economy, because the dispensable income today, the middle class and higher middle class, which is the largest segment of our society in India now, the traveling society of our country, and the big boost in the number of domestic travelers, the cost of travel in India has become high. And the international budget class traveler who saves money for 2 years or 3 years to travel a destination, for if he wish to come to India, then he always look that he can spend his day in $100 or $110.
Right.
But in India, all the destinations, and he wish to have a good experience, have a good luxury, good quality rooms, good quality taxi, airfare, everything he counts. Then India comparatively becomes a expensive destination. That is a big challenge what we have observed. So we sat with the states. First, Government of India offered to increase and attract investment into hospitality sector. Under the guidance of Prime Minister Modi ji, we have started giving status of infrastructure investment to the investment which is being done in the hospitality sector. That has given a big push to the investment. We sat with all the states. When I was given this task in 2024, I studied all the policies which states are offering for seeking investment, facilitating and incentivizing the investment into hospitality sector. Obviously, the best policy that time also was of state of Rajasthan, that my state, which is offering a great bouquet to the investors, and which have that vision which initiated by late Bhairav Singh ji. It has come into reality, and we can see the development of tourism in Rajasthan. We studied the policies of all the states, made a best draft policy and shared with the states on the World Tourism Day in 2024. Today, with a great joy and happiness, I can say, the state of Madhya Pradesh, state of Uttar Pradesh, state of Goa, and many other states, there is a huge competition among all of them when they extend incentives to the investment in the hospitality sector. State of Madhya Pradesh is offering 30% capital subsidy, cash subsidy, to the investors who wish to invest into hospitality sector in the state of Madhya Pradesh. But since these steps and initiatives have started taking place in last 1 year, we all are aware that gestation period for making a hotel to come into reality, it is at least 3 years. Apart from that, the ease of doing business for the hospitality sector is a big concern, because states impose so many type of licenses, which are mandatory to take. So to bring ease of doing business into hospitality sector is also our priority, and we are working with the state. Apart from that, India, mostly it used to be known as a destination of monumental tourism.
That's right.
In India, when people from other part of the world, they used to come to India, for them, Delhi's Qutub Minar or Red Fort, to Taj Mahal, Agra and Jaipur. This golden triangle used to be the identity of India. For beach lovers, Goa used to be the identity. But nowadays, and especially post-COVID, the perspective to look towards life has completely changed. Now the generation of the day today, when I say generation, means people who are below 50 years of age, they are giving priority to the experience-led tourism. So now we have started and incentivizing states and helping the states, handholding the states to create new and new experiences in the bouquet of tourism products what they are having as on day. But that also will take 1 more year, at least 1 or 2 more years to come into reality. Apart from that, because of the big boost into domestic travel, a huge over-tourism has witnessed all across the established destination of our country. You go to Shimla, you'll have 4 or 5 years of traffic jam. Same in Darjeeling, same in Mussoorie, same in Nainital, all Ooty, Coorg, everywhere there is a huge congestion. To decongest our destinations and to create new experiences, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji have envisaged that we have to create 50 new global iconic destinations of global standard. And to enhance the overall experience of the traveler who is traveling across country in any of the destination. Now we have started working with the state governments proactively to establish destination management authorities, so that holistic typically the issues and challenges which comes in between the tourism and the tourists, they can be addressed. There are several initiatives which we have taken, and I'm sure that the long-term goal which Prime Minister has given to us to bring 10 crore tourists every year and to make tourism sector contributor of 10%. But short-term goal what we have taken by 2030 will be arriving to 7.5% contributor and at least 30 million travelers coming to India, apart from the NRIs who come back and visit back their home and their families.
Let's give the Minister a warm round of applause for that. And we hope you meet the targets. Anilesh?
Welcome, Mantri ji, aap Goa पहुंचे. My question is that you have, one of the best brand ambassador in Prime Minister Modi. He's your boss, and wherever he goes, whether he visits a temple, whether he visits a tourist spot, tourism starts, a spike there. We have seen when he went and just sat on the beaches of Lakshadweep, and there was a surge of, tourists reaching that island. Now the issue comes that, the infrastructure. People want to go to those places. Prime Minister is also encouraging them, but infrastructure gap is still, a lot. People cancelled their Maldives trips, wanted to go to Lakshadweep, but then they suddenly realized that there are very few places to stay, very few places to experience things. So how can we bridge this gap and much quicker than what many of us envisages, and bring India to the map and utilize Prime Minister Modi's attraction and his presence in many of these places?
See, Lakshadweep and Andamans have a very peculiar type of situation. Though government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi has started working already, the works have initiated to erect new airport and they extend the airport facilities in Port Blair. But apart from that, all across the country, the infrastructure issue have been addressed. 150,000 kilometers new expressways have been constructed in last 12 years. New generation railway through Amrit Bharat and Vande Bharat schemes have been added into our country. 160 operational airports, almost double than what that were there in 2014. They are functional now. And this infrastructure boost vis-a-vis the boost in the economy. Right, we have come from 2 trillion to 4 trillion, and almost because of the initiatives taken by the government, the policies, the way they have been implemented at the ground, with the mantra of complete saturation, 25 crore people have come out of the party line, and a huge because of the tax cuts. Since the income tax, which used to be at 2 lakhs or 2,50,000. The income tax slab used to start in 2014, now it has been escalated to 12,50,000 rupees. There is a big cut into GST, and government was able to keep inflation in control for last 12 years, historically low. The dispensable income in the pocket of the middle class, which is again the biggest chunk of our society, that has created an opportunity for the domestic travelers to travel. And because of the infrastructure having in place and the dispensable income in the people of the society having in their pocket, that has created a leapfrog jump into domestic travelers. And because of the domestic travel, see, in most of the destinations, Rohan is sitting here, many of the hotels here are selling their rooms for 50,000 rupees. In Rajasthan, you go to any of the good destinations, you will not get the rooms at 30, 40, 50,000 to 1 lakh rupees. And no room is empty. Nowhere is like, the situation is like that rooms are lying empty, rooms are lying vacant. Being a tourism minister, I am saying every day I am getting a sifarish that Kashmir mein Khyber mein ek room book kara dijiye. Every day I am getting at winters I get a sifarish that sir Ranthambore mein sir 4 room book kara dijiye or Jaisalmer mein room book kara dijiye. That situation, that shows that the demand has grown much higher than what infrastructure we have created. So it is a continuous process which will go on, because our country is under the era of transformation. And whenever a country undergoes an era of transformation, it's a time of transition when infrastructure growth is there, economic growth is there, and demand is growth there. The demand pillar is the highest, so everything what we have done, it is still it fall a little. So we have to work more, and we have to push more and more into infrastructure, number of aircrafts, number of airports, number of trains, number of the roads what we have constructed. It is a continuous process, and it will go until 2047 or 2040 rather I should say. Then the stability will come, and we'll see the status which you people are looking in.
You know, the PM, Prime Minister, had said after this foreign exchange crisis that happened post the Gulf War and Ukraine as well, that Bharat Darshan.
Yes, there is no crisis at all.
Okay. Well, people,
because
fair enough.
should keep correcting.
Except that he did ask us to
not to spend wisely.
Spend, not to take too much foreign travel, but visit our own country if you're going out for tourism purposes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm getting to that, which is in some senses, we've had Swadeshi Darshan in the past, and now you're reinventing it with, say, let's call it 2.0. How do you then, you know, you also talked about the various facilities. How different is this that you're trying to do it? And how do you go beyond just a civil construction, let's do this, let's do that? What are you doing to encourage that aspect? In fact, the theme of our conclave is Bharat Rediscovered. So it fits in with what your government's intentions are.
The very brilliant question, Raj. First of all, let me clear that there is no shortage of foreign currency in our country. We are sitting on the historical high heap of our foreign currency. What austerity measures which Prime Minister have called in, that was because of the geopolitical turbulent situation which we all are facing. If that goes on for a long time, which is going to impact and affect everyone in the country, everyone in the world, all the countries are going to be affected, because tourism is the sector which get affected at the first. Maybe it is natural calamity or a war or any pandemic or whatever the adverse situation is. And unfortunately, that is the sector which revives at the last. So because looking towards the situation which may arise, Honorable Prime Minister have given a clarion call to the country that if that situation goes on for a long time, then there will be a stress on our foreign currency reserve. So we have to spend wisely, and that's why he has given that call. But people have misunderstood, and I think deliberately misrepresented that. That's why I have intervened in between, that it has to be stand corrected. The other way around, Honorable Prime Minister is always a big torchbearer that dekho apna desh. And he has always given a call to the people of India that before going to any other country or any other part of the world, you do go and see the places in our country. Because India has a great diversity. And I also feel that people of India, before discovering their homeland and their motherland, if they go to Dubai and have to seek the experiences which are very well there in our own country, then I think the call of the Prime Minister and impact what we are getting out of that call, it is really, really desired and required.
Manteji, when we spoke to many of the colleagues, tourism ministers who have traveled from other states, there were 2-3 issues which they either flagged or they experienced. One, this prime tourist location in India, Goa, is not very well connected, and largely because the Indigo crisis led to cancellation of a lot of flights. But as you have already mentioned that you are already working with various ministries, various states. How do you are working with the Civil Aviation Ministry to resolve many of these issues? And secondly, sir, if I may add, is the issue of railway connectivity to many of the circuits. So circuits are already there, but the extension of circuits. Our colleague from
last mile connectivity is the issue
yeah.
So let me answer your question. So if I compare with the status of India as far as infrastructure is concerned, and primarily as the aviation infrastructure is concerned, This, if you compare with 2014's Goa and today's Goa, then there is no comparison. In my own city today, I was talking with the media in the morning. In my city of Jodhpur, there used to be 100,000 travelers every year we used to handle from our airport, and that has gone to now 600,000.
Wow.
Same situation is there in Goa.
And Goa minister smiling.
In 2014, the number of flights to depart from Goa or land in Goa, if you compare that number with the today's number, then there will be 5 times growth. But the problem, sir, is that our demand has grown 10 times. That is why this situation, what we are seeing today, is there. See, this is a great moment of joy for me when I listen. It's a great music to my ear when I listen from the other states. The Minister of Bihar, if he says that we require a direct flight from Patna or any other city of Bihar to Goa or to other tourist place, then it's a music in my ear, sir. If Patna is looking like this, if the people putting up in Delhi, they require more flights to go to Raipur, to visit Bastar as a destination, then it's a music for me. Right. And because the number of aircrafts which are operational in our country is almost a little less than 1,000. The domestic sky, all carriers which are operating, the number is almost 1,000, including the charters which are flying in the air, Indian domestic sky. That number in next 5 years is going to increase and will be, I am expecting that will go up to 5,000. 4,000 new aircrafts are going to be added in Indian fleets. And Indian airline operators are the operators who have booked highest number of aircrafts in the world. There was a typical issue in aviation industry in our country, because entire aviation industry all across the world, across the globe, they work on the leasing method. The aircrafts are being leased. Maybe Indigo or Air India, they have booked 200 aircrafts, 300 aircrafts to be delivered with Boeing, just to have benefits of economy of scale. But that when the delivery happens actually, then they do not invest the money. The financiers putting up in UK, primarily in UK and Hong Kong and a couple of places in Europe, they finance the aircraft and lease to the operator. When any company, aviation company fails, which we have witnessed in India, Jet and Kingfisher and Go Air and couple of more, then the company who is operating, the operator's asset, the primary asset, which is not exactly the asset, rightfully the asset of that company, but our legislative system, our courts, they used to give a stay that until the address of all the stakeholders, that the fuel suppliers, the Airport Authority of India, the security, the maintenance, the staff and all others, all stakeholders, until the stakeholders' issues are being settled, their IVR is clear, till you cannot take back the aircraft. So first the leaser's aircraft got stuck, that becomes unproductive. Continuously it is staying in any of the airport, then damage and parking charges also are on. So that was a unique problem of our country, and that's why leasing of aircraft was the highest and costliest in the world in our country. Honorable Prime Minister understood this, and then we brought a legislation into Parliament and we passed that no court can order to stop any of the aircraft which is leased by any of the lessee in the country, in the world. So now this situation, since that legislation is in place, now the situation will change. And that's why on that account I can say that demand, the booking and this legislation is in place. Now 4,000 more aircrafts are going to be added in our fleets, and that will lead the leverage the cities like Patna or cities like other places to connect to Goa and all other destinations in our country.
And that's good news. We'll have a lot more connectivity that's there. And coming to another issue which I think is as important, is looking at skilling and skilled workers for the tourism sector. We need many more, given the boom that's there, train guides, drivers, chefs, adventure instructors, language specialists, and destination managers. I mean, that's the range and many more of that. So how will you ensure that the skilling programs lead to actual employment rather than mere certificates? How do you get better skilled people? What is the government doing on that front? Because tourism does provide one of the largest employments in the country.
So tourism is undoubtedly largest employment generator. And today, when I'm sitting here and we are discussing that we have envisaged to go up to 10% contribution and 100 million tourists, the day when this vision will see the light of the day, tourism sector will be the second highest employment generator of our country.
Next to agriculture.
Next to agriculture. And as far as the skilling of required manpower is concerned, Government of India is focused. We have already envisaged, started working. The institutes which Government of India operates, we have entered into an agreement with all the industry champions and the industrial chains. Puneet Chatwal is sitting here. We have entered into an agreement with Taj. We have entered into an agreement with Marriott. We have entered into an agreement with the Radisson Group. We have entered into an agreement with Park Group of Hotels, Lalit Suri Group of Hotels, and all others. And we have paired our institutes with them, so that quality manpower as per their need of the day and requirement is being facilitated. Apart from that, as you have mentioned that guides need to be trained. In last budget announcement, 10,000 guides of different level or for the different destinations are to be trained and skilled or re-skilled. Apart from that, another initiative what we have taken on the pilot basis, that is Paryatan Mitra and Paryatan Didi, where we are training all the stakeholders. Maybe it is drivers, maybe it's street shop operators, maybe it's the homestay owners and all others, so that better experience to the tourists who are coming, holistic experience, because tourists who travel to one place, from one place to other place, it is not only the monument, it is not only the hotel. The hotel might be very good. They are extending the best of the services of the industry level across the world, because hospitality, I think it is in our DNA, and no one can in any of the country or anywhere in the world can compare with India what we are offering and what we can offer. But the other people like taxi operator or the street shop owner or the common local people of that particular destination, what is the difference? When you go to you travel in Switzerland, everyone who come across, he give you a good smile, it's express your good gestures and all. But in our, still that thing is missing, because we are a developing society, we are a developing nation. And there is a difference, but we have to inculcate this and educate our entire ecosystem to give a better, smiling and pleasant experience to our travelers who come from, who travels to that destination. So we are working on that. Primarily it is to be done by the states, but we have joined hands with the states and we are working continuously to elevate overall experience of the traveler by providing better infrastructure, by training the manpower and keeping the cost control, everything we are working in.
One quick question, then come to Anilesh. Just a follow-up question on this. A leading hotelier has mentioned that one of the ways to get a lot more people skilled is to actually get the CSR program part of that, so that if they do this skilling, you can integrate a lot more of that.
So let us start from to India Today. Begin with India Today, then we'll take it further.
We are not in the hotel business, but anyway.
So, but that CSR doesn't bar to come to put it in money into the other sectors also.
So Mantriji, you talked about the reforms which India has taken on the aircraft leasing. So my complimentary question is that what about yachts, cruise, and those type of vehicles? You know, we have Gift City now. We are experimenting aircraft leasing mechanism there. So in infrastructure-wise, structure-wise, we have facilities now. But how can we encourage the Indian companies, Indian business houses to buy yachts, keep yachts in India, and proliferate this into the coastal tourism?
See, yachts is a very, very, very niche segment. But if I say about cruise, it is continuously increasing, and the CAGR of cruise travel is going to be a great in our country. Inland cruise travel and the overseas cruise travel also. So people have started showing interest into that, and I foresee a very good future in the cruise tourism in India. Apart from that, caravan tourism experience is also a great experience which India can offer. So couple of the states in northeastern India and other countries, other states, they have started making policies for caravan travel and started extending incentives to the company who are operating or express the interest to operate into caravan tourism.
One question, since we talk so much about, and the fact that a lot of the state government representatives here, including ministers here, in terms of the fact that tourism is a concurrent subject and the states have to deliver, and also certain parts are concurrent when it comes to some policies. What would you expect the states to do? What is the kind of incentives the center is offering some of these states? You mentioned some of them earlier. And also apparently the budget, the union budget, this time you were not able to spend all the money that had been allocated to you all. Is that because the states were not picking up?
No, I don't agree with this also, that we were unable to spend because of the lean period which came because of COVID and the impact of COVID was there in place. So couple of projects got delayed, but otherwise in last 1.5 years, we have sanctioned the project worth more than 5,000 crore rupees apart from our budgetary allocation through the special incentive to the states, which is being extended to the states in term of long-term interest-free loan. 6,000 crore worth project, which were equivalent to entire allocation of Swadesh Darshan 1, which happened in the tenure of 5 years, that has been supported and extended to the states in last 1.5 years. What exactly is required is, states are also doing phenomenally good, and I see a great competitive spirit among the states as far as tourism sector and promotion of tourism is concerned. All the states have identified the potential of tourism for the future and they have started working into it. The Andhra is doing great, Goa is doing great, Madhya Pradesh is doing great, Rajasthan always does great, and Uttar Pradesh under the leadership of Maharajji is doing great. All the states are working. Now the new upcoming states, northeastern states, all the northeastern states, the Sikkim is here, Meghalaya is
all
doing...
smiling, sir.
Yeah,
they're all
Meghalaya
smiling.
is doing wonderful. All the states, they are doing great. Nagaland is doing exceptionally good. But what we need to do is that, and what I think, that only investment into infrastructure, though that is also required, creation of new experiences is also equally important to keep our destinations afresh and more and more lucrative. But still the overall management of that city particular. If I go to Agra, Taj Mahal, it's beautiful. Surrounding Taj Mahal, maintained by the ASI, it's incredible. But for a visitor, Taj Mahal is not the only place. When he get down at the airport, he travel to the Taj Mahal. He stays there in the city for 2 days, 2 nights. He goes to the hotel, come back, have evening walk on the road. Then what overall experience for that city, what he carries, that matters. And for that, now we have started sitting with the state, with the chief ministers, and that's why I have mentioned that destination management authorities. This concept we have brought in. So a destination is to be looked in holistically. 360-degree experience one traveler should get. That was how we have started working with the states.
Excellent. Yeah.
So, sir, in March, Honorable Home Minister, told everybody in the country that India is now Naxal-free. And the flip side is that, those Naxal-infested areas were really beautiful and, their forest areas are really beautiful. How are you planning to, build the ecosystem there? How are you hand-holding those states to bring some of the international experiences there, so that livelihood of those forest dwellers and other communities living there can be enhanced, and they can be part of the national mainstream.
Let me tell you one thing. With all responsibility, I am saying that Bastar is going to be the destination of our country.
Wow.
Bastar, which used to be known with the guns and bullets and the fires and the Naxalites, मैं आज यहाँ बैठ करके कहता हूँ, आपने अगर बस्तर नहीं देखा तो हिंदुस्तान नहीं देखा.
अरे.
So pretty, so beautiful, so green, so fascinating it is. And it will be the destination of our country, and this is the one example which I have given. See, the forest traveling experience, the experience of traveling into dense forest, the waterfalls, and the beauty of nature which we can witness in the Naxal-prone area, which was locked. Now it is open, and I am sure that that is going to give another boost and thrust to the travel and tourism industry in our country.
A quick follow-up on that.
We have started creating infrastructure there. It will take 2-3 years. We have started extending the support to the dwellers to construct homestays, so that a person can have a very authentic and genuine experience of putting up in forest and putting up in the forest dwellings, or putting up in the with the tribal people to experience first-hand the cultural experience there. We have started extending support and giving priority to the states which were Naxal affected earlier, so that they can build up and create the infrastructure there. The states have also started thinking into that term, and I think I see a great future for the Naxal-prone areas as far as the tourism sector is concerned.
But how are you building, the confidence amongst the tourists that they should come? Then it is actually.
When I got your question, see, when Article 370 was abrogated, Article 335 was abrogated, the government worked a lot to build up the confidence of the travelers. And the tourism boom what Kashmir have witnessed, and the investment in Kashmir in tourism sector have witnessed was unprecedented. 40,000 new rooms were created in Kashmir in last 5 years, from 19 to till the Pulwama had happened. Though Pulwama have created a big dent on that potential which were going on, but still, again the confidence have arisen, and now the similar situation is there. See, we the Indians have a different type of DNA. Let me share my experience, my personal experience. When Pulwama happened, there was a big pressure on us to bring back the people who were got stuck in Kashmir. There was a great demand. And in my office, we were sitting and we are managing with the aviation companies and blah, 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 keeping the confidence, talking with the system there, because though there was no issue, but people, obviously, they were frightened. I had a call from one of my friends, my friend, who lives in Mumbai, that Dada, ये बेटी बच्चे लोग मानते नहीं है, ये कश्मीर जाने की जिद कर रहे हैं, क्या करना है? I talked with the बच्चा, मैंने कहा बेटा तुम अभी क्यों जिद कर रहे हो जाने का, अभी तो सब लोग आ रहे हैं, कि अंकल सारी फ्लाइट्स खाली जा रही हैं, जो कुछ होना था हिंदुस्तान बहुत सेफ है, कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. This is the Indian DNA. See, when 9/11 happened in United States, अमेरिका का सारी डोमेस्टिक एयरलाइंस कंपनीज है वो सब ऑलमोस्ट ग्राउंड हो गई थी, सब बैंकरप्ट हो गई थी. एंड आई हैव सीन द बम ब्लास्ट ऑन CST टर्मिनल. जब मुंबई में बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था, आफ्टर 30 मिनट्स ऑफ दैट इंसिडेंस, द बोरीवली एक्सप्रेस ट्रेन में जो है फास्ट लोकल बोरीवली में बैठ के लोग ढोलक मंजीरे बजाते हुए जा रहे थे. नोबडी वाज बॉदर्ड. सो for India and for Indians, building confidence is not a very big exercise. We just have to offer the platter. People are ready and they are waiting to go there.
You know, we're running out of time, but you have this unique position of handling both tourism and culture. And culture has been a very, very important aspect of our tourism. What have you been doing on that front to promote all these ASI monuments and in terms of conservation, interpretation, amenities, ticketing, making them even better experiences than before?
We have worked a lot, and it is a continuous process on which we are working to protect, to elevate the experience of the travelers on ASI sites also, because as I mentioned that when I say that overall experience upliftment, then it also includes the experience what we are creating in the other ecosystem. Then culture also has to work hand in hand. But apart from that, culture is leveraging in a great manner to the tourism.
Right.
And because, as I mentioned, that the idea of looking towards India, the perspective to look towards India has changed for the entire world. Similarly, the sense of ownership and owning our own country and culture has also tremendously increased in our country in last couple of years. And because of our cultural diversity, and as I mentioned, that people have started giving preference to experiential tourism, and India has a great diversity of culture, craft, cuisine in our country. So the Ministry of Culture is also going to support in a great manner to Ministry of Tourism, which fortunately I am the person who is responsible to look after both of them. And culture-led tourism in India is going to be another vertical of Indian tourism to grow in India.
Let me also at this time welcome the Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause on this. Just 2 minutes, sir. One question. Thank you very much, sir, for gracing our occasion. We've had Incredible India as a slogan for a long time. Are you in any way now thinking we should have something else? And if that is so, what would you like to coin and call it?
So now from Incredible India, now we have added one more word under the guidance of Prime Minister, that Inevitable India.
Incredible and inevitable India. Okay, that's...
So where family of Tourism Minister of India wants to take the Tourism Minister?
Yeah, pardon?
Where family of India's Tourism Minister wants to take the Tourism Minister for tourism?
So the Tourism Minister under the leadership of Prime Minister is always on the wheels.
So for family time, where do you want to go, or where they want you to take you? Don't say any place in Rajasthan, sir.
Jodhpur, you will say.
If somebody, because being a Tourism Minister of India, if I'll say one, I'll mention one name, then it is not going to give justice to other places, because every place in our country is equivalent and important for me. But for my family, I think we love, and we have traveled across the Northeast. Number of times we have traveled. I with my family, before 2014, I've traveled across the country driving by myself 5 times. From Jodhpur to Pangong, we have driven 5 times, and from Jodhpur to Nagaland, we have done thrice. But still, if in any of the dream, if somebody says me and allows me for 10 days, then I would again love to sit in the car and drive till the Northeast once again.
Wow, that's a real boost to them. One more personal question. Because you said you'd like to holiday in some of these places, you don't give much business to them, because you apparently have only 1 meal a day. And why do you do that? What's the reason behind this whole philosophy of eating?
Because to keep myself fit, more energized, I'm practicing this for last quite some time. So I eat once a day, and I think I'm fit and fine. I'm working.
The tourism people may not be that happy that you're not eating all 3
The
meals.
restaurant people and F&B people, they must not be very happy with this idea.
So what do you like to eat? Whenever you are out.
Again, if somebody asks me that what do you like to eat, then that's bajra ki roti and kyar ka sabji, hamara Rajasthani khana. But apart from that, I'm a big connoisseur of food, and I love to eat whatever the local delicacies are available. Wherever I go, I prefer to eat the local food, wherever in the world I am. So I love eating, I'm trying to eat, trying the local cuisine and local food which is being served and offered.
Final question, sir, on culture. Another hat that you wear.
In Goa, I do remember in 2014 when late Manohar Parrikar sir was there. He was our colleague in Government of India, and then later when he came here, whenever I used to come to Goa, Pramod is sitting here, Dr. Sir he may not feel offended, but he used to take me to a restaurant that is Goachin restaurant. And I think the next time whenever I will Goa, Dr. Sawant, though he is a bit busy in the elections, but next time he'll certainly take me to that, to revive my the old fond memories of that restaurant.
Culture, sir, the final question on that. What else would you do to integrate tourism into that? It's beyond monuments. What would be the thing? And which is your favorite cultural destination if you had one?
See, new experiences I mentioned. Let me give you an example. Dubai skydive, sky high. The revenue what they were earning or making, 40%, more than 40% was coming from the Indian travelers. Until 2024, there was no single place where the skydiving experience can be availed in our country. We took an initiative, and in the month of July, when world was celebrating the first World Skydiving Day, I sat with, and I'm thankful to Mr. Naidu, my colleague, the Minister of Aviation. We initiated that experience in Haryana, in Narnaul. And I was the first civilian to dive down from 13,000 feet just to initiate that. And I'm so thankful and glad that after that, the state of Madhya Pradesh and Ujjain, they have started. I'm thankful to Dr. Sawant and Prabhu Rohan County. They are sitting here. They have also initiated in Goa. And couple of states are there who are working. Apart from that, many adventure sports initiatives have been introduced. The Mechuka in Arunachal Pradesh is right at the border. That is going to be one of the adventure tourism capital of our country. Many states have started working on that. Ladakh is they are doing different type of festivals. And apart from adventure tourism, the concert-based tourism economy is going to also grow very rapidly in our country. We have seen the Coldplay's concert last time in Ahmedabad and Mumbai, and the great economic boost and the thirst in economy they have generated. I think different type of cultural activities and the culture-based tourism is going to give to build a new future for our country.
Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, for taking time out, for speaking so passionately about tourism, for giving us a vision of where we are headed to, and to welcome all these and felicitate these ministers. Thank you very much for what you've spoken to us.
Thank you, Raji. Thanks to you and the India Today for giving me this opportunity to share my ideas, thoughts and views on what government is doing, what our wonderful states are working in tourism sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Real warm round of applause for the minister, please. Thank you.
I would also request now Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, to please come on stage. And I would request Mr. Arun Puri, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of India Today Group, to please offer a token of our appreciation to our esteemed guests. A portrait, again shot by group photo editor Bandeep Singh, of Mr. Shekhawat and one of Mr. Sawant. We also, Mr. Shekhawat, have a special surprise for you. We have a speed painter who has painted a portrait of you while the session was going on. Mr. Sanket Manjrekar has painted this portrait, and we'd like to present it to you, sir. He's a speed painter. from Goa. A warm round of applause to Mr. Manjrekar. I would now request Dr. Pramod Sawantji, Mr. Rajengappa, Mr. Arun Puri, and Mr. Shekhawat to please stay back on stage so that we can immediately begin what we've all been waiting for, the India Today Survey and Awards 2026. We are grateful to Dr. Pramod Sawant for taking time out from his busy schedule to grace us with his presence, and to Mr. Shekhawat for making the trip all the way from Delhi. A warm round of applause, please, again for the Union Minister of Tourism and Culture and for the Chief Minister of Goa. This is a special edition of India Today. We completed 50 years of the magazine in December 2025. It's a special edition with all articles from across the decades of India Today's coverage of news, sports, culture, and politics. And we'll now commence the India Today Survey, Tourism Survey and Awards 2026. Our first category for the day is Adventure Destination. The winner is Camel Safari, Jaisalmer, Rajasthan, from Mr. Shekhawat's own state. I'll welcome Ms. Shuchi Tyagi, Secretary, Department of Tourism, Art and Culture from Rajasthan, to please come and collect the award. A warm round of applause, everyone. We need to keep the applause going. Our next award is the Editor's Choice Award. Siang River Rafting, Arunachal Pradesh. To collect the award, I request Mr. Pasang Dorji Sona, Minister of Education, Rural Works, Parliamentary Affairs, Tourism and Libraries from Arunachal Pradesh to come and collect the award. Our next award in the Editor's Choice for Adventure Destination is Hirakud, Sambalpur, Odisha. To collect the award, I welcome Mr. Dipankar Mohapatra, Director, Department of Tourism, Odisha. Our next category is Beach Destination, and to nobody's surprise, the winner is Agonda Beach, Goa. I request Mr. Rohan Conte, Tourism Minister of Goa, to please come and collect the award. Also collecting the award is Dr. Pramod Sawant, the Chief Minister of Goa. The next award in the Editor's Choice category of Beach Destination, Chandrabhaga Beach, Odisha. I welcome Mr. Dipankar Mohapatra, Director, Department of Tourism, Odisha. It's the second award for Odisha tonight. The second award in the Editor's Choice category is Devbag Beach, Karnataka. I welcome Dr. Trilok Chandra KV, Secretary to the Government Department of Tourism, to collect the award. Our next category Our next category is culinary destination, and the winner is Hyderabad, Telangana. I welcome Mr. Jupali Krishna Rao, Tourism and Culture Minister, Telangana, and P. Gautami, Managing Director of Telangana State Tourism Development Corporation, to collect the award. The land famous for the Hyderabadi biryani wins the Culinary Destination Award. The Editor's Choice Award. The Editor's Choice Award in Culinary Destination goes to Kolkata. We'll be handing them over the award. And Old City, Delhi. I welcome Mr. Sunil Anchipaka, the MD and CEO of Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation, to collect the award. A humble request to all the winners to please stay back for a group photo. Our next category is Festival Destination. The winner is, as Mr. Shekhawat had predicted, Bastar, Dasera, Chhattisgarh. To collect the award, I welcome Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Minister of Tourism and Culture, Neelu Sharma, Chairman, Chhattisgarh Tourism Board, Raipur, Dr. S. Bharti Dasan, IAS Secretary, Department of Tourism, and Mr. Vivek Acharya, IFS Managing Director, Chhattisgarh. The Editor's Choice Award for Festival Destination. Cherry Blossom Festival, Meghalaya. I welcome Mr. Timothy D. Shira, Minister of Tourism, Agriculture and Farmers Welfare and Fisheries from Meghalaya, to collect the award. A warm round of applause, please, Meghalaya. Our next category, Heritage Destination, and the winner is Ajanta Ellora, Maharashtra. I please welcome Santosh Zadhav, the Joint Director, Directorate of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, and Mr. Chandrasekhar Jaiswal, GM of MTDC, to collect the award. A warm round of applause for Maharashtra. The Editor's Choice for Heritage Destination, Bodh Gaya, Bihar. I welcome Mr. Kedar Prasad Gupta, Tourism Minister of Bihar, and Mr. Chandan Chauhan, the Joint Secretary cum General Manager of DSTDC. Bodh Gaya, Bihar. A warm round of applause, please. Our next category is Indian Roots. The winner is Mandapam Rameshwaram, Sea Bridge, Tamil Nadu. I welcome Mr. Shivraj, Tourism Officer, and Mr. Braveen Leo, Sales and Marketing Specialization from the Department of Tourism of Tamil Nadu. A warm round of applause, please, for Tamil Nadu, Mandapam Rameshwaram, Sea Bridge. The Editor's Choice winner in Indian Roots is Nasik Wine County Loop. I welcome back Mr. Santosh Jadhav, the Joint Director, Directorate of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, and Chandrasekhar Jaiswal, GM MTDC, to collect the award. Nasik's wine, one of the best in the country. Our next category is Most Instagrammable Landscape. And the winner is Hairpin Bins near Zuluk, Sikkim. I welcome the Tourism Minister, Mr. Shering Thendu Bhutia, to please come and collect the award. Everyone, a warm round of applause for Sikkim. The Editor's Choice Award. The Editor's Choice Award for Most Instagrammable Landscape, Varanasi Ghats, Uttar Pradesh. I welcome Mr. Mridul Chaudhary, Special Secretary to the Government of Tourism, Tourism Department and Director Tourism to collect the award. A warm round of applause for Uttar Pradesh. Our second winner for Editor's Choice is Agra Sen Ki Baoli, Delhi. I again welcome Mr. Sunil Achipanka, MD and CEO of Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation. Agra Sen Ki Baoli, Delhi. Araku, Andhra Pradesh is our third winner in Editor's Choice for Most Instagrammable Landscape. I welcome Padma Rani Seela, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, Andhra Pradesh Tourism Authority, to collect the award. A warm round of applause for Araku from Andhra Pradesh. Our next category is Mountain Destination. The winner is Kangra and the Editor's Choice is Binsar, Uttarakhand. We will hand over these awards to the ministers ourselves. They couldn't be here today. I move on to the next category, Spiritual Destination. The winner is Somnath Temple, Gujarat. I welcome Kuldeep C. Jhala, Joint MD, Tourism Corporation of Gujarat Limited, to collect the award. Somnath Temple from Gujarat. We have three winners for Editor's Choice: Kedarnath from Uttarakhand, Kamakhya Temple from Assam, and Sri Mangeshi Temple from Goa. I welcome Mr. Rohan Conte, Tourism Minister of Goa, to please come and collect the award. A warm round of applause. Sri Mangeshi Temple, Goa beyond the beaches. Our next category is Wildlife Destination. The winner is Periyar National Park, Keralam. I welcome Dr. Pramod G. Krishnan, Principal Chief Conservator of Forests Wildlife from Keralam. A warm round of applause to Kerala. Editor's Choice goes to Bandhavgarh, Madhya Pradesh. I welcome Mr. L. Krishnamurthy, IFS, Additional Principal Chief Conservator of Forests and CEO of the MP Ecotourism Development Board, to collect the award. Bandhavgarh, Madhya Pradesh. As well as Mr. Anupam Sai, IFS, Field Director, Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve. Our final award is for the evening is a special award, an award on tribal homestays. The winner is Nawang Chota Homestay, Lumpo Village, Arunachal Pradesh. I welcome Mr. Pasang Dorji Sona, the Minister of Education, Rural Works, Parliamentary Affairs, Tourism and Libraries from Arunachal Pradesh, Barnali Deka, Director, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Government of India, and Mr. Manish Thakur to please come and collect the award. Mr. Manish Thakur. Nawang Chota Homestay in Lumpo Village, Arunachal Pradesh. I now welcome all the winners who have come to please come with your trophies for a group photograph. Thank you. Thank you so much to Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and to the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Dr. Pramod Sawant. I would like to thank once again, we have the Carnival.